Chapter 1 of On the Iron at Big Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. Chapter 1 Rafferty's Rule. The general manager of the transcontinental system glared at the young man who stood facing him across the office desk.
Why, you wouldn't last 3 months, he snapped.
I'd like to try, Uncle.
Huh.
I'm qualified for the position, young Holman went on. I've done my stint with the construction gangs, and I've spent 4 years in the Eastern shops. You promised me that if I'd stick, I'd have my chance.
Well, if I did, I didn't promise to put you in the way of making a fool of yourself and a laughing stock of me, did I? You may be qualified technically, I don't say you're not. In fact, I've been rather pleased with you. That's one reason why you're not going out there to tackle something you can't handle. If men like Rawson and Williams can't hold down the job, what do you expect to do?
No worse than they, at least, Holman answered quietly. Look here, Uncle, that's just the point. There aren't any of the men want the position, so I'm not jumping anybody to take it. I'll not make any laughing stock of you, either. I'm not going out as the old man's nephew, just plain Dick Holman. If I don't make good, you can wash your hands of my railroad career.
Young man, said the general manager severely, don't make rash statements.
He pushed the papers on his desk irritably to one side, then he frowned. 2 years ago, when the road had dug, blasted, burrowed, and trestled its right-of-way through the mountains, they had built the repair shops for the maintenance of the rolling stock, and from the moment the first brass time check had been issued, the locomotive foremanship of the Hill Division was no subject to be introduced with temerity anywhere within the precincts of the executive offices. One man after another had gone out there, and one after another they had resigned. Hard lot to handle. Carlton, the division superintendent, had replied to the numerous requests for explanation that had been fired at him. And now Dick wanted to go. The general manager's fingers beat a tattoo on the desk, and his frown deepened into a scowl.
You're a young fool,
he grunted at last. And Holman knew that he had gained his point. That's very good of you, Uncle, he cried. I knew you'd see it my way. When may I start?
I guess you'll get there soon enough, his uncle answered grimly.
He rose from his chair and accompanied Holman to the door.
Well, go if you want to, but remember this, young man. You're going on your own terms. When you resign from that position, you resign from the road. Understand?
All right, Uncle, Holman laughed in reply. It's a bargain. 3 days later, as Number 1 pulled into Big Cloud, Holman swung himself to the platform. Up past the mail and baggage cars, the steam drumming at her safety, a big 10-wheeler was backing down to couple on for the run through the Rockies. There was the pride of proprietorship in his glance as his eyes swept the great mogul critically, for in his pocket was his official appointment as locomotive foreman of the Hill Division, Vice Williams, resigned. It was not until the last of the Pullmans had rolled smoothly past him that he turned to take stock in his surroundings. His first impression was not prepossessing. Before him, just across the yard filled with strings of freight cars, were the low, rambling, smoke-begrimed shops and running shed, while beyond these, again, the town straggled out monotonously. To the westward, through the mountains, were the curves and grades that wrenched and racked and tore the equipment he would hereafter be accountable for. To the eastward, but eastward was only 200 yards away, for there his eye caught the yard limit post that likewise marked the end of the division. If after this cursory survey there still lingered any illusions of the picturesque in Holman's mind, they were rudely dispelled by the interior of the barn-like structure at the side of the platform that did duty for station, division headquarters, general storeroom, and anything else that might seek the shelter of its protecting roof. The walls were adorned with such works of art as are afforded by the Sunday supplements, interspersed here and there with an occasional blueprint and time schedule. The furnishings bore unmistakable evidence of having seen service with the construction staff when the road was in the making. At the right of the door, as Holman entered, the dispatcher was poring over the train sheet. " Sure," said he, in answer to Holman's inquiry. " That's the super over there." Holman crossed the room and proffered his credentials. " Glad you've come," was Carlton's greeting as he rose and extended his hand. We've been expecting you. Williams went east this morning on number 2. Sit down, that's your desk there." Holman glanced at the battered table toward which the other pointed, then back again to the 4 days' growth on the super's face. Carlton grinned. "Fixings aren't up to what you boiled shirt fellas down east are used to. Out here on the firing line, most anything goes. I've been requisitioning office fixtures for months. Ain't seen any way bill of 'em yet. Davis, have you?" he called across to the dispatcher. Davis got up with a laugh and joined the other two. "No," said he, shaking hands with Holman. "Not yet." "And not likely to either," continued the super. "It's rough and ready out here, Holman. The staff quarters up there," he jerked his thumb toward the ceiling, "are all fired crude, and the Chinese cook is a gilt-edged thief and most persuasive liar. But we've got the finest division of the best railroad in the world, and we're pushing stuff through the mountains on a schedule that makes Southern competition sick. We're young here yet. Some day, when the roadbed's shaking down to stay, we'll build the extras." The enthusiasm and bluff heartiness of the super was contagious. Holman put out his hand impulsively. "We've heard a lot of you fellows down east," he said, "and I'm glad I've got a chance to chip in." His eyes swept around the room and came back to meet the super's smilingly. "Even if accommodations are below tourist class," he added. So Holman came to the division and joined the staff. Spence, chief dispatcher, had shaken his head. 28 and locomotive foreman of this division with the roughest, toughest bunch on the system's payroll to handle. Hanged if he isn't a decent sort, though, even if he will shave and wear collars. Imagine Williams with creased trousers. And say, his wardrobe, he's actually got a dress suit with him. Wouldn't that ground the wires? Who is he, Carlton? Got a pull with old man?" "Didn't inquire," returned Carlton bluntly. "Let him try out." If the super waited before passing judgment on the latest addition to the staff of the Hill Division, the shop hands did likewise, but for another reason. They waited for Rafferty. Rafferty was boss. Who Rafferty's boss was his affair, and it did not concern them. What Rafferty said, went. It was 2 weeks before he delivered his verdict. "A damned pink-faced dude," he announced, and terminated his remark with a stream of blackstrap juice by way of an exclamation mark. The Fiat had gone forth. Down in the pits, stripping the engines of their motion gear, the fitters passed resolutions of confidence in Rafferty's judgment, and among the lathes and planers the machinists did likewise. The concurrence of the forge gang was expressed by a vicious wielding of the big sledges that sent showers of sparks flying from the spluttering metal whenever Holman was sighted coming down the shop on a tour of inspection, a significant intimation to him to keep his distance. And that the sentiment of the shops might not be lacking in unanimity, the Boilermakers, should Holman have the temerity to pause for an instant before a shell on which they were at work, would send up a din from the clattering hammers intolerable to anyone but the men themselves whose ears were plugged with cotton waste. As for Holman, he might have been entirely unconscious of the hostility and ill will of his subordinates for all the evidence he gave of being aware of it. He was busy mastering the routine and details of his new position. For a month he said nothing. Then one morning over at headquarters he turned to Carlton, who was reading the train mail that had just come in. "Why did Williams resign?" he asked quietly. Said Carlton, startled out of his calm by reason of the suddenness of the question. "Why did Williams resign?" Holman repeated. "Oh, I don't know. Tired of life out here, I guess," Carlton evaded. "Was it Rafferty?" Carlton turned sharply to scrutinize the other's countenance. Holman was gazing out of the window. "It was Rafferty," Carlton admitted after a moment. Holman's gaze never shifted from the window. "Why wasn't Rafferty fired?" he asked in the same quiet tones, but this time there was just the faintest tinge of accusation in his voice. Carlton's face flushed. An instant's hesitation, then he answered bluntly, "He weighed more, that's why." "Oh," said Holman significantly. "Then why didn't you recommend Rafferty for the position long ago and save all the trouble?"
I would have if he could do anything more than sign his name."
Holman turned angrily to face the super. "So," he cried, "when a fellow comes out here he has to play a lone hand, A showdown with Rafferty, shop hands and the whole division drawing cards against him. You, Carlton, I didn't put you down as a man with a pet." Carlton got up and put his hand on Holman's shoulder. "Don't do it, either," he said quietly. "Don't run off your schedule that way, son. It has always been man to man, and I wasn't appealed to. So far it's been all Rafferty. It's easier to get a new foreman than a new shop crew, so I haven't interfered." "I don't understand," said Holman blankly. The super laughed shortly. "Rafferty has the men where he wants them. If he got on his ear, he could tie us up so quick we wouldn't know what happened. A nice thing for me to admit, isn't it? But it's so. I suppose I should have nipped the whole business in the bud, but I kept on hoping that each new man would beat Rafferty at his own game. Has he got you going, too?" Holman gathered up the repair reports from his desk and started for the door. "Game's young yet," he flung over his shoulder as he went out. From the office Holman walked up the yard to the spur tracks at the end of the shops where 3 or 4 engines were waiting their turn for an empty pit. He glanced at their numbers, comparing them with the papers he held in his hand, then turned and walked back, pausing on the way to inspect an engine, bright and clean as fresh paint and gold leaf would make her, that had been hauled out of the shops that morning. He passed in through the upper doors to the fitting shop. Already another engine had been shunted in to replace the one that had gone out. Her guard plates, links, crossheads, main, and connecting rods were lying on the floor beside her, and the labor gang were jacking and blocking her up preparatory to running the wheels out from underneath her. There was a trace of heightened color in Holman's face as he turned to look for Rafferty. The boss fitter was in his usual place. Down the shop, hands dug deep in his trouser pockets, legs spread wide apart, he swung slowly round and round on the little iron turntable that intersected the handcar tracks where they branched out in all directions through the shops. As Holman approached, he stopped the motion indolently by allowing the toe of his boot to trail along the floor around the table. Holman's manner was quiet and his voice was soft, almost deferential as he spoke. "I see you have 483 finished, Mr. Rafferty." Rafferty looked down from his superior 2 inches and said, "Yes." "And," continued Holman, "you've run in 840 in her place." "Yes," said Rafferty again, this time even more indifferently than before. "Well, now, really, Mr. Rafferty, I'd like to know why you did it. You know, I told you yesterday to be particular to take 522 next." Holman's tones were more nearly those of apology than of expostulation. For answer, Rafferty gave a little shove with his foot and the turntable began to revolve slowly. During the circuit, Rafferty coolly gave some directions to the men nearest him, and then as he was once more come round facing Holman, he stopped. "What was it you were saying, Mr. Holman?" he drawled. "This is the biggest division on the system, isn't it?" Holman asked inconsequentially. "Huh?" demanded Rafferty. "Longest division, most mileage, covers quite a stretch of country," Holman amplified.
"Oh," returned the other with a grin. "Well, you'll be thinking so if you ever stay long enough to get acquainted with it."
"Perhaps that's a reason I'm beginning to feel cramped. I've only been here a month, you know." Holman smiled.
"What do you mean?"
"Why, curiously, it doesn't seem big enough or wide enough or long enough for even 2 men." Holman purred his words in soft, mild accents, and Rafferty, understanding, sneered in quick retort.
"Was you thinking of leaving, Mr. Holman?"
"No," said Holman slowly. "I don't know that I was. I thought perhaps the matter might be adjusted, and I'd like to ask your advice. Now, if you were locomotive foreman, and you found that the foreman of this shop, in a dirty, low, underhanded fashion, was discrediting you with the men, and furthermore flatly disobeyed your orders, what would you do, Mr. Rafferty?" By the time Holman had completed his arraignment, Rafferty was mad, fighting mad.
"I'll tell you for what I'd do,"
he yelled, shaking a great horny fist under Holman's nose.
"I'd plug him good and hard, that's what I'd do, see?"
"Rather drastic," Holman commented, after a pause, during which Rafferty drew back, and with hands on hips stood scowling belligerently. "But desperate cases sometimes require desperate remedies, and I don't know." But that " His fist shot out and caught Rafferty fairly on the point of the jaw. " You're right." Rafferty, staggering back from the impact of the blow, set the table whirling. His feet went out from under him and he fell sprawling to the floor. As he picked himself up, Holman sprang toward him and, swinging twice, landed two vicious smashes on Rafferty's face. Then, except for a confused recollection of a rush of men, that was all Holman remembered until he opened his eyes to find himself in his bunk at headquarters with Carlton bending over him. " You're a sight," Carlton commented grimly. " What was the muss about? " Holman explained. " I took Rafferty's advice and plugged him, you see, and after that "" After that, if it hadn't been for old Joe, the turner, running over here to tell us, they'd have killed you. Don't you know any better than to stick up against Rafferty like that, let alone the whole gang? Did you expect to do them all up? "" No, not exactly. I expected there'd be something coming to me, but I had to do it. I'll admit, Carlton, I was in a blue funk, but I just had to. Moral effect, you know." " Yes," said Carlton savagely. " The moral effect is great. It will be as much as your life is worth to put your head inside those shops again. You don't know the men you're dealing with out here." " You're wrong. Dead wrong, Carlton. I do. You said it was man to man, didn't you? Well, then, either I'm running the shops or Rafferty is. Rafferty has the men with him because he's a bully and they're afraid of him. It was mere force of habit made them pile on to me. You wait until they're cooled off a bit and see." But Carlton shook his head. " You're a bloomin' fool," he summed up judicially. " But here, shake. You've got your grit with you, if you did leave your sense behind." For the rest of the morning Holman nursed his injuries, but at 1 o'clock he was at his desk again. 5 minutes afterward Rafferty came in. He was not a pretty sight with his cut lip and battered eye as he limped past both Spence and Holman. With a vindictive glare at the latter, he marched straight across the room to where Carlton sat. He leaned both hands on the super's desk. " It'll be just a showdown, Mr. Carlton, that's all there is to it. Me or him, which? " he announced. Carlton tilted his chair back, put his feet up on the desk and thumbs in the armholes of his vest. " State your case, Rafferty," he said calmly. " Case? " Rafferty spluttered. " Case, is it? I'm sick of being bossed by kids out of school that was building blocks when I was building engines. I quit, or he does." Rafferty jerked his thumb in Holman's direction. " Is that all you have to say, Rafferty? "" That's about the size of it." " Very well, Rafferty, you can get your time," said Carlton quietly. For a moment Rafferty stared as though he had not heard aright. " All right, Mr. Carlton, you're the doctor. It's satisfied I am. When I go out, every bloomin' man in the shops'll go out with me." Carlton's feet came off the desk like a shot. His chair came down to the floor with a bang, and the next instant he was standing in front of the boss fitter. " See here, Rafferty," he blazed. " You know me. The men know me. While I've held the bank, there's been 52 cards in the case, and every mother's son of you has had a square deal. You know it, don't you? No man on this division ever came to me with just cause for complaint, but had a chance to state his grievance on a clear track and no limit on his permit either. Now, I'm entitled to the same line of treatment I hand out, and I won't stand for threats." Rafferty shifted uneasily to hide his confusion and reached for his chewing. " We've nothing agin you, Mr. Carlton, but I'm giving you fair warning," he mumbled as his teeth met in the plug. " When you make trouble on this division, you make trouble for me," said Carlton bluntly. " As for warning, I'll give you warning now that if you start any disturbance in those shops, it'll be the worse for you. Now go." They watched him through the windows as he crossed the tracks. Finally, as he disappeared inside the shops, Carlton turned a grave face. " I'm afraid it's going to be a bad business," he said. " You don't mean to say," Holman burst out, " that the men are fools enough to quit just because one man with a grouch says so, do you? "" I told you that you don't know the class of men out here. They're partisan to the core. It's bred in them. I'm not blaming you, Holman, not for a minute. As I said this morning, I've seen it coming for a long time, long before Williams gave up the ghost. Now it's here, we'll face the music, what? "" It's mighty good of you to say so, old man," said Holman slowly. " But I've put you in a bad hole, and it's up to me to get you out of it. Inside of 2 weeks with the repair shops on strike, our rolling stock won't be able to handle the traffic." He put on his hat and started for the door. Where are you going? Carlton demanded. Rafferty's not going to have this all his own way. The men have no grievance, and I don't believe they'll follow him out if they're talked to right. I'm going over.
Not if I know it, you're not, said Carlton grimly. There may be a coroner's inquest before this affair is settled. Perhaps more than one if things get nasty. But I'm hanged if I propose starting in that way this afternoon.
That's all right, Holman replied doggedly. Just the same, What's up, Carlton? What's wrong? Spence had bent suddenly over the key, and Carlton, with a startled exclamation, was staring at the words the dispatcher was hastily scribbling on the pad. Holman leaned over the super's shoulder, and even as he saw Carlton reach to plug in the telephone connection with the roundhouse, he read the message. Number 2 wrecked Eagle Pass. Send wrecker and medical assistance at once. The next instant he was flying across the yard to the shops. As he burst in through the door, he was greeted with a snarl. The men were massed in a body around one of the locomotives in the fitting shop, and Rafferty, from the cab, was talking in fierce, heated tones. At sight of the master mechanic, he stopped short and, with an oath, leaped from his perch straight for Holman. The crowd divided, making a lane between the two men. Then, with startling suddenness, breaking the ominous silence that had fallen, there came 3 short blasts from the shop whistle, the wrecker's signal. It halted Rafferty when but an arm's length from the locomotive foreman. Then Holman spoke. You hear that, men? Number 2 has gone to glory up in Eagle Pass. You, Rafferty, get the wrecking crew together. Quick! The rest of you get back to work.
You're a liar, Rafferty yelled. A measly putty-faced starch-shirt liar. You hear? It's a plant. You can't work any sharp trick like that on me.
There was a low, menacing growl from the men, and they edged in close. But Holman gave them no heed. He took a step nearer Rafferty, looking straight into the other's eyes. Rafferty, he said quietly, you've a wife and kids, haven't you? And you're a railroad man, aren't you? Well, there's wives and kids and mates up there in that wreck. The other affair can wait until we get back. Now, will you go? And Rafferty went, at the head of the wreckers, out into the yard where the switching crew was working like beavers making up the relief train. 2 passenger coaches to serve as ambulances, behind them a flat, then the wrecking crane, the tool car, and a caboose. As Rafferty was piling his men into the train, Holman raced across the tracks to the station. On the platform, the doctors, hastily summoned, were crowded around Carlton. Holman stopped beside them. We're all ready, Carlton, he announced, then to the others. You fellas had better get aboard. We'll be off as soon as we get the track.
Spence will have the line clear in a minute, said Carlton as the doctors started for the coaches. I'm sending a dispatcher up with you. He can tap in on the wires. How many men did you scrape up?
The regular crew.
And Rafferty?
He's going along.
I don't know how you did it, but there's no time for explanations now. But I think, Holman, you'd better leave Rafferty behind.
And have the whole crew quit, too? It's no use, Carlton. He's got to go. That's all there is to it. Carlton shook his head doubtfully.
I don't like the idea of you two getting up there together. There's no need of you going, and you'd better not go. You don't know the man. If you think he'll forget,
you're wrong. I do. I told you so before. Anyway, it's too late now. We're off. Here's Spence with the orders. Before Carlton could reply, Holman had grabbed the tissue and was running for the train. As he swung himself into the cab of the engine and handed Hurley, the driver, his orders, Rafferty climbed in from the other side. At sight of Holman, Rafferty hesitated and half turned around in the gangway to go back to the caboose. But Holman reached out and caught his arm. Stay where you are, Rafferty, he said quietly. And during the nerve-wracking 30-mile run to Eagle Pass, no other words passed between them. Sometimes, in the mad slur of the locomotive as she hit the tangents, their bodies touched. That was all. Holman, by virtue of railroad etiquette, had climbed to the fireman's seat, and once or twice he had glanced around at the great bulk of the man behind him, at the grim, set features, at the eyes that would not meet his, and wondered at his own temerity in inviting a physical encounter. And what good had it done? Was Carlton right, after all? Perhaps. And yet, behind the stubbornness, the self-will, the purely physical, there must be the other side of the man. If he could only reach, if only touch it. He had touched it. His appeal for the injured. Hurley was eating up the miles as only a man at the throttle of a wrecker with clear rights could do it. A long scream from the whistle that echoed through the mountains above the pounding, deafening rush of the train brought Holman back to his immediate surroundings. Another minute and they had swung around the curve and thundered over the trestle that made the approach to the pass. Half a mile ahead of them up the track they saw the horror. Hurley latched at his throttle and began to check. As the brake shoes bit into the tires, Holman slipped off his seat and faced Rafferty. There was a curious look in the other's eyes, and Holman understood that here Rafferty was his master, and knew it. So this was the meaning of it. This was how he had touched the other's better nature. Rafferty had cunningly seized the opportunity of placing him at an even greater disadvantage than before. For an instant he hesitated as he bit his lip, then he canceled the personal equation. " Go ahead, Rafferty," he said quietly, answering the unspoken challenge. " You're better up in this sort of thing than I am. You're in charge." And Rafferty, without a word, swung himself from the cab. To Holman the first 5 minutes was unnerving. It was his first bad wreck. Down East it had never been his province to go out with the crew, nor was it here, he reflected grimly, and at that moment was grateful for the veteran Rafferty. It was like some hideous nightmare to him. All along the line of burning wreckage lay the dead, their silence the more awful by contrast with the shrieks and cries of the wounded still imprisoned in the wreck. And then the feeling passed, and he worked like a madman. Once a woman had caught his arm and, sobbing, dragged him toward the stateroom end of one of the Pullmans. Through the smoke and scorching heat of the flames he had fought his way in, then back with the child. The woman had thrown her arms hysterically around his neck. It was all a mad, furious turmoil, and he gloried in it. The crunch of the axe through glass and woodwork, the wild rush into the heart of things to stagger back blinded and choked with his helpless burden, the fierce joy if life still lingered, the tender reverence if life were gone. Up the track toward the engine there was a crash and a chorus of excited cries. He rushed in that direction. A half dozen of the wrecking crew were grouped around the forward baggage car. As Holman reached them, disheveled, clothes torn and scorched, face blackened with smoke and daubed with blood where glass and splinters had cut him, the men drew back aghast, staring, white-faced. " By God! " one cried. " It's him! "" Well, of course it's me. Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? The man pointed to the blazing car. " Someone said that you was in there and he went in after you before she crumpled up." " Who? " Holman shouted. " Rafferty." Holman made a dash for the car. The men held him back. " Don't try it, sir. It's too late to do any good." He shook them off, and with his arms crossed in front of his head to protect his face, he half stumbled, half fell through the opening that had once been a door. The car was half over on its side. The trunks, dashed into a heap on top of each other when the car had left the track, were all that supported the burning roof timbers. Between the trunks and the edge of the car there was little space with the floor at an angle of 45 degrees, and along this, head down, Holman crawled blindly. The floor was already beginning to smolder. The metal-bound edges of the trunks blistered his hands as he touched them. His senses reeled, but on and on he crawled, and in his mind, over and over, the one thought, Rafferty, my God, Rafferty! Then his hands touched something soft, and slowly, painfully, inch by inch, he struggled back, dragging Rafferty after him. Somehow he reached the door, then a confused jumble of noises, and nothing more until he returned to consciousness and to the knowledge that he was back in his room at Big Cloud with the almond-eyed factotum in attendance. " Velly much better. Like to eat? " inquired the individual solicitously. Holman grinned in spite of the pain. " No," he answered, then as he closed his eyes again he muttered, " Tell Carlton I was right." And he was, for 2 days afterward Rafferty publicly abdicated. He gathered the men in the fitting shop and mounted to the cab of an engine jacked halfway up to the ceiling, as before, only on this occasion it was at noon hour and not in the company's time. His words were few and to the point, delivered with a force and eloquence that was all his own. " I said he was a damned pink-faced dude, so I did. Well, I take it back, d'ye mind? And what's more, I'll flatten the face of any man that says I ever said it." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 The Little Super. Tommy Regan backed the big compound mogul down past the string of dark green coaches that he had pulled for 150 miles, took the table with a slight jolt, and came to a stop in the roundhouse. As he swung himself from the cab, Healy, the turner, came up to him. " He's a great lad, that of yours," Healy began, with a shake of his head. " A great lad, but mind you this, Tommy Regan, there'll be trouble for me and you and him and the whole of us if you don't watch him." " What's the matter this time, John? "" Matter," said Healy, ruefully. " There's matter enough. The little cuss come blame near running 429 into the pit a while back, so he did." " Where is he now? " Regan asked, with a grin. " Divil a bit I know. I chased him out, and he started for over by the shops. And about an hour ago your missus come down and said the boy was nowheres to be found, and that you was to look for him." Regan pulled out his watch. " 6:30. Well," he said, " I'll go over and see if Grumpy knows anything about him. Next time the kid shows up around here, John, you give him the soft side of a tommy bar and send him home." Healy scratched his head. " I will," he said. " I'll do it. He's a fine lad." Regan crossed the yard to the gates of the big shops. They were still unlocked, and he went through into the storekeeper's office. Grumpy was sorting the brass time checks. He glanced up as Regan came in. " I suppose you're looking for your kid again," he said sourly. " That's what I am, Steve," Regan returned, diplomatically dispensing with the other's nickname. " Well, he ain't here," Grumpy announced, returning to his checks. " I've just been through the shops, and I'd seen him if he was." The engineer's face clouded. " He must be somewhere about, Steve. John said he saw him come over here, and the wife was down to the roundhouse looking for him, so he didn't go home. Let's go through the shops and see if we can't find him." " I don't get no overtime for chasing lost kids," growled Grumpy. Nevertheless, he got up and walked through the door leading into the forge shop, which Regan held open for him. The place was gloomy and deserted. Here and there a forge fire, dying, still glowed dully. At the end of the room the men stopped, and Grumpy, noting Regan's growing anxiety, gave surly comfort. " Wouldn't likely be in here anyhow," he said. " Fitting shop for him. But we'll try the machine shop first on the way through." The two men went forward, prying behind planers, drills, shapers, and lathes. The machines took grotesque shapes in the deepening twilight, and in the silence, so incongruous with the usual noisy clang and clash of the surroundings, Regan's nervousness increased. He hurried forward to the fitting shop. Engines on every hand were standing over their respective pits in all stages of demolition, some on wheels, some blocked high toward the rafters, some stripped to the bare boiler shell. Regan climbed in and out of the cabs, while Grumpy peered into the pits. " He ain't here," said Grumpy in disgust, wiping his hands on a piece of waste. " I told you he wasn't. He's home maybe by now." Regan shook his head. " Bunty! Oh, Bunty! " he called. And again, " Bunty! " There was no answer, and he turned to retrace his steps when Grumpy caught him by the shoulder. The big iron door of the engine before them swung slowly back on its hinges, and from the front end there emerged a diminutive pair of shoes, topped by little short socks that had once been white, but now hung in grimy folds over the tops of the boots. A pair of sturdy but very dirty bare legs came gradually into view as their owner propelled himself forward on his stomach. They dangled for a moment, seeking footing on the plate beneath them, then a very small boy, aged 4, in an erstwhile immaculate linen sailor suit, stood upright on the footplate. The yellow curls were tangled with engine grease and cemented with cinders and soot. Here and there, in spots upon his face, the skin still retained its natural color. Bunty paused for a moment after his exertions to regain his breath, then, still gripping a hammer in his small fist, he straddled the drawbar and slid down the pilot to the floor. Grumpy burst into a guffaw. Bunty blinked at him reprovingly and turned to his father. " I've been fixin' the eggerhead," he announced gravely. Regan surveyed his son grimly. " Fixin' what? " he demanded. " The eggerhead," Bunty repeated. Then, reproachfully, " Don't you know what a eggerhead is? "" Oh," said Regan, " the niggerhead, eh? Well, I guess there's another niggerhead will get some fixin' when your mother sees you, son." He picked the lad up in his arms, and Bunty nestled confidingly with one arm around his father's neck. His tired little head sank down on the paternal shoulder, and before they had reached the gates Bunty was sound asleep. In the days that followed, Bunty found it no easy matter to elude his mother's vigilance, but that was only the beginning of his troubles. The shop gates were always shut, and the latch was beyond his reach. Once he had found them open and had marched boldly through, to find his way barred by the only man of whom he stood in awe. Grumpy had curtly ordered him away, and Bunty had taken to his heels and run until his small body was breathless. The roundhouse was no better. Old John would have none of him, and Bunty marveled at the change. He was a railroad man, and the shops were his heritage. His soul protested vigorously at the outrage that was being heaped upon him. It took him some time to solve the problem, but at last he found the way. Each afternoon Bunty would trudge sturdily along the track for a quarter of a mile to the upper end of the shops, where the big, wide engine doors were always open. Here 4 spur tracks ran into the erecting shop, and Bunty found no difficulty in gaining admittance. Once safe among the fitting gang, the little super, as the men called him, would strut around with important air, inspecting the work with critical eyes. One lesson Bunty learned. Remembering his last interview with his mother, he took good care not to be locked in the shops again, so each night when the whistle blew he fell into line with the men, and, secure in their protection, would file with them past Grumpy as they handed in their time checks. And Grumpy, unmindful of the spur tracks, wondered how he got there, and scowled savagely. When Bunty was 6, his father was holding down the swivel chair in the master mechanic's office of the Hill Division, and Bunty's allegiance to the shops wavered. Not from any sense of disloyalty, but with his father's promotion a new world opened to Bunty and fascinated him. It was now the yard shunter and headquarters that engaged his attention. The years, too, brought other changes to Bunty. The curls had disappeared, and his hair was cut now like his father's. Long stockings had replaced the socks, and he wore real trousers. Short ones, it is true, but real trousers nonetheless, with pockets in them. When school was over, he would fly up and down the yard on the stubby little engine, and Healy, doing the shunting then and forgetting past grievances, would let Bunty sit on the driver's seat. In time Bunty learned to pull the throttle, but the reversing lever was too much for his small stature, and the intricacies of the air were still a little beyond him. But Healy swore he'd make a driver of him, and he did. The evenings at the office Bunty loved fully as well. Headquarters were not much to boast about in those days. That was before competition forced a double track system, and the train dispatcher with his tissue sheets still held undisputed sway. They called them offices at Big Cloud out of courtesy, just the attic floor over the station with one room to it. The floor space each man's desk occupied was his office. Here Bunty would sit curled up in his father's chair and listen to the men as they talked. If it was anything about a locomotive, he understood. If it was traffic or bridges or roadbed or dispatching, he would pucker his brows perplexedly and ask innumerable questions. But most of all he held Spence, the chief dispatcher, in deep reverence. Once, to his huge delight, Spence, holding his hand, had let him tap out an order. It is true that with the OK came back an inquiry as to the brand the dispatcher had been indulging in, but the sarcasm was lost on Bunty, for when Spence, with a chuckle, read off the reply, Bunty gravely asked if there was any answer. Spence shook his head and laughed. "No, son, I guess not," he said. "We've got to maintain our dignity, you know." That winter, on top of the regular traffic, and that was not light, they began to push supplies from the east over the Hill Division, preparing to double track the road from the western side of the foothills as soon as spring opened up. And while the thermometer crept steadily to 0, the Hill Division sweltered. Everybody and everything got it, the shops and the roadbeds, the train crews and the rolling stock. What little sleep Carlton, the super, got, he spent in formulating dream plans to handle the business. Those that seemed good to him when he awoke were promptly vetoed by the barons of the general office in the far-off east. Regan got no sleep. He raced from one end of the division to the other, and he did his best. Engine crews had to tinker anything less than a major injury for themselves. There was no room in the shops for them. But the men on the quays got it most of all. As the days wore into months, Spence's face grew careworn and haggard, and the irritability from overwork of the men about him added to his discomfort. Human nature needs a safety valve, and one night near the end of January, when Regan and Carlton and Spence were gathered at the office, with Bunty in his accustomed place in his father's chair, the master mechanic cut loose. " It's up to you, Spence," he cried savagely, bringing his fist down with a crash on the desk. " There ain't a pair of wheels on the division fit to pull a hand car. Every engine's a cripple, and getting lamer every day. The engine ain't built, nor never will be, that'll stand the schedule you're putting them on through the hills, especially through the Gap. There's a 3% with the bed like an S. You can't make time there, you've got to crawl. You're pulling the stay bolts out of me engines, that's what you're doing." Carlton, being in no angelic mood and glad to vent his feelings, growled assent. Spence raised his hand from the keys, a red tinge of resentment on his cheeks. He picked up his pipe, packing it slowly as he looked at Regan and the super. " I'm taking all they're sending," he said quietly. He reached over for the train sheet and handed it to the super. " You and Regan here are growling about the schedule. It's your division, Carlton, but I'm not sure you know just what we're handling every 24 hours. It's push them through on top of each other somehow, or tell them down east we can't handle them. Do you want to do that? "" No," said Carlton. " I don't, and what's more, I won't." Spence nodded. " I rather figured that was your idea. Well, we've about all we can do without nagging one another. I'm near in now, and so are you and Regan here, both of you. I've got to make time, Gap or no Gap. There's so much moving there isn't siding enough to cross them." " You're right," said Carlton. " We can't afford to jump each other. We're all doing our best, and each of us knows it. How's number 1 and 2 to night? " Spence studied for a moment before he answered. " Number 1 is 40 minutes off, and number 2's an hour to the bad." Carlton groaned. The Imperial Limited West and East, officially known on the train sheets as 1 and 2, carried both the transcontinental mail and the deluxe passengers. Of late, the East had been making pertinent suggestions to the division superintendent that it would be as well if those trains ran off the Hill Division with a little more regard for their established schedule. So Carlton groaned. He got up and put on his hat and coat preparatory to going home. " Look here," he said from the doorway, " they'll stand for most anything if we don't misuse 1 and 2. They're getting mighty savage about that, and they'll drop hard before long. You fellas have got to take care of those trains if nothing else on the division moves. That's orders. I'll shoulder all kicks coming on the rest of the traffic. Good night." When Bunty left the office that night and walked home with his father, he had learned that there was another side to railroading besides the building and repairing of engines, and the delivery of magic tissue sheets to train crews that told them when and where to stop, and how to thread their way through hills and plains on a single track road, with heaps of other trains, some going one way, some another. He understood vaguely and in a hazy kind of way that somewhere, many, many miles away, there were men who sat in judgment on the doings of his father and Spence and Carlton, that these men were to be obeyed, that their word was law, and that their names were President and Directors. So Bunty, trotting beside his father, pondered these things. Being too weighty for him, he appealed. " Daddy, what's President and Directors? " Regan's temper still being ruffled, he answered shortly. " Fools, mostly." Bunty nodded gravely, and his education as a railroad man was almost complete. The rest came quickly, and the Gap did it. The Gap. There was not a man on the division from track walker to superintendent who would not jump like a nervous colt if you said Gap to them offhand and short like. A peaceful stretch of track it looked, a little crooked, as Regan said, hugging the side of the mountain at the highest point of the division. The surroundings were undeniably grand. A sheer drop of 1,800 feet to the canon below, with the surrounding mountains rearing their snow-capped peaks skyward, completed a picture of which the road had electrotypes and which it used in their magazine advertising. What the picture did not show was the 2-mile drop where the roadbed took a straight 3% and sometimes better to the lower levels. So when Carlton or Spence or Regan, reading their magazines, saw the picture, they shuddered and, remembering past history and fearful of the future, turned the page hurriedly. But to Bunty, the Gap possessed the fascination of the unknown. He was wakened early the next morning by his father's voice talking excitedly over the special wire with headquarters about the Gap and a wreck. He sat bolt upright and listened with all his might. Then he crawled noiselessly out of bed and began to dress hastily. He heard his father speaking to his mother, and presently the front door banged. Bunty was dressed by that time, and he crept downstairs and opened the door softly. It was just turning daylight as he started on a run for the yard. It was not far to the office, 100 yards or so, and Bunty reached there in record time. Across the tracks by the roundhouse they were coupling on to the wrecker, and answering hasty summons, men running from all directions were quickly gathering. Bunty hesitated a minute on the platform, then he entered the station and tiptoed softly up the stairs. The office door was open, and from the top stair Bunty could see into the room. The night lamp was still burning on the dispatcher's desk, and Spence was sitting there, working with frantic haste to clear the line. In the center of the room the super, his father, and Flannagan, the wrecking boss, were standing. " It's a freight smash," Carlton was saying to Flannagan. " East edge of the Gap. You'll have the rights through and no limit on your permit. Tell Emmons if he doesn't make it better than 90 minutes he'll talk to me afterward. By the time you get there, number 2 will be crawling up the grade. She's pulling the old man's car, and that means get her through somehow, if you have to drop the wreck over the cliff. You can back down to Riley's to let her pass. We'll do the patching up afterward. Understand? " Flannagan nodded and glanced impatiently at Spence. The super opened and shut his watch. " Ready, Spence? " he asked shortly. " Just a minute," Spence answered quietly. Bunty waited to hear no more. He turned and ran down the stairs and across the tracks as fast as his legs would carry him. He scrambled breathlessly up the steps of the tool car and edged his way in among the men grouped near the door. He was fairly inside before they noticed him. " Hello! " cried Allen, Bunty's bosom friend of the fitting gang days. " Here's the little super. What you doing here, kid? "" I'm going up to the wreck," Bunty announced sturdily. The men laughed. " Well, I guess not much you're not," said Allen. " What do you think your father would say? "" Nothing," said Bunty airily. " I just comed from the office," he added artfully, " and I'll tell you about the wreck if you like." The men grouped around him in a circle. " It's at the Gap," Bunty began, sparring for time as through the window he saw Flannagan coming from the office at a run. " And it's a freight train, and it's all smashed up, and " The train started with a jerk that nearly took the men off their feet. At the same time Flannagan's face appeared at the car door. " All here, boys? " he called. Then he announced cheerfully, " The devil's to pay up the line." Meanwhile, Bunty, taking advantage of the interruption, had squirmed his way through the men to the far end of the car, and the train had bumped over the switches onto the main line before they remembered him. Then it was too late. They hauled him out from behind a rampart of tools where he had entrenched himself, and Flannagan shook his fist half angrily, half playfully, in Bunty's face. " You little devil, what are you doing here, eh? " he demanded, and Bunty answered as before. " I'm going up to the wreck." " Humph !" said Flannagan with a grin. " Well, I guess you are, and I guess you'll be sorry, too, when you get back and your dad gets hold of you." But Bunty was safe now, and he only laughed. Breakfastless, he shared the men's grub and listened wide-eyed as they talked of wrecks in time gone by. But most of all he listened to the story of how his father, when he was pulling number 1, had saved the Limited by sticking to his post almost in the face of certain death. Bunty's father was his hero, and his small soul glowed with happiness at the tale. He begged so hard for the story over again that Allen told it, and when he had finished he slapped Bunty on the back. " And I guess you're a chip off the old block," he said. And Bunty was very proud, squaring his shoulders and planting his feet firmly to swing with the motion of the car. The speed of the train slackened as they struck the grade leading up the eastern side of the Gap. Flanagan set the men busily at work overhauling the kit. He paused an instant before Bunty. " Look here, kid," he said, shaking a warning finger. " You keep out of the way and don't get into trouble." It would have taken more than words from Flanagan to have curbed Bunty's eagerness, so when the train came to a stop and the men tumbled out of the car with a rush, he followed. What he saw caused him to purse his lips and cry excitedly, " Gee !" Right in front of him a big mogul had turned turtle. Ditched by a spread rail, she had pulled 3 box cars with her and piled them up, mostly in splinters, on the tender. They had taken fire and were burning furiously. Behind these were 8 or 10 cars still on the roadbed, but badly demolished from bumping over the ties when they had left the rails. Still farther down the track in the rear were the rest of the string, apparently uninjured. The snow was knee deep at the side of the track, but Bunty plowed manfully through it, climbing up the embankment to a place of vantage. His eyes blazed with excitement as he watched the scene before him and listened to the hoarse shouts of the men, the crash of the pickaxe, and, above all, the sharp crackle of the fire as the flames, growing in volume, bit deeper and deeper into the wreck. Fiercely as the men fought, the fire with its long start kept them from making any headway against it. Already it had reached some of the cars standing on the track. From where Bunty stood he could see the track dipping away in a long grade to the valley below. They called that grade the Devil's Slide, and the wreck was on the edge of it, with the caboose and some half-dozen cars still resting on the incline. As he looked, far below him he saw a trail of smoke. It was Number 2 climbing the grade. By this time the excitement of his surroundings had worn off a little, and the arrival of the Limited offered a new attraction. He clambered down from his perch and began to pick his way past the wreck. Flanagan, begrimed and dirty, was talking to Emmons. " I don't like to do it," Bunty heard Flanagan say, " but we'll have to blow up that box car if we can't stop the fire any other way, or we'll have a blaze down the whole line. The train crew says there's turpentine, 2 cars of it next the flat there, and if that catches Hey there, kid," he broke off to yell as he caught sight of Bunty. " You get back to the tool car and stay there." And Bunty ran in the other direction. He knew Number 2 would stop a little the other side of the wreck, and that there would be a great big 10-wheeler pulling her, all as bright as a new dollar and glistening in paint and gold leaf. When he pulled up breathless and happy by the side of Number 2, Masters, the engineer, was giving engine 901 an oil round, touching the journals critically with the back of his hand as he moved along. At sight of Bunty, the engineer laid his oil can on the slide bars and grinned as he extended his hand. " How are you, Bunty? " he asked. And Bunty, accepting the proffered hand, replied gravely: " I'm pretty well, Mr. Masters, thank you." " Glad to hear it, Bunty. How did you get here? "" I comed up with the wrecker train. It's an awful smash." " Is it now? Think they'll have the line cleared soon? "" Oh, no," Bunty replied, eyeing the cab of the big engine wistfully. " Not for ever and ever so long." Masters' eyes followed Bunty's glance. " Want to get up in the cab, Bunty? "" Oh, please !" Bunty cried breathlessly. " All right," said Masters, boosting the lad through the gangway. Then warningly, " Don't touch anything." And Bunty promised. It was only 400 yards up to the wreck, but that was enough. Masters and his fireman left their train and went to get a view at close quarters. When it was all over, it was up to the wrecking boss and the engine crew of Number 2. Flanagan swore he blocked the trucks of the cars on the incline, but Flanagan lied, and he got clear. Masters and his mate had no chance to lie, for they broke rules, and they got their time. Be that as it may, Bunty sat on the driver's seat of the Imperial Limited and watched the engineer and fireman start up the track. He lost sight of the men long before they reached the wreck. They were still in view, but he was very busy. He was playing pretend. Bunty's imagination was vivid enough to make the game a fascinating one whenever he indulged in it, and that was often. But now it was almost reality, and his fancy was little taxed to supply what was lacking. He was engineer of the Limited, and they had just stopped at a station. He leaned out of the cab window to get the go-ahead signal. Then his hand went through the motion of throwing over the reversing lever and opening the throttle. And now he was off, faster and faster. He rocked his body to and fro to supply the motion of the cab. He sat very grim and determined, peering straight ahead. He was booming along now at full speed. They were coming to a crossing. Toot, 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 cried Bunty at the top of his shrill treble, for the rules said you must whistle at every crossing, and Bunty knew the rules. Now they were coming to the next station, and he began to slow up. Ding dong, ding, bang! Bunty nearly fell from his seat with fright. Ahead of him, up the track, there was a column of smoke as a mass of wreckage rose in the air, and then a crash. Flannagan had blown up a car. Bunty stared, fascinated not at the explosion, but at the rear end of the wreck on the grade. He rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. Then he scrambled over the side of the seat. He paused halfway off, looking again through the front window to make sure. There was no doubt of it. The cars were beginning to roll down the track toward him. He waited for no more, but rushed to the gangway to jump off. Then he stopped as the story Allen had told about his father came back to him. Bunty's heart thumped wildly as he turned white-faced and determined. No truly engineer would leave his train. His father had not, and Bunty did not. The reversing lever was in the back notch where Masters had left it when he stopped the train. It was Bunty's task to reach and open the throttle. He climbed up on the seat and stood on tiptoe. Leaning over, he grasped the lever with both hands and pulled it open. What little science of engine driving Bunty possessed was lost in the terror that gripped him. The runaway cars were only a couple of 100 yards away now, and, gaining speed with every rail they traveled, spelt death and destruction to the Imperial Limited if they ever reached her. The men at the top of the grade were yelling their lungs out and waving their arms in frantic warning. The train started with a jolt that threw Bunty back on the seat. For an instant the big drivers raced like pinwheels, then they bit into the rails, and aided by the grade, Number Two began to back slowly down the hill. Bunty picked himself up, his little frame shaking with dry sobs. The freight cars had gained on him in the last minute and had nearly reached him. Again he leaned over for the throttle, and hanging grimly to it, pulled it open another notch, and then another, and then wide open. 901 took it like a frightened thoroughbred. Rearing herself from the track under her 210 pounds of steam, she jumped into the cars behind her for a starter with a shock that played havoc with the passengers' nerves. Then she settled down to travel. The Devil's Slide is 2 miles long, and some pretty fair running has been made on it in times of stress, but Bunty holds the record. It's good yet, and Bunty was only an amateur. It was neck and neck for a while, and there was almost a pile-up on the nose of 901's pilot before she began to hold her own. Gradually she began to pull away, and by the time they were halfway down the hill the distance between her and the truant freight cars was widening. The speed was terrific. Pale and terror-stricken, Bunty now crouched on the driver's seat. Time and again the engineer's whistle in the cab over his head signaled, now entreatingly, now with frantic insistence. But Bunty gave it no heed. His only thought was for those cars in front of him that were always there. He cried to himself with little moans. There was a sickening slur as they flew around a curve. 901 heeled to the tangent, one set of drivers fairly lifted from the track. When she found her wheelbase again, Bunty, shaken from his hold, was clinging to the reversing lever. He shut his eyes as he pulled himself back to his seat. When he looked again, he saw the freight cars hit the curve above him, then slew as they jumped the track, and with a crash that reached him above the roar and rattle of the train, the booming whir of the great drivers beneath him, go pitching headlong down the embankment. Bunty rose to his knees, and for the first time looked out of the side window, to find a new terror there as the rocks and trees and poles flashed dizzily by him. He turned and looked behind. A man was clinging to the handrail of the mail car, and another, lying flat, was crawling over the coal heaped high on the tender. Bunty dashed the tears from his eyes. He was no fraidy kid. He stood up and, holding on to the frame of the window, staggered toward the throttle. As he reached for it, 901 lurched madly, and Bunty lost his balance and fell headlong upon the iron floor plate of the cab. Then it was all dark. Number Two pulled into Big Cloud that night 10 hours late, and it brought Bunty. His father and Carlton and Spence and the shop hands were on the platform. From the private car which carried the tail lights an elderly gentleman got off with Bunty in his arms. The men cheered, and while the master mechanic rushed forward to take his son, the super and Spence drew back respectfully. " Mr. Regan," said the old gentleman with tears in his eyes, You ought to be very proud of this little lad." Regan tried to speak, but the words choked somehow. The old gentleman swung himself back up on the car. " Good bye, Bunty," he called. And Bunty, from the depths of the blanket they had wrapped around him, called back, " Good bye, sir." When Bunty was propped up in bed, his father told him how the express messenger had stopped the train and carried him back into the Pullmans. Bunty listened gravely. " Yes," he said, nodding his head, " they was awful good to me, and the man that took me off the train told me stories, and then I told him some, too." " What did you tell him? " Regan asked. " Oh, about trains and shops and presidents and directors and lots of things." " Presidents and directors," said Regan in surprise. " What did you tell him about them? "" I told him what you said, that they was fools, and you knew 'cause you'd seen them." Regan whistled softly. " And," continued Bunty, " he laughed, and when I asked him what he was laughing at, he give me a piece of paper and told me to give it to you, and you'd tell me." Regan groaned. " Guess it's my time, all right," he muttered. " Where's the paper, Bunty? " He put it in my pocket." Regan drew the chair with Bunty's clothing on it toward him and began a hurried search. He fished out a narrow slip of paper and unfolded it on his knee. It was a check for $1,000 payable to Master Bunty Regan and signed by the president of the road. End of chapter 2. The Little Super. Chapter 3 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 3 If a Man Die. East and west now the Transcontinental is double tracked, all except the Hill Division, and that in the nature of things probably never will be. If you know the mountains, you know the Hill Division. From the divisional point, Big Cloud, that snuggles in the eastern foothills, the right of way, like the trail of a great sinewy serpent, twists and turns through the mountains, through the Rockies, through the Sierras, and finally emerges to link its steel with a sister division that stretches onward to the great blue of the Pacific Ocean. It is a stupendous piece of track. It has cost fabulous sums and the lives of many men. It has made the fame of some and been the graveyard of more. The history of the world in big things, in little things, in battles, in strife, in sudden death, in peace, in progress, and in achievement has its counterpart in miniature in the history of the Hill Division. There is a page in that history that belongs to Angel Breen. This is Breen's story. It has been written much and said oftener that men in every walk of life, save one, may make mistakes and live them down, but that the dispatcher who falls once is damned forever. And it is true. I am a dispatcher, I know. Where he got the nickname Angel from is more than I can tell you, and I've wondered at it often enough myself. Contrast, I guess it was. Contrast with the boisterous, rough and ready men around him, for this happened back in the early days, when men were what a life of hardship and no comfort made them. No, Breen wasn't soft, far from it. He was just quiet and mild-mannered. It must have been that contrast. Anyway, he was Angel when I first knew him, and you can draw your own conclusions as to what he is now. I'm not saying anything at all about that. Where did he come from? What was he before he came here? I don't know. I don't believe anybody knew or ever gave the matter a thought. That sort of question was never asked. It was too delicate and pointed in the majority of cases. A man was what he was out here, not what he had been. He made good or he didn't. Not that I mean to imply that there was anything crooked or anything wrong with Breen's past. I'm sure there wasn't, for that matter. But I'm just trying to make you understand that when I say Breen had the night trick in the dispatcher's office here in Big Cloud, I'm beginning at the beginning. Breen wasn't popular. He wasn't a good enough mixer for that. Personally, it isn't anything I'd hold up against him or any other man. Popularity is too often cheap, and being a good fellow isn't always a license for a man to puff out his chest, though most of them do it. And that's the high sign that what I say is right. No, I'm not moralizing. I'm telling a story. You'll see what I mean before I get through. I say Breen wasn't popular. He got the reputation of thinking himself a little above the rank and file of those around him, stuck up, to put it in cold English, and that's where they did him an injustice. It was the man's nature, unobtrusive, retiring, different from theirs, if you get my point, and they couldn't understand just because it was different. The limitations weren't all up to Breen. If they had known, or taken the trouble to know, as much about him as they could have known before passing judgment on him, perhaps things might have been a little different. Perhaps not. I won't say, for it's pretty generally accepted in railroad law that a dispatcher's slip is a capital offense, and there's no court of appeal, no stay of execution, no anything, and to all intents and purposes he's dead from the moment that slip is made. There have been lots of cases like that, lots of them, and there's no class of men I pity more, a slip, and damned for the rest of their lives. I don't say that because I'm a dispatcher myself. We're only human, aren't we? Mistakes like that, God knows, aren't made intentionally. Sometimes a man is overworked. Sometimes queer brain kinks happen to him just as they do to every other man. We're ranked as human in everything but our work. I'm not saying it's not right. In the last analysis, I suppose it has to be that way. It's part of the game, and we know the rules when we sit in. We've no reason to complain, only I get a shiver every time I read a newspaper headline that I know, besides being a death warrant, is tearing the heart out of some poor devil. You've seen the kind I mean, read scores of them. Dispatcher's blunder cost many lives, or something to the same effect. Maybe you'll think it queer, but for days afterward I can't handle an order book or a train sheet when I'm on duty without my heart being in my mouth half the time. What's this got to do with Breen? Well, in one way, it hasn't anything to do with him, and then again, in another way, it has. I want you to know that a blunder means something to a dispatcher besides the loss of his job. Do you think they're a cold-blooded, calloused lot? I want you to know that they care. Oh, yes, they're human. They've got a heart, and they've got a soul, the one to break, the other to sear. My God, think of it, a slip! That's the ghastly horror of it all, a slip! Don't you think they can feel? Don't you think their own agony of mind is punishment enough without the added reproach and worse of their fellows? But let it go. It's the law of the game. I said they didn't know much about Breen out here then, except that he was a pretty good dispatcher, but as far as that goes, it didn't help him any, rather the reverse, when the smash came. The better the man, the harder the fall, what? It's generally that way, isn't it? Perhaps you're wondering what I know about him. I'll tell you. If anyone knew Breen, I knew him. I was only a kid then, I'm a man now. I hadn't even a coat. Breen gave me one. I'm a dispatcher. Breen taught me, and no better man on the key than Breen ever lived, a better man than I could ever hope to be, yet he slipped. Do you wonder I shiver when I read those things? I'm not a religious man, but I've asked God on my bended knees over and over again to keep me from the horror, the suffering, the blasted life that came to Breen and many another man through a slip. Yes, if anyone knew Breen, I did. All I know, all I've got, everything in this whole wide world, I owe to Breen. Angel Breen. You probably read of the Oaktail wreck at the time it happened, but you've forgotten about it by now. Those things don't live long in the mind unless they come pretty close to home to you. There's too many other things happening every hour in this big pulsing world to make it anything more than the sensation of the moment. But out here the details have cause enough to be fixed in the minds of most of us, not only of the wreck itself, but of what happened afterwards as well. And I don't know which of the two was the worse. You can judge for yourself. I'm not going into technicalities. You'll understand better if I don't. You'll remember I said that the Hill Division is only single tracked. That means, I don't need to tell you, that it's up to the dispatcher every second, and all that stands between the trains and eternity is the bit of tissue tucked in the engineer's blouse and its duplicate crammed in the conductor's side pocket. Orders, meeting points, single track, you understand. The dispatcher holds them all, every last one of them, for life or death, men, women, and children, train crews and company property, all, and Breen slipped. No one knows to this day how it happened. I dare say some eminent authority on psychology might explain it, but the explanation would be too high-browed and too far over my head to understand it even if he did. I only know the facts and the result. Breen sent out a lap order on number 1, the Imperial Limited, westbound, and number 82, a fast freight, perishable, streaking east. Both were off schedule, and he was nursing them along for every second he could squeeze. Back through the mountains, both ways, all through the night, he'd given them the best of everything. The Imperial, clear rights, the 82 pretty nearly, if not quite, as good. Then he fixed the meeting point for the two trains. I read a story once where the dispatcher sent out a lap order on two trains and his mistake was staring at him all the time from his order book. I guess that was a slip of the pen and he never noticed it. That was queer enough. But what Breen did was queerer still. His order book showed straight as a string. The freight was to hold at Muddy Lake, 10 miles west of Elktail, for number 1. Number 1, of course, as I told you, running free. Somehow, I don't know how, it's one of those things you can't explain, a subconscious break between the mind and the mechanical, physical action. You've noticed it in little things you've done yourself. Breen wired the word Elktail instead of Muddy Lake, and never knew it. Never had a hint that anything was wrong. Never caught it on the repeat and gave back his okay. The order, the written order in the book, was exactly as it should be. It read Muddy Lake. That was right, Muddy Lake. Yet see what happened? There wasn't time for the freight to make Elktail, but she got within 3 miles of it, and that's as far as she ever got. In a nasty piece of track full of trestles and gorges, where the right-of-way bends worse than the letter S, they met, the two of them, head on, number 1 and number 82. And Breen didn't know what he had done even after the details began to pour in. How could he know? What was 82 doing east of Muddy Lake? She should have been waiting there for number 1 to pass her. The order book showed that plain enough. And all through the rest of that night, while he worked like a madman clearing the line, getting up hospital relief and wrecking trains, with Carlton, he was super then, gray-faced and haggard like the master of a storm-tossed liner on his bridge, giving orders, pacing the room, cursing at times at his own impotency, Breen didn't know, neither of them knew, where the blame lay. But the horror of the thing had Breen in its grip even then. I was there that night. And I can see him now, bent over under the green-shaded lamp. I can see Carlton's face, and it wasn't a pleasant face to see. One thing I remember Breen said. Once, as the sounder piteously clicked a message more ghastly than any that had gone before, adding to the number of those whose lives had gone out forever, adding to the tale of the wounded, to the wild, mad story of chaos and ruin, Breen lifted his head from the key for a moment, pushed his hair out of his eyes with a nervous, shaky sweep of his hand, and looked at Carlton. " It's horrible, horrible," he whispered. " But think of the man who did it. Death would be easy compared to what he must feel. It makes me as weak as a kitten to think of it, Carlton. My God, man, don't you see? I, or any other dispatcher, might do the same thing tomorrow, the next day, or the day after. Tell me again, Carlton, tell me again that order straight." " Don't lose your nerve," Carlton answered sharply. " Whoever has blundered, it's not you." Irony? No. It's beyond all that, isn't it? It's getting about as near to the tragedy of a man's life as you can get. It's getting as deep and tapping as near bedrock as we'll ever do this side of the Great Divide. Think of it. Think of Breen that night. It's too big to get, isn't it? God pity him. Those words of his have hung in my ears all those years, and that scene I can see over again in every detail every time I close my eyes. In the few hours left before dawn that morning there wasn't time to give much attention to the cause. There was enough else to think of, enough to give every last man on the division from car tink to superintendent all and more than they could handle. The investigation would come later. But it never came. There was no need for one. How did they find out? It came like the crack of doom, and Breen got it, and it seemed to burst the floodgates of his memory open, seemed to touch that dormant chord, and he knew as he knew that he had a God, what he had done. They found the order that made the meeting point Elktail tucked in Mooney's jumper when, after they got the crane at work, they hauled him out from under his engine. Who was Mooney? Engineer of the freight. They found him before they did any of his train crew, or his firemen either, for that matter. Dead? Yes. I'm a dispatcher. Look at it from the other side if you want to, it's only fair. That bit of tissue cleared Mooney, of course, but it sent him to his death. Yes, I know, good God, don't you think I know what it means to slip? It was just before Davis, Breen's relief, came on for the morning trick. In fact, Davis was in the room when Breen got the report. He scribbled it on a pad, word by word, as it came in for Carlton to see. For a minute it didn't seem to mean anything to him, and then, as I say, he got it. I never saw such a look on a man's face before, and I pray God I never may again. He seemed to wither up, blasted as the oak is blasted by a lightning stroke. The horror, the despair, the agony in his eyes are beyond any words of mine to describe, and you wouldn't want to hear it if I could tell you. He held out his arms pitifully, like a pleading child. His lips moved, but he had to try over and over again before any sound came from them. There was no thought of throwing the blame on anybody else. Breen wasn't that kind. Oh, yes, he could have done it. He could have put the blunder on the night man at the Gap where Mooney received his Elktail holding order, and Breen's order book would have left it an open question as to which of the two had made the mistake, would probably have let him out and damned the other. You say, from the way he acted, he didn't think of that, and therefore the temptation didn't come to him. Yes, I know what you mean. Not so much to Breen's credit, what? Well, I don't know. It depends on the way you look at it. I'd rather believe the thought didn't come because the man's soul was too clean. He was clean then, no matter what he did afterward. There have been death scenes of dispatchers before, many of them. There will be others in the days to come, many of them. So long as there are railroads, and so long as men are frail as men, lacking the infallibility of a higher power, just so long will they be inevitable. But no death scene of a dispatcher's career was ever as this one was. Breen was his own judge, his own jury, his own executioner. Do you think I can ever forget his words? He pointed his hand toward the window that faced the western stretch of track, toward the foothills, toward the mighty peaks of the Rockies that towered beyond them, and the life, the being of the man was in his voice. They came slowly, those words, wrenched from a broken heart, torn from a shuddering soul. I wish to God that it were me in their stead. Christ be merciful. I did it, Carlton. I don't know how. I did it. No one answered him. No one spoke. For a moment that seemed like all eternity there was silence, then Breen, his arms still held out before him, walked across the room as a blind man walks in his own utter darkness, walked to the door and passed out, alone. Those few steps across the room, alone. I've thought of that pretty often since. They seem so horribly, grimly significant in keeping with what there was of life left for the stricken man. Alone. It's a pretty hard word, that, sometimes, and sometimes it brings the tears. I don't know how I let him go like that. I was too stunned to move, I guess, but I reached out at the foot of the stairs as he stepped out onto the platform. There wasn't anything I could say, was there? What would you have said? No man knew better than Breen himself what this would mean to him. He was wrecked worse than that other wreck, for his was a living death. There weren't any grand juries or things of that kind out here then, not that it would have made any difference to Breen if there had been. You can't put any more water in a pail when it's already full, can you? You can't add to the maximum, can you? Don't you think Breen's punishment was beyond the reach of man or men to add to, or for that matter to abate by so much as the smallest fraction? It was, God knows it was, all except one final twinge that I believe now settled him, though I'll say here that whatever it did to Breen, it's not for me to judge her. Who am I that I should? It's between her and her Maker. I'll come to that in a minute. Yes, Breen knew well enough what it meant to him, but his thoughts that morning as we walked up the street weren't, I know right well, on himself. He was thinking of those others. And I was thinking of Breen. Wouldn't you? I told you I owed Breen everything I had in the world. Neither of us said a word all the way up to his boarding house. It was almost as though I wasn't with him for all the attention he paid to me. But he knew I was there just the same. I like to think of that. I wasn't very old then. I'm not offering that as an excuse, for I'm not ashamed to admit I was near to tears. If I'd been older, perhaps I could have said or done something to help. As it was, all I could do was to turn that one black thought over and over and over again in my mind. Breen's living death, 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 death. That's the way it hit me, the way it caught me, and the word clung and repeated itself as I kept step beside him. He was dead. Dead to hope, ambition, future, everything. As dead as though he lay outstretched before me in his coffin. It seemed as if I could see him that way. And then, don't ask me why, I don't know. I only know such things happen, come upon you unconsciously, suddenly. There flashed into my mind that bit of verse from the Bible. You know it. If a man die, shall he live again? I must have said it out loud without knowing it, for he whirled upon me quick as lightning, placed his two hands upon my shoulders, and stared with a startled gaze into my eyes. I say startled. It was, but there was more. There seemed for a second a gleam of hope, awakened, hungry, oh, how hungry, pitiful in its yearning, and then the uselessness, the futility of that hope crushed it back, stamped it out, and the light in his eyes grew dull and died away. We had halted at the door of his boarding house, and I made as though to go upstairs with him to his room, but he stopped me. " Not now, Charlie boy," he said, shaking his head and trying to smile. " Not now. I want to be alone." And so I left him. Alone. He wanted to be alone. Were ever words more full of cruel mockery? It seems hard to understand sometimes, doesn't it? And we get to questioning things we'd far better leave alone. I know at first I used to wonder why Almighty God ever let Breen make that slip. He could have stopped it, couldn't he? But that's not right. We're running on train orders from the great dispatcher, and the finite can't span the infinite. Maybe you'll think it queer that I left Breen like that, let him go to his room alone. You're thinking that in his condition he might do himself harm, end it all, to put it bluntly. Well, that thought didn't come to me then. It did afterward, but not then. Why? It must have been just the innate consciousness that he wouldn't do that sort of thing. Some men face things one way, some face them another. It's a question of individuality and temperament. I don't think Breen could have done anything like that. I know he seemed so far apart from it in my mind that, as I say, the thought didn't come to me. He was too big a man, big enough to have faced what was before him, faced conditions, faced the men, though God knows they treated him like skulking coyote, if it had not been for her. I want to stand right on this. Breen would never have done what he did if she had acted differently. That much I know, but I want to say it again. I've no right to judge her. Perhaps you've read that story of Kipling's about the Black Tyrone regiment that saw their dead. Well, Breen, as I told you at the beginning, wasn't popular, and the boys had seen their dead. Do you understand? Pariah, outcast, what you like. They made him, all except pity they gave him, And I say he would have taken it all, accepted it all, only there are some things too heavy for a man to bear, aren't there? Load limit, the engineers call it when they build their bridge. Well, there's a load limit on the heart and brain and soul of a man, just as there is on a bridge. And while one, strained beyond the breaking point, goes crashing in a horrid mass of twisted wreckage to the bottom of the canyon, to the bottom of the gorge, into the rushing, boiling waters of the river beneath, the other crashes a damned soul to the bottom of hell. Kitty Mooney had seen her dead. Kitty Mooney, the engineer's sister. And Breen loved her, was going to marry her. That's all. How do I know? How do you know? Perhaps it was grief, perhaps it was hysteria, perhaps it was according to the light God gave her and she couldn't understand. Perhaps it was only wild, unreasoning, frantic passion. I don't know. I only know she called him a murderer. She couldn't have loved him, you say? Perhaps no, perhaps yes. Does it make any difference? Breen thought she did, and Breen loved her. I don't know. I only know that where he looked for a ray of mercy, her mercy, to light the blackened depths, for the touch, her touch, that would have held him back from the brink, for the word of comfort, her word, that would have bid him stand like a gallant soldier facing untold odds, he received instead a condemnation more terrible than any that had gone before, and a bleeding heart dried bitter as gall. A patient, grief-stricken man became a vicious, snapping wolf, and Angel Breen a devil. Would I have been a stronger man than Breen? Would you? Would I have done differently than Kitty Mooney did if I had been in her place? Would you? We don't know, do we? No one knows. God keep us from ever knowing. The poor devil in the gutters, the wretched, ruined lives of women who have lost their grip and drunk the dregs, the human, stranded, battered wrecks we see around us, were once like you and me. We don't know, do we? God pity them. God keep us from the sneer. Our strength has never been measured. It may be no greater than theirs. Tomorrow, it may be you or I. It was pretty lawless out here in those days. We had the riffraff of the East, and worse, and there was nothing to restrain them, nothing much to keep them in check, and they did about as they liked. They brought the touch into the picture of the West that the West hasn't lived down yet, and I'm not sure ever will. The brawling, gambling, gun-handling type, the thief, the desperado, the bad man, rotten bad, bad to the core. They've been stamped out now, most of them, but it was different then. They didn't turn a cold shoulder to Breen, why should they? They were outcasts and pariahs too, weren't they? And Breen, well, I guess you understand it as well as I do. And you know as I know that when a man like that goes, he goes the limit. There's no middle course for some men. They're not made that way. Whatever holds them for good or whatever holds them for bad, it holds them all. Either way, all, body, mind, and spirit, all. And that is true in spite of the fact that often enough there's some one thing, it may be a little thing, it may be a big thing, but some one thing that the worst of us balk at, can't do. It's not morality, it's not conscience, a man gets way beyond all that. It's a memory of the past, perhaps, something bred in him from babyhood. I don't know. You can't treat human nature like a specimen on the glass slide under a microscope. There is no specimen. As there are millions of people, so is each one in some way different from the other. You can't classify, you can't tabulate the different kinks into a list and learn it by heart, can you? The man who says he knows human nature says he is as wise as the God who made him, and that man is a poor fool. That's right, isn't it? And so I say that, strange as it may seem, in the worst of us, fall as low as we will, there's generally some one thing our soul, what's left of it, revolts at doing. Breen was a railroad man. Railroading was in his blood. I want you to get that. It was part of him. And any man that's worth his salt in this business is that way. It's in the blood or it isn't. You're a railroad man or you're not. Breen disappeared from Big Cloud, and I didn't see him from the day Kitty Mooney turned him from her door until that night, but I'm coming to that. That's the end. There's a word or two that goes before, so that you'll understand. He disappeared from Big Cloud, but he didn't leave the mountains. Maybe back of it all an almost impossible theory, if you like, but I can understand it. Something in him wouldn't let him run away. He did run away, you say? Yes. But there's the queer brain kink again. Perhaps he temporized. You temporize. I temporize. We try to fool and delude sometimes, snatch at loopholes, snatch at straws to bolster up our self-respect, don't we? And that's what I mean when I say it's possible he couldn't run away. He clung to the straw, the loophole, that running away was measured in miles. I don't say that was it, for I don't know. It's possible. We heard of him from time to time as the months went by, and the things we heard weren't pleasant things to hear. He drifted from bad to worse, until that something that he couldn't do brought him to a halt, brought the end. Don't ask me when Breen threw in his lot with Black Dempsey and the band of fiends that called him leader. The ugliest, soul-blackened set of fiends that ever polluted the West. And that's using pretty strong language. Don't ask me how Breen got to Big Cloud that night away from the others waiting to begin their hellish work. Don't ask me, I don't know. Why he did it is different. That I can tell you. What they wanted him to do, to have a part in, was that one thing I was speaking about, the one thing he couldn't do. Breen was a railroad man, railroading was in his blood, that's all, but it's everything. Railroading was in his blood. As for the rest, maybe he didn't know what they were really up to until the last moment, and then stole away from them. Maybe they found it out, suspected him, and some of them followed him, tried to stop him, tried to keep him from reaching here. But what's the use of speculating? I never knew, I never will know. Breen can't tell me, can he? And all that I can tell you is what I saw and heard that night. I had the night trick then, Breen's job. They gave me Breen's job. It seemed somehow at first like sacrilege to take it, as though I was robbing him of it, taking it away from him, wronging, stripping, impoverishing the man to whom I owed even the knowledge that made me fit, that made it possible to hold down a key, his key. Of course, that was only sensitiveness, but you understand, don't you? It caught me hard when I first sat in, but gradually the feeling wore off. Not that I ever forgot, I haven't yet, for that matter. Only time blunts the sharp edges, and routine habit and custom do the rest. I don't need to tell you that I remember that night. Remember it. That was before the station was built, and in those days we had an old wooden shack here that did duty for freight house, station, division, headquarters, and everything else all rolled into one. The dispatcher's room was upstairs. Things were moving slick as a whistle that night, no extra traffic, no road troubles, in, out, in, out. All along the line the trains were running like clockwork from one end of the division to the other. If there was anything on my mind at all, it was the Limited, number 2, eastbound. We were handling a good deal of gold in those days. There was a lot of it being shipped east then. Is still from the Klondike now, you know. And we were getting a fair share of the business away from the southern competition. We hadn't had any trouble, weren't looking for any, but it was pretty generally understood that all shipments of that kind were to get special attention. Number 2 was carrying an extra express car with a consignment for the Mint that night, so, naturally, I had kept my eye on her more closely than usual all the way through the mountains from the time I got her from the Pacific Division. At the time I'm speaking about, 4 o'clock in the morning, I was almost clear of her, for she wasn't much west of Coyote Bend, 15 miles from here, and she had rights all the way in. Half an hour more at the most and she would be off my hands and up to the dispatchers of the Prairie Division. She had held her schedule to the tick every foot of the way, and all I was waiting for was the call from Coyote Bend that would report her in and out again into the clear for Big Cloud. Coyote Bend is the first station west of here, you understand. There's nothing between. She was due at Coyote at 4:05, and I want you to remember this. I said it before, but I want to repeat it. I want you to get it hard. She had run to the second all through the night. My watch was open on the table before me, and I watched the minute hand creep round the dial. 4:03, 4:04, 4:05, 4:06, 4:07, 4:08. I was alone in the office. The night caller had gone out perhaps 10 minutes before to call the train crew of the 5 o'clock local. There wasn't anything to be nervous about. I don't put it down to that. 3 minutes wasn't anything. Perhaps it was just impatience, fretfulness. You know how it is when you're waiting for something to happen, and I was expecting the sounder to break every second with the report from Coyote Bend. Anyway, put it down to what you like, though I didn't want to drink particularly. I pushed back my chair, got up, and walked over to the water cooler. The dispatcher's table was on the east side of the room, the door opened on the south side, and the water cooler was over in the opposite corner. I'm explaining this so you'll understand that the door was between the water cooler and the table. That old shack was rough and ready, and I've wondered more than once whatever kept it from falling to pieces. It didn't take more than a breath of wind to set every window sash in the outfit rattling like a corps of snare drums. That's why I guess I didn't hear anyone coming up the stairs. It was blowing pretty hard that night, but I heard the door open. I thought it was the caller back again, and I wonder how he'd made his rounds in such quick time. With the tumbler half up to my lips, I turned around. Then the glass slipped from my fingers and crashed into slivers on the floor. My mouth went dry, my heart seemed to stop. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. It was Breen, Angel Breen. I saw him start at the noise of the splintering glass, but he didn't look at me. He clung swaying to the door jamb for an instant, his face chalky white. Then he reeled across the room and dropped into his old chair. I saw him glance at my watch and saw his face seem to go whiter than before. Then he snatched at the train sheet, and a smile, no, it wasn't exactly a smile, you couldn't call it that. His whole face seemed to change, light up, and his lips moved. I know now in a prayer of gratitude. You understand, don't you? He knew the time card, knew that number 2, after he had seen my watch, should have been out of Coyote Bend 4, perhaps 5 minutes before, but the train sheet showed her still unreported. His fingers closed on the key, and he began to make the Coyote Bend call, over and over, quick, sharp, clear, incisive, with all the old masterful touch of his sending. Breen was rattling the call. CC, CX, CC, CX, CC, CX, CC, CX, and then I found my voice. God in heaven, Breen, I stammered and started toward him. You, what? The sounder broke. Coyote Bend answered, and on the instant Breen flashed this order over the wire: hold number 2, hold number 2. Twice the sender spelled out the words. Then Coyote Bend repeated the order, and Breen gave back the OK. Breen, I shouted, what are you doing? Are you crazy? What are you doing here? Speak, man! What? He had straightened in his chair, and a sort of low, catchy gasp came from his lips. It seemed as though it took all his power, all his strength, to lift his eyes to mine. I sprang for the key, but he jerked himself suddenly forward and pushed me desperately away. And then he called me by the old name, not much above a whisper. I could hardly catch the words, and I didn't understand, didn't know that the man before me was a wounded, dying man. My brain was whirling, full of that other night, full of the days and months that had followed. I couldn't think. Charlie, boy, it's all right. Black Dempsey in the cut. I was afraid I was too late. Too late. They shot me. Here. He was tearing with his fingers at his waistcoat. And then I understood. Too late. As I reached for him, he swayed forward and toppled over, a huddled heap, over the key, over the order book, over the train sheet that once had taken his life and now had given it back to him. Dead. What is there to say? Whatever he may have done, however far he may have fallen, back of it all, through it all, bigger than himself, stronger than any other bond was the railroading that was in his blood. Breen was a railroad man. I don't know why, do I? You don't know why. After number 2 had run to schedule all that night, it happened just when it did. It might have happened at some other time, but it didn't. Luck, or chance if you like. More than that, if you'd rather think of it in another way. But just a few miles west of Coyote Bend, something went wrong in the cab of number 2. Nothing much. I don't remember now what it was. Don't know that I ever knew. Nothing much. Just enough to hold her back a few minutes, the few minutes that let Breen sit in again on the night dispatcher's trick, sit in again at the key, hold down his old job once more before he quit railroading forever with the order that he gave his life to send, to keep Number Two from rushing to death and destruction against the rocks and boulders Black Dempsey and his gang had piled across the track in the cut 5 miles east of Coyote Bend. I don't know. If a man die, shall he live again? I leave it to you. I only know that they think a lot of him out here. Think a lot of Breen, Angel Breen, now. End of chapter 3, If a Man Die. Chapter 4 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 4 Spitzer. Spitzer was just naturally born different. Sometimes that sort of thing wears off as one grows older, sometimes it doesn't. When it doesn't, it is worse than the most virulent disease. It had been virulent with Spitzer for all of his 22 years. Spitzer wasn't much to look at, neither was he of much account on the Hill Division. Some men rise to occasions, others don't. As for Spitzer, well, he was a snubby-nosed, peaked-faced, tousled-haired little fellow with washed-out blue eyes that always seemed to carry around an apology in their depths that their owner existed. And this idea was backed up a good bit by Spitzer's voice. Spitzer had a weak voice, and that militated against him. The ordinary voice of the ordinary man on the Hill Division was not weak, it was assertive. Spitzer suffered thereby because everybody crawled over him. Nobody thought anything of Spitzer. They all knew him, of course, that is, those whose duties brought them within the zone of Spitzer's orbit, which was restricted to Big Cloud, or rather to the roundhouse at Big Cloud. Nobody ever gave him credit for courage enough to call his soul his own. Even when it came to payday, he took the check as though it was a mistake and that it really wasn't meant for him. He just dubbed along, doing his work day after day like a faithful dog, only he was a hanged sight less obtrusive. Summed up in a word, Spitzer ranked as a nonentity, physically, mentally, professionally. Of course, he never got ahead. He just kept on sweeping out the roundhouse and puttering around, playing bellboy to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that lifted a finger at him. Year in, year out, he swept and wiped in the roundhouse. As far as seniority went, he was it, but when it came to promotion, he wasn't. Promotion and Spitzer were so obviously, so ostentatiously at variance with each other that no one ever thought of such a thing. When there was a vacancy, others got it. Spitzer saw them move along, firing, driving spare, up to full-fledged regulars on the right-hand side of the cabs, men that had started after he did, but Spitzer still wiped and swept out the roundhouse. Carlton, the super, called him a landmark, and that hit the bullseye. Summer, winter, fall, spring, good weather, bad weather, 5'5" with his boots on, Spitzer, lugging a little tin dinner pail, trudged down the main street in Big Cloud as regular as clockwork, and reported at the roundhouse at precisely the same hour every morning, 5 minutes of 7. Never a miss, never a slip, 5 minutes of 7. The train crews got to setting their watches by him, and the dispatchers wired the meteorological observatory every time their chronometers didn't tally, that is, tally with Spitzer. And the meteorological crowd put Spitzer first across the tape every shot. It was just the same at night, only then Spitzer went by the 6 o'clock whistle. 10 hours a day, Sundays off sometimes, wiping, sweeping, wiping, from his boarding house to the roundhouse in the morning, from the roundhouse to his boarding house at night. That was Spitzer, self-effaced, self-obliterated, innocuous, modest Spitzer. Night times, Spitzer didn't exist. There was no Spitzer. It wasn't expected of him. If anyone had been asked, they would have looked their amazement. Then no one ever was asked, or asked, which is the same thing the other way. Spitzer was like a tool laid away after the day's work and forgotten absolutely and profoundly until the next morning. No one knew anything about Spitzer after the 6 o'clock whistle blew. No one knew and cared less. That is, none of the railroad crowd knew. And they, when all is said and done, were Big Cloud. They owned it, ran it, absorbed it, and properly so, since Big Cloud was the divisional point on the Hill Division. In the ineffable perversity of things is the spice and variety of life. Tommy Regan, the master mechanic, was a man not easily jolted, not easily disturbed. He was very short, very broad, with little black eyes and a long, scraggly, drooping at the corners brown mustache. Also, he was blessed with a well-defined, well-nourished paunch, which is a sign irrefutable of contentment, a calm and placid outlook upon life in general and particular, and a freedom from the ills of haste and worry. A man with a paunch is a man apart and greatly to be envied, even when that paunch, as was the case with Regan, is of Irish extraction, for then the accompanying touch of Celtic temper makes him more like an ordinary, cross-grained, irritable, everyday mortal, and less of a temperamental curiosity. Regan was justly proud of both, his paunch and his nationality. Regan put it the other way, his nationality and his paunch. That, however, is a matter for individual decision, and the relative importance of things is as one sees it. The main thing is that one permitted him to use fiery words on occasion, and the other enabled him to preserve, ordinarily, a much to be commended state of equanimity. Perversity of all perversities, it was Spitzer that jolted Regan, not once, more than once. And before he got through, jolted him so hard that Regan hasn't gotten over the wonder of it yet. "Think of it," he'd say, when the subject is brought up. "Think of it. You know Spitzer, Well, think of it. Spitzer." And if it's summer, he'll mop his beady brow, and if it's winter, he'll twiddle his thumbs with his fingers laced over his embonpoint, which is to say over the lower button of his waistcoat. Regan's first jolt came to him one morning as, after a critical inspection of his pets in the roundhouse, big 6- and 8-wheeled mountain engines, he strolled out and leaned against the push bar on the turntable, mentally debating the respective merits of rust joint and a straight patch as specifically applied to number 583 that had been run into the shops the day before for repairs. A figure emerged from the engine doors at the far end of the roundhouse and came toward him. Regan's eyes, attracted, barely glanced in that direction, and then went down again in meditation as he kicked a little hole in the cinders with the toe of his boot. It was only Spitzer. When he looked up again, Spitzer was nearer, quite near. Spitzer had halted before him and was standing there patiently, an embarrassed flush on his cheeks, wiping his hands nervously on an exceedingly dirty piece of packing which in his abstraction, for Spitzer was plainly abstracted, he had picked up for a piece of waste. "Huh!" said Regan, staring at Spitzer's hands. "What are you trying to do? Black up for a minstrel show?" Spitzer dropped the packing as though it had been a handful of thistles, and rubbed his hands up and down the legs of his overalls. "Well?" Regan invited. Spitzer began to talk, rapidly, hurriedly. That is, his lips moved rapidly, hurriedly. Regan listened attentively and with a strained and hopeless expression as he strove to catch a word and hence the drift of Spitzer's remarks. "How?" he demanded, when he saw Spitzer was at an end. "Speak out, man. You won't wake the baby up." Spitzer began all over again. This time he did a little better. $1.25, repeated the master mechanic numbly. Spitzer brightened, visibly, and nodded. Regan stared, bewildered and dumbfounded. Gradually, impossible, incomprehensible, incongruous as it appeared, it dawned on him that Spitzer was asking for a raise. $1.25 was all Regan could repeat over again, and the words came away with a gasp. Spitzer, misinterpreting the tone, his face grew rueful and full of trouble. He was appalled at his own temerity in broaching the subject in the first place, but now he had overstepped the bounds. He had asked for too much. $1.20, he ventured in timid compromise. Spitzer was getting $1.15. How long have you been working here? " inquired Regan, recovering a little and beginning to get a grip on himself. " 4 years," said Spitzer faintly. " Good Lord !" mumbled Regan. " 4 years, $1.25, h'm? Well, I don't know. I guess we can manage that." And then, as a new thought suddenly struck him, " What the blazes would you do with more money, h'm? " But Spitzer only grinned sheepishly as, after murmuring his thanks, he walked back and disappeared in the roundhouse. " Good Lord !" muttered Regan, looking after him. " 4 years and $1.25. And Spitzer! Good Lord! " Regan went around more or less dazed all that day. He ordered the patch on 583 when he had definitely decided on the rust joint as the best tonic for the engine's complaint, and he figured out how much $1.15 a day came to for a year, barring Sundays. Then he did the same for $1.25 as the multiplicand and compared the results. Spitzer's demand was not exorbitant, and it wasn't much to upset any man. That was just it. It was Spitzer, and Spitzer wasn't much. Effect, psychological or otherwise, is by no means to be measured by the mere magnitude of the cause. It is the phenomenal and unusual that is to be treated with wholesome respect, and for safe handling requires a double tracked block system with the cautionary signals up from start to finish. The master mechanic found it that way anyhow, and he ought to know. He unburdened himself that night after supper to Carlton and a few of the others over at division headquarters, which had been moved upstairs over the station, where the chiefs used to meet regularly each evening for a pipe, with a round of Pedro thrown in to liven things up a bit, Big Cloud not being blessed with many attractions in the amusement line. Carlton grinned. " Bad company," he suggested. " Hard lot, that of yours over in the roundhouse, Tommy. They're spoiling his manners. Been a long time in coming, but you know the old story of the water and the stone, what? "" What in blazes would he do with more money? " inquired Spence, the chief dispatcher, in unfeigned astonishment. Regan glared disdainfully. He had put precisely the same question to Spitzer himself, but since then he had been brushing up his mathematics. " Do with it? " he choked. " $30.80 a year. Hell of a problem, ain't it? "" Well, you needn't run off your schedule," said Spence a little tartly. " You're the one that's making most of the fuss over it." " Tell you what, Tommy," remarked Carleton, still grinning, " you want to look out for Spitzer from now on. I guess his emancipation has begun. Nothing like a start. Before you go, he'll be running roughshod over the motive power department, including the master mechanic." " I'd give him a raise," said Regan, more to himself than aloud. " 'Twas coming to him, what? 4 years, and the first time I ever heard a yip out of him." " You'll hear more," prophesied Carleton, " even if he doesn't talk very loud." " Think so? " said Regan, puckering up his eyes. " I do," said Carleton. And Regan did. Not at once, not for several weeks, but in the meantime a change came over Spitzer. He swept and wiped and reported at 5 minutes of 7 every morning, and kept himself just as much in the background, just as much out of everybody's way, just as unobtrusive as he had before, but Spitzer was none the less changed. It began the day after he got his raise. It was an indefinite, elusive, negative sort of a change, not the kind you could lay your hand on and describe it in so many words. Regan tried to, and gave it up. The nearest he came to anything concrete was one day when he came around the tail end of a tender and unexpectedly upon Spitzer. Spitzer was sweeping as usual, but Spitzer was also whistling, which was not usual. Regan, it is true, couldn't puzzle very much out of that, but then Regan had his limitations. Mindful of Carleton's words, Regan kept his eye in a mildly curious kind of a way on the little faded, blue-eyed drudge, and as he noticed the first change without being able to define it, he now, after a week or so, noticed a second, with the difference that this time the diagnosis was painfully obvious. Spitzer's returned to Spitzer's normal self. Spitzer stopped whistling. Regan began to catch Spitzer's eyes fixed on him with a hesitating, irresolute, anxious gaze about every time he entered the roundhouse. And though he didn't quite grasp it, something of the truth came to him. Spitzer was screwing up his courage to the sticking point preparatory to another step onward in his belated march toward emancipation. It was a month to the day from the first interview when Spitzer tackled the master mechanic again, and, as before, out by the turntable in front of the roundhouse, and, if anything, in a manner even more nervous and ill at ease than on the former occasion. He stammered once or twice in an effort to begin, and his effort was utter failure. Regan eyed him in profound distrust. Once in 4 years wasn't so much, and after all, even Spitzer, now that the shock was over, might be expected to do that. But after a month, and from Spitzer? Something was wrong. Perhaps Carlton was right. "Well," he snapped, "you got your raise. Ain't you satisfied?" Spitzer nodded dumbly. "Well, then, what's the matter with you if you're satisfied?" exploded the master mechanic. "I want to get The last word trailed off into tremulous, quavering incoherency. "You want to get what?" growled Regan. "Don't sputter as though you'd swallowed your teeth. What is it you want to get?" "Firing," blurted Spitzer after a desperate struggle. Regan gasped for his breath. Spitzer? Spitzer in a cab? He couldn't have heard straight. "Say it again," whispered the master mechanic. "Firing," repeated Spitzer, with more confidence now that the plunge was taken. "Yes," said Regan weakly to himself, "that's it. I got it right. Firing. He wants to get firing." I can do it," faltered Spitzer. "I got to." What's that?" said Regan. "You got to. Say, you Spitzer, what the devil's the matter with you anyway?" Spitzer wriggled like a worm on a hook, and his face went the color of a semaphore arm, a deep red one. Spitzer was suffering acutely. "Well, well," prodded Regan, "release the air, take the brakes off." "I'm " began Spitzer shamefacedly. He gulped down his Adam's apple hard, twice, and then it came, and with a rush. "I'm going to get married to Merle Swenson." Regan's jaw sagged like the broken limb of a tree, and his eyes fairly popped out and hung down over the roll of his cheeks. Then gradually, very gradually, he began to double up, and unhandsome contortions afflicted his facial muscles. Spitzer was enough, but Spitzer and Merle Swenson? 6 foot, heavy boned, long armed Swedish maiden Merla. Oh, contrariety, variety, perversity of life. "Ha!" he roared suddenly. And again, only louder. The turner and a helper or two poked their noses out of the roundhouse doors to get a line on the disturbance. Can a stone float? Can a feather sink? Astonishing, bewildering, dumbfounding, impossible, oh yes, but it was also very funny. It was the funniest thing that Regan had ever heard in his life. He screamed. His paunch shook like jelly, and he held both hands to his sides to ease the pain. He straightened up preparatory to going off into another burst of guffaws, and then, with his mouth already open to begin, he stopped as though he had been stunned. Spitzer was still standing before him, and Spitzer's head was turned away, but Regan caught it, and caught the 2 big tears that rolled slowly down the grimy cheeks, and in that moment he realized what neither he nor any other man on the Hill Division had ever realized before, that Spitzer, too, was human. Regan coughed, choked, and cleared his throat. Here was Spitzer in a new light, but the Spitzer of years was not so readily to be consigned to the background of oblivion. Spitzer in a cab was as much an anomaly as ever, conjugal aspirations to the contrary. "Firing," said he, with grave consideration that he meant, by contrast, should serve as palliation for the sting of his mirth. "Firing. I'm afraid not. You're not fit for it. You're not big enough." Spitzer dashed his hands across his eyes. "I can fire," he announced, with a surprising show of spirit, "and I got to. There's smaller ones than me doing it." "What do you mean by got to?" demanded the master mechanic. Spitzer shifted uneasily and kicked at the ground. "Merle and me's been making up for quite a while." he stammered. But she wouldn't say nothing one way or the other till I got a raise." " Well, you got it," said Regan. Spitzer nodded miserably. " Yes, and now she says 'tain't enough to get married on, and we'll have to wait till I get firing." " Good Lord !" murmured Regan, and he mopped his brow in deep perplexity. The destiny of mortals was in his hands, but so was the motive power department of the Hill Division. He could no more see Spitzer in a cab than he could see the time honored camel passing through the eye of a needle. Then inspiration came to him. " Look here, Spitzer," said he soothingly, " there ain't any use talking about firing, and I ain't going to let you build up any false hopes. But I'll tell you what, you don't need to feel glum about it. She loves you, don't she? " Spitzer's lips moved. " Hmm? " inquired Regan solicitously, bending forward. " Yes, she says she does," repeated Spitzer in thin tones. " Yes, well then, when you know women as much about 'em as I do, you'll know that nothing else counts, nothing but the love, I mean. It's their nature, and they're all alike. That's the way it is with all of 'em." Regan waved his hand expansively. " It'll be all right, you'll see. She won't hold out on that line." Some men profit much by little experience, others profit little by much experience. Spitzer, possibly, had had little, very little, but the dejected droop of his shoulders as he started back for the roundhouse intimated that in the matter of knowledge as applied to the eternal feminine he was perhaps, in so far as it lay between himself and the master mechanic, the better qualified of the two to speak. And that certainly was concretely applied, which is to say applied to Merla Swenson. Regan couldn't have kept the story back to save his life, and it didn't take long for the division to get it. They all got it, train crews and engine crews on way freights, stray freights, locals, extras and regulars, the staff, the shop hands, the track walkers, and the section gangs down to the last car tink. At first the division looked incredulous, then it grinned, and then it howled, and its howl was the one word Spitzer, with 17 exclamation points after it to make the tempo and rhythm hang out in a manner befitting and commensurate with the occasion. It's an ill wind that blows nobody good. Dutchy Damrosch did the business of his life. He did more business than he had ever dreamed of doing in his wildest flights of imagination, for Dutchy had the lunch counter rights at Big Cloud. What's that got to do with Spitzer and his marital ambition? Well, a whole lot. Merla Swenson was second girl in Dutchy's establishment, and Merla was the fiancée of Spitzer, which was a rotten bad pun of Spider Kelly's, the conductor, and due more to the brogue-like twist of his tongue than to any malice aforethought. To see any girl that was in love with Spitzer was worth the price of coffee and sinkers any old time. The lunch counter took on the air of a dime museum, and the visitors questioned Merla anxiously, a little suspiciously that after all there might be a nigger in the woodpile somewhere in the shape of a frame-up, with the hoax on themselves. Merla settled all doubts on that score. Unruffled, calmly, stoically, dispassionately, she answered the same question 50 times a day, and each time in the same way. " Ja, I ban love Spitzer," was her infallible reply, in a tone that made the bare possibility that she could have done anything else seem the very acme of absurdity. Merla's inflection struck deep at the root of things inevitable. After that there was nothing to be said. A few, very few, and as the days went by their numbers thinned with amazing rapidity, had the temerity to snicker audibly. They only did it once, as with arms akimbo and hands on hips Merla advanced to the edge of the counter with a look in her steadfast blue eyes that was far from inviting, and inquired: " Him bad goot mans, I tank? " It was put in the form of a question, it is true, but the put was of such cold uncompromise that the result was always the same. The offender hastily buried his nose in his coffee cup, dug for a dime to square his account with Dutchy, and made for the platform. This was all very well, but unless Regan died and someone with a little less, or a little more, depending on how you look at it, imagination took his place, Spitzer's chances of getting into a cab were as good as ever, which is to say that they were about as good as the goodness of a plugged nickel. And the trouble was that as far as Spitzer could see, the master mechanic wasn't sprouting out with any visible signs of premature decay. Furthermore, as he had suspicioned and now discovered, Regan wasn't the last word on women. Not, perhaps, that Merla put firing before love, only she was uncommonly strong on firing. Spitzer was unhappy. All things come to those who wait, they say. So they do, perhaps, but the way of their coming is sometimes not to be understood or fathomed. The story of a man who fell from the 18th-story window of an office building and incidentally broke his neck has no place here except in a general way. A friend who took a passing interest in the event was curious enough to investigate the cause, and he traced it back step by step, logically, surely, inevitably, beyond the possibility of refutation, to the fact that the second hook from the top on the back of the man's wife's dress, not the man's dress, the dress of the man's wife, was missing on the morning of the day of his untimely decease. The man, not the man's friend, was an inventor, but no matter, it just shows. Regan still being alive, the chances are better than 1,000 to 1 that Spitzer would have known a cold and forlorn old age, as Robert Louis puts it, and Merla would never have had a second edition of herself if it hadn't been for a few measly unripe crab apples. What? Yeah, that's it, crab apples. That's the way Spitzer got where he is today, just crab apples. Funny how things happen sometimes when you come to think of it, isn't it? Spitzer and the man who broke his neck aren't the only ones who've had their ups and downs that way, not by several. There isn't any moral to this except that here and there you'll find a man who isn't as modest about his own ability as he ought to be. Spitzer's nocturnal habits, that were a matter of so much unconcern, and of which the railroad crowd at Big Cloud were so densely in ignorance, have a part in this. The truth is that between the lunch counter and the station is the baggage and freight shed, and behind the freight shed it is very dark, and also not less pertinent is the fact that Merla was possessed of no other quarters than those shared by her sister in arms in Dutchy's employ, which were neither propitious nor commodious. Hence, but the connection is obvious. On Merla's night off at 8 o'clock, Spitzer sneaked down through the fields and across the platform, weather permitting, and on those nights Merla donned her bonnet for a walk at the same hour. When the station clock struck 10 and coincidentally number 1's mellow chime sounded down the gorge, Merla retraced her steps to the upstairs rear of the lunch counter, and Spitzer retraced his across the platform to the fields in the direction of the town and his boarding house. Only of late Spitzer had taken to lingering on the platform way up at the far end where it was also very dark and equally as deserted. Here he would gaze wistfully at the big mogul with valves popping and the steam drumming at her gauges as she waited on the siding just in front of him, Big Cloud being a divisional point where the engines were changed, to back down onto number 1 for the first stretch of the mountain run, Burke's run with 503, and Big Jim McAloon looking after the shovel end of it. There wasn't anything novel in the sight, but it didn't seem to strike Spitzer as monotonous, although when it was all over and he watched the vanishing tail lights he always sighed. It was just the same performance each time. 10 minutes or so before number 1 westbound was due, McAloon would run 503 out of the roundhouse, over the turntable, up the line, and back onto the siding. Then Burke would appear on the scene, light a torch, and poke around with a long-spouted oil can. Spitzer would usually reach his position up the platform in time to see the engineer's final jab with the torch between the drivers or into the link motion before swinging himself through the gangway into the cab, as the Limited, with snapping trucks and screeching brake shoes, rolled into the station. But one night it fell out a little differently. The station clock had struck 10, Merla had hastened to her domicile, and Spitzer to the far end of the platform, as usual, but number 1 was late. Suddenly Spitzer jumped and his heart seemed to shoot into his mouth. There was a wild, piercing scream of agony. It came again. The blood left Spitzer's cheeks. He saw Burke fly around the end of the pilot, the torch dancing in his hand, and make for the cab. Spitzer involuntarily leaped from the platform to the track and ran in the same direction. Then the safety valve popped with a terrific roar, drowning out all other sounds. He clambered cautiously into the cab. On the floor, McAloon was going through a performance that would have beggared the efforts of a writhing python, and the while he groaned and yelled. As Spitzer watched, Burke, who was bending over McAloon with an anxious face, suddenly reached forward and picked up a little round object that rolled from the pocket of the fireman's jumper, then another and another. Spitzer instinctively craned forward, and in so doing attracted Burke's notice for the first time. Burke's look of anxiety gave way to a grin, and he held out the objects to Spitzer, just as if it wasn't Spitzer at all, but an ordinary man. Humor, like death, is a great leveler, but no matter, let that go. Burke held them out to Spitzer, Spitzer took them, and even Spitzer grinned. It didn't need any doctor to diagnose McAloon's complaint, and the complaint wasn't poetic. Cramps, old-fashioned, unadulterated cramps, just plain cramps and green crab apples. Some things lay a man out worse, perhaps, but there aren't many. Burke's grin didn't last long, for at that moment came Number One's long, clear siren note, and back over the tender a streak of light shot out in a wide circle from around a butte, and then danced along the rails and began to light up the platform as the Limited thundered, 5 minutes late, into the straight stretch. " Holy fish plates !" yelled Burke. " I gotta get a man to fire. Spitzer, you run like hell to the roundhouse and " Burke stopped. Spitzer stopped him. There are moments in everybody's life when they rise above themselves, above habit, above environment, above everything, if even for only a brief instant. A chance like this would never come again. If he could fire one trip, maybe Regan would change his mind. Spitzer grasped at it frantically, despairingly. " Burke, I can fire! " he fairly screamed. " Give me a chance, Burke. I'll never get one if you don't." Burke gasped for a moment like a man with his breath knocked out of him. Then something like a dry chuckle sounded in his throat. No one knows but Burke what decided him. It might have been either of two things, or a combination of them both. Spitzer's pleading face, or the desire to take a rise out of Regan. Burke and Regan not having been on the best of terms since the last general elections. Be that as it may, Burke pointed at the squirming fireman. " Take his feet," he muttered. Together they lifted and dragged the stricken McAloon out of the cab and to the ground. 1108, pulling Number One, had come to a stop abreast of them by now, and Burke shouted at the engine crew. " Here !" he bawled. " Lend a hand !" And as both men stuck their heads out of the gangway, he and Spitzer boosted the fireman up to them. " Got cramps," explained Burke tersely. " You'll be able to fix him up in the roundhouse. 5 minutes late, huh? Well, hurry, you're clear. There's your go ahead. Pull out and let me get hold." Burke turned to Spitzer as 1108 slipped away from the baggage car and moved up the track, and pointed to the gangway of his own engine. " Get in," he said grimly. " You'll get a chance to fire. And take it from me, you'll never get a chance to do that or anything else again this side of the happy hunting grounds, my bucko, if you throw me down." And while Regan quarreled amiably over a game of pedro upstairs in the station with Carlton, 503, with Spitzer, tousle-haired, mild-eyed, heart-beating like a trip hammer Spitzer, in the cab, backed down on the Imperial Limited, and coupled on for the mountain run. There was a quick testing of the air, a hurried running up and down the platform, and then Burke, leaning from the window with his arms stretched out inside the cab and fingers on the throttle, opened a notch, and the platform began to slide past them. Spitzer wrinkled his face and stared at the gauge needle. 210 pounds all the way, all the time, 210 pounds. It was up to him. With a jerk of the chain, he swung the furnace door wide, and a shovelful of coal shot neatly scattered over the grate. There is an art in all things. There is the quintessence of art in the prosaic and laborious task of firing an engine. Spitzer was not without art, for in a way he had had years of experience. But banking a fire in the roundhouse and nursing a roaring pit of flame to its highest degree of efficiency in a swaying, lurching cab are two different and distinct operations that are in no way to be confounded. 503 began to lurch and sway. Notch by notch, Burke was opening her out, and the bark of the exhaust was coming like the quick crackle of a Gatling. 5 minutes late in the mountains, on a time schedule already marked up to a dizzy height that called for more chances than the passengers paid for, is well, it's 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, that's all. Some men would have left it for the Pacific Division crowd the next day on a level track and a straight sweep, but not Burke. Spitzer's initiation was in ample form, and he got the full benefit of all the rites and ceremonies with every detail of the ritual worked in, and no favors shown. So far, all was well. The rough country was all in front of the pilot, and Spitzer was all business. His pulse was beating in tune to only one thing, the dancing needle on the gauge. Again he swung the door open, and the red flare lighted up the heavens and played on features that Regan would never have known for Spitzer's. They were set, grim, and determined, covered with little sweat beads that glistened like diamonds. The singing sweep of the wind was in his ears, and he poised his shovel. There was a sickening slur. 503 shot round a tangent, and the shovel full of coal shot like bullets all over the cab, including Burke, hit about everything in sight but the objective point aimed at. Simultaneously, Spitzer promptly performed a gyration that resembled something like a back handspring, and landed well up on the tender, to roll back to the floor of the cab again with an accompanying avalanche of coal. He picked himself up and glanced apprehensively at the engineer. There was not a scowl, not even a grin on Burke's face, just an encouraging flirt of the hand, but the flirt was momentous. Wise and full of guile was Burke, for with that little act Spitzer, biblically speaking, girded up his loins and got his second wind. They were well into the foothills now, and the right of way was an amazing wonder. Diving, twisting, curving, it circled and bored and trestled its way, and buttes, canyons, gorges, and coulees roared past like flights of fancy. The speed was terrific. To Spitzer, it was all a wild, mad medley of things he had never known before, of things that had neither beginning nor ending. The giddy slew as the big mountain racer hit the curves, the crunching grind of the flanges as for an instant she lifted from her wheel base, the pitch, the roll, the staggering reel, the gasp for breath, the beat of the trucks, the whir of the racing drivers, the rush of the wind, the echoing thunder of the flying coaches behind. It was all there, all separate, all welded into one, a creation, new, vernal, life, the life of the rail that beat at his eardrums and quickened the pounding throb of his heart. At first, from time to time, Burke leaned over his levers to glance at the pressure gauge, but after a bit he crouched a little further forward in his seat and his eyes held on the track ahead where the beam of the electric headlight flooded the glittering ribbons of steel. He was getting what McAloon or no other man had ever given him before, 210 pounds all the way. Spitzer was firing #1, the Imperial Limited, westbound, on the mountain run, 3 minutes late. The sweat was rolling in streams from the little fellow now, and he clung in the gangway for a moment's breathing spell, leaning out, staring ahead at a few shining lights in the distance. Came the hoarse scream of the whistle, the clattering crash as they shattered the yard switches, a blurred vision of dark outlines dotted with tiny scintillating points, and station, yard, lights, switches, and all were behind him. Spitzer drew his sleeve across his forehead and turned again to his work as they thundered over a long steel trestle, Thief Creek. Spitzer knew the road well enough at second hand, if not from personal experience. Just ahead was the pass, Sucker Pass, straight enough for its quarter-mile stretch, but where the rock walls rose up either side so close as to almost scratch the paint off the rolling stock. Eased for a moment in scant deference to switches and trestle just past, Spitzer felt the forward leap of the racer as Burke threw her wide open again. He bent for his shovel, and then, quick as the winking of an eye, sudden as doom, came a tearing, rending crash, a scream from Burke, and the right-hand side of the cab seemed literally torn in two. A flying piece of woodwork that struck him across the eyes, a terrific jolt as the engine lifted and fell back, sent Spitzer headlong to the floor of the cab. Dazed, half mad with the pain, the blood streaming from his forehead, he staggered to his feet. Burke lay coiled in an inert heap just in front of him by the furnace door. A whizzing piece of steel rose up, crunched, slithered, gashed a track of ruin for itself, and was gone. It had missed Burke only by a hair's breadth. Next time there might not be even that limit of safety. With a cry, Spitzer leaped forward and dragged the unconscious engineer across the cab. Again the jolt, the slur, the stagger, the desperate wrench. It seemed like years, like eternity to Spitzer. He was living a lifetime in the passing of a second. It had been no more than that, no more than 2 or 3 at most. There are some things worse, much worse in railroading than a broken crank pin and a rod amuck, but not when it comes in the pass, where derailment at their racing speed spelt death, quick and sudden. There was just one chance for the trailing string of coaches, just one for every last soul aboard Spitzer. But between Spitzer and the throttle and the air latch was a thing of steel that rose and fell, now swinging a splintering, murderous arc through the shattered side of the cab, now grinding into the ties and roadbed, threatening with every revolution to pitch 503 and the train behind her headlong from the rails to crumple like flimsy eggshells against the narrow rocky walls that lined the pass. Just one chance for the train crew and passengers, just 1 in 1,000 for Spitzer. And little 5'5" Spitzer, diffident, retiring, self-effaced, unobtrusive Spitzer, with a dry, choking sob in his throat, flung himself forward to stop the train. His hands clutched desperately at the levers. There was a hiss, the vicious bite of the brake shoes, then a blinding light before his eyes as the rod caught him and he pitched, senseless, half out through the front window of the cab, head down on the running board. The last word is a woman's. It is her inalienable right, said Merla to Regan, with a world of suggestion in the cadence of her voice, when Spitzer was getting well enough to think about going to work again. I ban love Spitzer. Well, said Regan, squinting at her round, steadfast blue eyes, there ain't anything I know of to keep you waiting. He can name any run he wants. And then, the wonder of it still being heavy upon him, he exclaimed with the air of one invoking the universe: "Now, wouldn't that get you? What do you think, huh?" All English to Merla was literal. "Him ben't good mans, I think," she said. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 5 Shanley's Luck. Generally speaking, Carlton, the super, was a pretty good judge of human nature, and he wasn't in the habit of making many breaks when it came to sizing up a man. Not many. He did sometimes, but not often. However, Shanley came out from the east, third-class, colonist coach, billed through to Bubble Creek, B.C. Not that Shanley had any relatives or friends there, nor, for that matter, any particular reason for wanting to go there. It was simply a question of how far his money would go in yards of pink-colored paper, about 2 1/2 inches wide, stamped, printed, countersigned, and signed again to obviate any possible misunderstanding that might arise touching the company's liability for baggage, the act of God, dangers foreseen and unforeseen, personal effects or resultant personal defects, whether due to negligence or not, it was all one. The colonist ticket was a bill of lading, and the goods went through O.R., owner's risk. This possibly may not be strictly legal, but it is strictly safe for the company. Furthermore, the directors didn't have to sit up very late at night to figure out that if they got the colonists' money first, there would be none left for legal advice in case of eventualities, and that's the way it was with about 999 out of every 1,000 colonists. The company, of course, did take some risk. They took a chance on the 1,000th man. The company had sporting blood. If Shanley had only known what was going to happen, he could have saved some of his money on that ticket. As it stands now, he has still got transportation coming to him from Little Dance on the Hill Division to Bubble Creek, B.C. That may be an asset, or it may not. Shanley never asked for it. Third class, colonist, no stopover allowed, red-haired, freckle-faced, an up-tilt to the nose, a jaw as square as the side of a house, shoulders like a bull's, and a fist that would fell an ox. That was Shanley. That was Shanley until the sprung rail that ditched the train at Little Dance caused him the loss of 2 things, his erstwhile status in the general passenger agent's department, and a well-beloved and reeking briar. Both were lost forever. His status, partly on account of the reasons before mentioned, and partly because Shanley wasn't particularly interested in Bubble Creek. His briar because it became an integral part of that memorable wreck as Shanley, who was peacefully smoking in the front end compartment of the colonist coach when the trouble happened, left the pipe behind while he catapulted through the open door. It was summer and sizzling hot, and landed a very much dazed, bewildered, but not otherwise hurt Shanley, halfway up the embankment on the off side of a scene of most amazing disorder. The potentialities that lie in a sprung rail are something to marvel at. Up ahead the engine had promptly turned turtle, and as promptly giving vent to its displeasure at the indignity heaped upon it, had encased itself in an angry, hissing cloud of steam. Behind, the baggage and mail cars seemed to have vied with each other in affectionate regard for the tender. Only the brass-polished, nickel-plated Pullmans at the rear still held the rails. The rest was just a crazy slew, edgeways up-canted, toppled-over string of cars, already beginning to smoke as the flames licked into them. The shouts of those who had made their escape, the screams of those still imprisoned within the wreckage, the sight of others crawling through the doors and windows brought Shanley back to his senses. He rose to his feet, blinked furiously, as was his habit on all untoward occasions, and the next instant he was down the embankment and into the game, to begin his career as a railroad man. That's where he started, in the wreck at Little Dance. In and out of the blazing pyre, after a woman or a child, the crash of his axe through splintering woodwork, the scorching heat, prying away some poor devil wedged down beneath the debris, tinkling glass as the heat cracked the windows or he beat through a pane with his fist. It was all hazy, all a dream to Shanley as, hours afterward, a grim, gaunt figure with blackened, bleeding face, his clothes hanging in ribbons, he rode into the Big Cloud yards on the derrick car. Some men would have hit up the claim agent for a stake. Shanley hit up Carlton for a job, but for modesty's sake, previous to presenting himself before the superintendent's desk, he borrowed from one of the wrecking crew the only available article of wearing apparel at hand, a very dirty and disreputable pair of overalls. Dirty and disreputable, but whole. "I want a job, Mr. Carlton," said he bluntly, when he had gained admittance to the super. "You do, replied Carlton, looking him up and down. "You do, eh? You're a pretty hard-looking nut, Shanley blinked, but being painfully aware that he undoubtedly did look all, if not more than that, and being, too, not quite sure what to make of the super, he contented himself with the remark, "I ain't a pitcher, I suppose." Said Carlton. "Been up at the wreck, I hear. What?" "Yes," said Shanley shortly. No long story, no tale of what he'd done, no anything, just "yes," and that was what caught Carlton. "What can you do?" demanded the super. "Anything. I'm not fussy," replied Shanley. Said Carlton. "You don't look it." And he favored Shanley with another prolonged stare. Shanley, at first uncomfortable, shifted nervously from one foot to the other, then as the stare continued he began to get irritated. "Look here," he flung out suddenly, "I ain't on exhibition, I come for a job. I ain't got any letters of recommendation from pastors of churches in the East. I ain't got nothing. My name's Shanley, and I haven't got anything to prove that." "You've got your nerve," said Carlton, leaning back in his swivel chair and tucking a thumb in the armhole of his vest. "Ever worked on a railroad?" "No," answered Shanley, a little less assertively, as he saw his chances of a job vanishing into thin air, and already regretting his hasty speech. A few odd nickels wasn't a very big stake for a man starting out in a new country, and that represented the sum total of Shanley's worldly wealth. "No, I never worked on a railroad." Continued Carlton. "Well, my friend, you can report to the trainmaster in the morning, and tell him I said to put you on braking. Get out." It came so suddenly and unexpectedly that it took Shanley's breath. Carlton's ways were not Shanley's ways, or ways that Shanley by any peradventure had been accustomed to. A moment before he wouldn't have exchanged one of his nickels for his chances of a job. Therefore his reply resolved itself into a sheepish grin. Moreover, but of this hereafter, Shanley back east was decidedly more in the habit of having his applications refused with scant ceremony than he was to receiving favorable consideration, which was another reason for his failure to rise to the occasion with the appropriate words of thanks. Incidentally, Shanley, like a select few of his fellow creatures, had his failings, concretely his particular strayings from the straight and narrow, not having been hidden under a bushel, were responsible, with the advice and assistance of a distant relative or two, advice being always cheap, and assistance in this case a marked-down bargain, for his migration to the west, as far west as the funds in hand would take him, Bubble Creek, B.C. The distant relatives saw to that. They bought the ticket. Shanley, still smiling sheepishly and in obedience to the super's instruction to get out, was halfway to the door when Carlton halted him. "Shanley." "Yes, sir," said Shanley, finding his voice and swinging around. "Got any money?" Shanley's hand mechanically drove through the overalls and rummaged in the pocket of his torn and ribboned trousers. The pocket had not been spared. The nickels, every last one of them, were gone. The look on his face evidently needed no interpretation. Carlton was holding out 2 bills, 2 tens. "Cleaned out, eh? Well, I wouldn't blame anyone if they asked you for your board bill in advance. Here, I guess you'll need this. You can pay it back later on. There's a fellow keeps a clothing store up the street that it wouldn't do you any harm to visit, With gratitude in his heart and the best of resolutions exuding from every pore, he was always long on resolutions. Shanley, being embarrassed and therefore awkward, made a somewhat ungraceful exit from the super's presence. But neither gratitude nor resolution, even of steel plate, double riveted variety, are of much avail against circumstances and conditions over which one has absolutely, undeniably, and emphatically no control. If Dinkelman's Clothing Emporium had occupied a site between the station and McGuire's Blazing Star Saloon, instead of the said Blazing Star Saloon occupying that altogether inappropriate position itself, and if Spider Kelly, the conductor of the wrecked train, had not run into Shanley before he had fairly got 10 yards from the super's office, things undoubtedly would have been very different. Shanley took that view of it afterward, and certainly he was justified. It is on record that he had no hand in the laying out of Big Cloud nor in the control of its real estate rentals or leases. Railroad men are by no stretch of the imagination to be regarded as hero worshippers, but if a man does a decent thing they are not averse to telling him so. Shanley had done several very decent things at the wreck. Spider Kelly invited him into the Blazing Star. Shanley demurred. "I've got to get some clothes," he explained. "Get 'em afterward," said Kelly. "Plenty of time. Come on, it's just supper time, and there'll be a lot of the boys in there. They'll be glad to meet you. If you're hungry, you'll find the best free layout on the division. There's nothing small about McGuire." Shanley hesitated, and proverbially was lost. An intimate and particular description of the events of that night are on no account to be written. They would not have shocked, surprised, or astonished Shanley's distant relatives, but everybody is not a distant relative. Shanley remembered it in spots, only in spots. He fought and whipped Spider Kelly, who was a much bigger man than himself, and thereby cemented an undying friendship. He partook of the hospitality showered upon him and returned it with a lavish hand, as long as Carlton's 20 lasted. He made speeches, many of them, touching wrecks and the nature of wrecks and his own particular participation therein, which was seemly, since at the end, about 3 o'clock in the morning, he slid with some dignity under the table, and with the fond belief that he was once more clutching an axe and doing heroic and noble service, wound his arms grimly, remorselessly, tenaciously, like an octopus, around the table leg, and slept. McGuire, before bolting the front door, studied the situation carefully and left him there, for the sake of the table. The sunlight next morning was not charitable to Shanley. Where yesterday he had borne the marks of 1 wreck, he now bore the marks of 2, his own on top of the company's. Up the street, Dinkelman's Clothing Emporium flaunted a canvas sign announcing unusual bargains in men's apparel. This seemed to Shanley an unkindly act that would be expressed in no better terms than rubbing it in. He gazed at the sign with an aggrieved expression on his face, blinked furiously, and started with a step that lacked something of assurance for the railroad yards and the trainmaster's office. He was by no means confident of the reception that awaited him. If there is one characteristic over and above any other that is common to human nature, it is the faculty, though that's rather an imposing word, of worrying like sin over something that may happen, but never does. Shanley might just as well have saved himself the mental worry anent the trainmaster's possible attitude. He did not report to the trainmaster that morning, never saw that gentleman until long, very long afterward. Instead, he reported to Carlton, at the latter's urgent solicitation in the shape of a grinning call boy who intercepted his march of progress toward the station.
"Hey, you there, cherub face!" bawled the urchin politely. "The super wants you, on the hop."
Shanley stopped short and, resorting to his favorite habit, blinked.
"Carlton, get it? Carlton!"
repeated the messenger, evidently by no means sure that he was thoroughly understood, and then for a parting shot as he sailed gaily up the street,
"Gee, but you're pretty."
Carlton. Shanley had forgotten all about Carlton for the moment. His hand instinctively went into his pocket, and then he groaned. He remembered Carlton, but worst of all, he remembered Carlton's 20. There were two courses open to him. He could sneak out of town with all possible modesty and dispatch, or he could face the music. Not that Shanley debated the question. The occasion has never yet arisen when he hadn't faced the music. He simply experienced the temptation to crawl. That was all. It looks to me, he ruminated ruefully, as though I was up against it for fair. Just my luck, just my blasted luck. Always the same kind of luck, that's what. Tain't my fault, neither, is it? I ain't responsible for that darn wreck. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here. And Kelly, Spider, he said his name was. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here neither. What the blazes did I have to do with it? I always have to stand for the other cuss. That's me every time, I guess. And that's logic. It was. Neither was there any flaw in it, as at first sight might appear, for the last test of logic is its power of conviction. Shanley, from being a man with some reasonable cause for qualms of conscience, became in his own mind one deeply sinned against, one injured and crushed down by the load of others he was forced to bear. He explained this to Carlton while the thought of his burning wrongs was still at white heat and before the super had a chance to get in a word. He began as he opened the office door, continued as he crossed the room, and finished as he stood before the super's desk. The scowl that had settled on Carlton's face as he looked up at the other's entrance gradually gave way to a hint of humor lurking around the corners of his mouth, and he leaned back in his chair and listened with an exaggerated air of profound attention. Just so, said he, when Shanley finally came to a breathless halt. Now, perhaps you'll allow me to say a word. It may not have occurred to you that I sent for you in order that I might do the talking, This really seemed to require no answer, so Shanley made none. Yesterday, went on Carlton, you came to me for a job, and I gave you one, didn't I? Yes, admitted Shanley, licking his lips. Just so, said Carlton mildly. I hired you then, I fire you now. Pretty quick work, what? You're the doctor, said Shanley evenly enough. He had, for all his logic, expected no more nor less. He was too firm a believer in his own particular and exclusive brand of luck. You're the doctor, he repeated. There's a matter of $20. I was coming to that, interrupted Carlton, but I'm glad you mentioned it. I'll be honest enough to admit I hardly expected you would. A man who acts as you've acted doesn't generally, I told you it wasn't my fault, said Shanley stubbornly. Carlton reached for his pipe and struck a match, surveying Shanley the while with a gaze that was half perplexed, half quizzical. You're a queer card, he remarked at last. Why don't you cut out the booze? It wasn't my fault, I tell you, persisted Shanley. You're a pretty good hand with your fists, what? Said Carlton, irrelevantly. Kelly's no slouch himself. Shanley blinked. It appeared that the super was as intimately posted on the events of the preceding evening as he was himself. The remark suggested an inspection of the fists in question. They were grimy and dirty, and most of the knuckles were barked. Closed, they resembled a pair of miniature battering rams.
Pretty good,
he admitted modestly. About that 20. You intend to pay it back, don't you?
I'm not a thief, whatever else I am, snapped Shanley. Of course I'll pay it back, you needn't worry.
When? Insisted Carlton coolly.
When I get a job.
I'll give you one, said Carlton. Royal Carlton, the boys called him, the squarest man that ever held down a division. I'll give you one where your fist will be kept out of mischief and where you can't hit the high joints quite as hard as you did last night. But I want you to understand this, Shanley, and understand it good and plenty, and once for all, it's your last chance. You made a fool of yourself last night, but you acted like a man yesterday. That's why you're getting a new deal. You're going up to Glacier Canyon with McCann on the construction work. You won't find it anyways luxurious, and maybe you'll like McCann, and maybe you won't. He's been squealing for a white man to live with. You can help him boss Italians at $1.75 a day, and you can go up on 29 this morning, and that'll take care of your transportation. What do you say? Shanley couldn't say anything. He looked at the super and blinked. Then he looked at his fist speculatively and blinked. Carlton was scribbling on a piece of paper. All right, he said, looking up and handing over the paper. There's an order on Dinkelman. Only get someone else to show you the way this time and take the other side of the street going up. Understand?
Mr. Carlton, Shanley blurted out, if ever I get full again, you...
I will, said Carlton grimly. I'll fire you so hard and fast you'll be out of breath for a month. Don't make any mistake about that. No man gets more than 2 chances with me. The next time you get drunk will finish your railroad career for keeps, I promise you that.
Yes,
said Shanley humbly. And then, after a moment's nervous hesitation,
about Kelly, Mr. Carlton, I don't want to get him in bad on this. You see, it was this way. He left early. That's what started the fight. I called him a quitter or something like that.
Yes, or something like that, repeated Carlton dryly. So I believe. I've had a talk with Kelly. You needn't let the incomprehensible workings of that conscience of yours prick you any on his account. Kelly knows when to stop. His record is okay in this office. Kelly doesn't get drunk. If he did, he'd be fired just as fast as you will be if it ever happens again.
If I'm never fired for anything but that, exclaimed Shanley in a burst of fervent emotion, I've got a job for life. I'll prove it to you, Mr. Carlton. I'm going to make good. You'll see if I don't.
Very well, said Carlton. I hope you will. That's all, Shanley. I'll let McCann know you're coming. Shanley's second exit from the super's presence was different from the first. He walked out with a firm tread and squared shoulders. He was rejuvenated and buoyant. He was on his mettle, quite another matter, entirely another matter, and distinctly apart from the paltry consideration of a mere job. He had told Carlton that he would make good. Well, he would. And he did. Carlton himself said so, and Carlton wasn't in the habit of making many breaks when it came to sizing up a man. Not many. He did sometimes, but not often. Shanley did not take the other side of the street on the way to Dinkelman's, by no means. He deliberately passed as close to the Blazing Star Saloon as he could, passed with contemptuous disregard, passed boastfully in the knowledge of his own strength. A 1600 class engine with her 4 pairs of 46-inch drivers can pull countless cars up a mountain grade steep enough to make one dizzy. But Shanley would have backed himself to win against her in a tug-of-war over the scant few inches that separated him from McGuire's dispensary as he brushed by. None of McGuire's for him. Not at all. Red-headed, freckle-faced, barked-knuckled, bulwarked, and armor-cased against temptation. Shanley dealt that morning with Mr. Dinkelman, purveyor of bargains in men's apparel. The dealings were liberal on the part of both men. On Shanley's part because he needed much, on Mr. Dinkelman's part because it was Mr. Dinkelman's business and his nature to sell much, if he could, safely. This was eminently safe. Carlton's name in the mountains stood higher than guaranteed gilt-edged gold bonds any time. The business finally concluded, Shanley boarded 29, local freight, west, and in due time, well on in the afternoon, rigorously sober, straight as a string, cleaned, groomed, and resplendent in a new suit, swung off from the caboose at Glacier Canyon as the train considerately slackened speed enough to give him a fighting chance for life and limb. He landed safely, however, in the midst of a jabbering Italian labor gang who received his sudden advent with patience and some awe. A short, squinting-faced man greeted him with a grin. " My name's McCann," said he of the squint face. " This is Glacier Canyon, for what you see of it. Them's the Italians. Yon's for where I roost, and by the same token for where you'll roost too from now on. Above is the shack of the men. Are yez pleased with your introduction? 'Tis one hell of a hole you've come to. Shanley's the name, eh? A good one, and I'm proud to make the acquaintance." Shanley blinked as he stretched out his hand and made friends with his superior, and blinked again as he looked first one way and then another in an effort to follow and absorb the other's graphic description of the surroundings. The road foreman's summary was beyond dispute. Glacier Canyon was as wild a piece of track as the Hill Division boasted, which was going some. The right-of-way hugged the bald gray rock of the mountains that rose up at one side in a sheer sweep, and the trains crawled along for all the world like huge flies at the base of a wall. On the other side was the Glacier River, with its treacherous sandy bed that had been the subject of more reports and engineers' gray hairs than all the rest of the system put together. The construction camp lay just to the east of the canyon and at the foot of a long, stiff 2-mile 4% grade. That was the reason the camp was there, that grade. Locking the stable door when the horse is gone is a procedure that is very old. It did not originate with the directors of the Transcontinental, they never claimed it did. But their fixed policy, if properly presented before a court of arbitration, would have gone a long way toward establishing a clear title to it. If they had built a switchback at the foot of the grade in the first place, extra number 83, when she lost control of herself near the bottom coming down, would have demonstrated just as clearly the necessity for one being there as she demonstrated most forcibly what would happen when there wasn't. All of which is by way of saying that rock or no rock, expense or no expense, the door was now to be locked, and McCann and his men were there to lock it. McCann explained this to Shanley as he walked him around, up the track to the men's shanties, over the work, and back again down the track to inspect the interior of the dwelling they were to share in common. A relic of deceased extra number 83 in the shape of a truckless boxcar with dinted and bulging sides, dinted one side and bulged the other, that is. " But," said Shanley, " I don't know what a switchback is." "Who expected it of you?" inquired McCann. "And what difference does it make? Carlton sent word you were green. You've no need to know. So as you can do as you're told and make them geezers do as they're told, and can play 45 at night, that's the point, the main point with me, and it's me yez have to get along with till be all right. Since Megan, him that was helping me, took sick a week back, I've been alone. Begad, playing solitaire is—" "I can play 45, said Shanley. McCann's face brightened. "The powers be praised!" he exclaimed. "I'll enlighten you then on the matter of switchbacks, me son, so as you'll have an intelligent conception of the work. A switchback is a bit of a spur track that sticks out like the quills of a porcupine at intervals on a bad grade such as the one for Ninstchi. 'Tis run off the main line, d'ye mind, and up contrary-wise to the dip of the grade. When a train coming down gets beyond control and so expresses herself by means of her whistle, she's switched off and given a chance to run uphill by way of variety until she stops. And the same holds true if she breaks loose going up. Is it clear?" "It is," said Shanley. "When do I begin work?" "In the morning. 'Tis near 6 now, and the boys will be quitting for the night. 45 is a grand game. We'll play it out tonight to our better acquaintance. I contend 'tis the national game of the old sod." Whether McCann's contention is borne out by fact or by the even more weighty consideration of public opinion is of little importance. Shanley played 45 with McCann that night and for many nights thereafter. He lost a figure or two off the paycheck that was to come, but he won the golden opinion of the little road boss, which ethically, and in this case practically, was of far greater value.
"He's a bright jewel of a lad," wrote McCann across the foot of a weekly report.
And Carlton, seeing it, was much gratified, for Carlton wasn't in the habit of making many breaks when it came to sizing up a man, not many. He did sometimes, but not often. Shanley was making good. Carlton was much gratified. Of the 3 weeks that followed Shanley's advent to Glacier Canyon, this story has little to do in a detailed way. But as a whole, those 3 weeks are pointed, eloquent, and important. Very important. Italian laborers have many failings, but likewise they have many virtues. They are simple, demonstrative, and their capacity for adoration of both men and things is very great. From Jacko, the water boy, to Pietro Maraschino, the padrone, they adored Shanley, and enthroned him as an idol in their hearts, for the very simple reason that Shanley, not being a professional slave driver by trade, established new and heretofore undreamed of relations with them. Shanley was very green, very ignorant, very inexperienced. He treated them like human beings. That was the long and short of it. Shanley became popular beyond the popularity of any man before or since who was ever called upon to handle the foreign element on the Hill Division. And the work progressed. Day by day the cut bored deeper into the stubborn mountainside. Day by day the Glacier River gurgled peacefully along over its treacherous sandy bed, one of the prettiest scenic effects on the system, so pretty that the company used it in the magazines. Day by day regulars and extras, freights and passengers, east and west, snorted up and down the grade, the only visitations from the outside world. Night after night Shanley played 45 with McCann in the smoky, truckless boxcar. Also the camp was dry, very dry, drier than a sanatorium, that is, than some sanatoriums. Carlton had been quite right. There was no opportunity for Shanley to hit the high joints quite as hard as he had that night in Big Cloud. There was no opportunity for him to hit the high joints at all. Shanley had not seen a bottle for 3 weeks. Therefore Shanley felt virtuous, which was proper. Some events follow others as the natural, logical outcome and conclusion of preceding ones. Others, again, are apparently irrelevant, and the connection is not to be explained either by logic, conclusion, or otherwise. Rain, McCann's departure for Big Cloud, and Pietro Maraschino's birthday are an example of this. When it settles down for a storm in the mountains, it is, if the elements are really in earnest, torrential and prolonged, and has the effect of tying up construction work tighter than a Supreme Court injunction could come anywhere near doing it. McCann had business in Big Cloud, whether personal or pertaining to the company is of no consequence, and the day the storm set in, the morning having demonstrated that its classification was not to be considered as transient, he seized the opportunity to flag the afternoon freight eastbound. This was natural and logical, and an opportunity not to be neglected. That this day, however, should be the anniversary of the day the padrone's mother of blessed memory had given birth to Pietro Maraschino in sunny Naples 53 years before is, though apparently irrelevant, far from being so. And since its peculiar and coincident happening cannot be laid at the door of either logical, natural, scientific, or philosophical conclusions, and since it demands an explanation of some sort, it must perforce be attributed to the metaphysical, which is a name given to all things about which nobody knows anything.
"Yez are in charge,"
said McCann grandiloquently, waving his hand to Shanley as he swung into the caboose.
"Yez are in charge of the work, me son. See it out. I trust you."
As the work at the moment was entirely at a standstill and bid fair to remain so until McCann's return on the morrow, this was very good of McCann. But all men like words of appreciation, most of them whether they deserved them or not, so Shanley went back into the boxcar out of the rain to ponder over the tribute McCann had paid him, and to ponder too over the new responsibility that had fallen to his lot. He did not ponder very long. Indeed, the freight that was transporting McCann could hardly have been out of sight over the summit of the grade when a knock at the door was followed by the entrance of the dripping figure of the padrone. Shanley looked up anxiously.
"Oh, Pietro,"
he said nervously, for the weather wasn't the kind that would bring a man out for nothing, and he was keenly alive to that new responsibility.
"Hello, Pietro,"
he repeated.
"Anything wrong?"
Pietro grinned amiably, shook his head, unbuttoned his coat, and held out a bottle. Shanley stared in amazement and then began to blink furiously.
"Here," said he, "what's this?"
Chianti, said Pietro, grinning harder than ever. Chianti. Shanley screwed up his face. What the devil is Chianti? Very good wine from Italia, said the beaming Padrone.
Is it? Is it? Well, it's against the rules, asserted Shanley with conviction. It's against the rules. McCann'd skin you alive, he would. Where'd you get it? Well, what's up, huh? It's against the rules. I'm in charge.
Pietro explained. It was his birthday. It was very bad weather. For the rest of the afternoon there would be no work. They would celebrate the birthday. Mr. McCann had taken the train. As for the wine, Pietro shrugged his shoulders. His people adored wine. Unless they were very poor, his people would have had a little wine in their packs, perhaps. He was not quite sure where they had got it, but it was very thoughtful of them to remember his birthday. Each had presented him with a little wine. This bottle was an expression of their very great good esteem of Mr. Shanley. Perhaps later Mr. Shanley would come himself to the shack.
That's against the rules, blinked Shanley. McCann'd skin you alive. Maybe I'll drop in by and by. You can leave the bottle.
Pietro bobbed, grinned delightedly, handed over the bottle, and backed out into the storm. Shanley, still blinking, placed the bottle on the table and gazed at it thoughtfully for a few minutes, and his thoughts were of Carlton.
If 'twere whiskey, said he, I'd have no part of it, not a drop, not even a smell. I would not. I would not touch it. But as it is,
Shanley uncorked the bottle. Not at all. One does not get drunk on a bottle of Chianti wine. A single bottle of Chianti wine is very little. That is the trouble. It is very little. After 3 weeks of abstinence, it is very little indeed, so little that it is positively tantalizing. The afternoon waned rapidly, and so did the Chianti. Outside, the storm, instead of abating, grew worse, the thunder racketing through the mountains, the lightning cutting jagged streaks in the black sky, the rain coming down in sheets that set the culverts and sluiceways running full. It was settling down for a bad night in the mountains, which in the Rockies is not a thing to be ignored.
"'Tis no wonder McCann found it lonely,"
muttered Shanley, as he squeezed the last drop from the bottle.
"'Tis very lonely indeed."
He held the bottle upside down to make sure that it was thoroughly drained.
"Most uncommon lonely, it is that. Maybe those Italians be thinking I'm stuck up, perhaps, which I am not. It's a queer name that stuff has, though it's against the rules, and I can't get my tongue around it, but I've tasted worse. For the sake of courtesy, I'll look in on the birthday party."
He encased himself in a pair of McCann's rubber boots, put on McCann's rubber coat, and started out.
"And to think,"
said he, as he sloshed and buffeted his way up the 200 yards of track to the construction shanties,
"to think that Pietro came out in cruel bad weather like this, all for to present his compliments and ask me over. 'Twould be ungenerous to refuse the invitation. Besides, my presence will keep them in due bounds and restraint. I've heard that Italians, being foreigners, do not practice restraint, but being foreigners, 'tis not to be held against them. I'm in charge, and I'll see to it."
They greeted him in the largest of the 3 bunkhouses. They greeted him heartily, sincerely, uproariously, and with fervor. They were unfeignedly glad to see him, and if he had not been by nature a modest man, he would have understood that his popularity was above the popularity ever before accorded to a boss. Likewise their hospitality was without stint. If there was ever any shortage of stock, which is a matter decidedly open to question, they denied themselves that Shanley might not feel the pinch. Shanley was lifted from the mere plane of man. He became a king. A little Chianti is a little. Much Chianti is to be reckoned with and on no account to be despised. Shanley not only became a king, he became regally, imperially, royally, and majestically drunk. Also, there came at last an end to the Chianti, at which stage of the proceedings Shanley, with extravagant dignity and appropriate words, and exhortation on restraint, waddled to the door to take his departure. It was very dark outside, very dark, except when an intermittent flash of lightning made momentary daylight. Pietro Maraschino offered Shanley one of the many lanterns that, in honor of the festive occasion, they had commandeered, without regard to color, from the tool boxes, and had strung around the shack. Further, he offered to see Shanley on his way. The offer of assistance touched Shanley. It touched him wrong. It implied a more or less acute condition of disability, which he repudiated with a hurt expression on his face and forceful words on his tongue. He refused it, and, being aggrieved, refused also the lantern Pietro held out to him. He chose one for himself instead, the one nearest to his hand. That this was red made no difference. Blue, white, red, green, or purple, it was all one to Shanley. His fuddled brain did not differentiate. A light was a light, that was all there was to that. A short distance from the shanty door to the right of way, Shanley negotiated with finesse and aplomb, and then he started down the track. This, however, was another matter. Railroad ties at best do not make the smoothest walking in the world, and to accomplish the feat under some conditions is decidedly worthy of note. Shanley's performance beggars the English language. There is no metaphor. For every 10 feet he moved forward, he covered 20 in laterals, and considering that the laterals were limited to the paltry 4 feet 8½ inches that made the gauge of the rails, the feat was incontestably more than worthy of mere note. It was something to wonder at. He clung grimly to the lantern, with the result that the gyrations of that little red light in the darkness would have put to shame an expert's exhibition with a luminous dumbbell. The while Shanley spoke earnestly to himself.
Question is, am I drunk? That's the question. If I'm drunk, I'll lose my job. That's what Carlton said, lose my job. If I'm not drunk, it's all right. Wish I knew whether I was drunk or not.
He relapsed into silent communion and debate. This lasted for a very long period, during which, marvelous to relate, he had not only reached a point opposite his boxcar domicile, but being oblivious of that fact, had kept on along the track. Progress, however, was becoming more and more difficult. Shanley was assuming a position that might be likened somewhat to the letter C, owing to the fact that the force of gravity seemed to be exerting an undue influence on his head. Shanley was coming to earth. As a result of his communion with himself, he began to talk again, and his words suggested that he had suspicions of the truth.
Just my luck, said he bitterly. Just my luck. Always some kind of luck. What I have to do with Pietro Maraschino's birthday? Nothing. Nothing at all. It wasn't my fault. Just my luck. Just my...
Shanley came to earth. Also his head came into contact with the unyielding steel of the left-hand rail, and as a result he sprawled inertly full across the right-of-way, not 10 yards west of where the Glacier River swings in to crowd the track close up against the mountain base. Providence sometimes looks after those who are unable to look after themselves. By the law of probabilities, the lantern should have met disaster quick and absolute. But instead, when it fell from Shanley's hand, it landed right side up, just outside the rail between 2 ties, and apart from a momentary and hesitant flicker incident to the jolt, burned on serenely. And it was still burning when 5 minutes later, above the swish of leaping waters from the Glacier River, now a chattering, angry stream with swollen banks, above the moan of the wind and the roll of the thunder through the mountains, above the pelting splash of the steady rain, came the hoarse scream of No. 1's whistle on the grade. Sanderson, in the cab, caught the red against him on the right of way ahead, and whistled insistently for the track. This having no effect, he grunted, latched in the throttle, and applied the air. The ray of the headlight crept along between the rails, hovered over a black object beside the lantern, passed on again, and held, not on the glistening, rain-wet rails they had disappeared, but on a crumbling roadbed and a dark blotch of waters, as with a final screech from the grinding brake shoes, Number One came to a standstill. "Holy McCheeser!" exclaimed Sanderson as he swung from the cab. He made his way along past the drivers to where the pilot's nose was inquisitively poked against the lantern, picked up the lantern, and bent over Shanley. "Holy McCheeser!" he exclaimed again, straightening up after a moment's hesitation. "Holy McCheeser!" "What's wrong, Sandy?" snapped a voice behind him, the voice of Kelly, Spider Kelly, the conductor, who had hurried forward to investigate the unscheduled stop. "Search me," replied Sanderson. "Looks like the Glacier was up to her old tricks. There's a washout ahead, and a bad one, I guess, but the meaning of this here is one beyond me. The fellow was curled up on the track just as you see him, with a light burning alongside. That's what saved it, but he's as drunk as the Lord." As Kelly bent over the prostrate form, others of the train crew appeared on the scene. One glance he gave at Shanley's never under any circumstances to be forgotten homely countenance, and hastily ordered the men to go forward and investigate the washout ahead. Then he turned to the engineer. "This man is not drunk, Sandy," said he. "He is gloriously and magnificently drunk, Kelly," replied the engineer. "What would he be doing here, then? He is not drunk." "Sleeping it off. He is disgracefully drunk." "Can ye not see the bash on his head where he must have stumbled in the dark trying to save the train and struck against the rail? He is not drunk." "Can ye not smell?" retorted Sanderson. "He is dead drunk." "I have fought with him and he licked me. He is a man and a friend of mine." Kelly shoved his lantern into Sanderson's face. "He is not drunk." "He is not drunk," said Sanderson. "He is a hero. What will we do with him?" "We'll carry him, you and me, over to the construction shanty. It's only a few yards. And put him in his bunk. He works here, you know. McCann's in Big Cloud, for I saw him there. After that, we'll run back to the Bend for orders and make our report." "Hurry, then," said the engineer. "Take his legs. What are you laughing at?" "I was thinking of Carlton." "Carlton? What's Carlton got to do with it?" "I'll tell you later when we get to the Bend. Come on." Said Sanderson, as they staggered with their burden over to the boxcar shack. "I've an idea that bash on his head is more dirt than hurt. He's making a speech, ain't he?" "Just my luck," mumbled the reviving Shanley dolefully. "Just my luck. Always same kind of luck." "Possibly," said Kelly. "Set him down and slide back the door. That's right. In with him now. We haven't got time to make him very comfortable, but I guess he'll do. I can fix him up better at the Bend than I can here." At the Bend? What do you mean?" demanded Sanderson. "You'll see," replied Kelly with a grin. "You'll see." And Sanderson saw. So did Carlton, in a way. Kelly's report, when they got to the Bend, was a work of art. He disposed of the nature and extent of the washout in 10 brief, well-chosen words, but the operator got a cramp before Kelly was through covering Shanley with glory. The passengers, packed in the little waiting room clamoring for details, yelled deliriously as he read the message aloud, and promptly took up a collection, a very generous collection, because all collections are generous at psychological moments, that is to say, if not delayed too long to allow a recovery from hysteria. At Big Cloud, the dispatcher, because the washout was a serious matter that not only threatened to tie up traffic, but was tying it up, sent a hurry call to Carlton's house that brought the super on the run to the office. By the time the collection had been counted and the total wired in as an additional detail $140.33, the odd change being a contribution from a Swede in the colonist coach who could not speak English, and who paid because a man in uniform, a brakeman acting as canvasser, made the request. A Swede has a great respect for a uniform. Said Carlton when he had read it all. "I know a man when I see one. Tell Shanley to report here. I guess we can find something better for him to do than bossing laborers. What? Yes. Send the letter up on the construction train. 140.33, Tell him that, too. He'll feel good when he sees it in the morning. But Shanley did not feel good when he saw it in the morning, for he was nursing a very bad headache and a stomach that had a tendency to squeamishness. The letter was lying on the floor, where someone had considerately chucked it in without disturbing him. His eyes fell on it as he struggled out of his bunk. He picked it up, opened it, read it, and blinked. His face set with a very blank and bewildered expression. He read it again, and again once more. Then he went to the door and looked out. A construction train was on the line a little below him, and a gang of men, not his nor Pietro Maraschino's men, were busily at work. As he gazed, his face puckered. The problem that had so obsessed him on his return journey from the birthday celebration the night before was a problem no longer. " I was drunk," said he with conviction. " I must have been." He went back to the letter and studied it again, scratching his head. " Something," he muttered, " has happened. What it is, I don't know. I was drunk and I'm not fired. I was drunk and I'm promoted. I was drunk and I'm paid well for it, very well. I was drunk and I'll keep my mouth shut." Which was exactly the advice Kelly took pains to give him half an hour later, when Number One crawled down to the canyon and halted for a few minutes opposite the dismantled box car, while the construction train put the last few touches to its work. End of Chapter 5. Shanley's Luck. Chapter 6 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Builder. There are two sides to every story, which is a proverb so old that it is in the running with Father Time himself. It is repeated here because there must be some truth in it. Anything that can stand the wear and tear of the ages and the cynics and the wise old philosophical owls without getting any knockout dints punched in its vital spots must have some sort of merit fundamentally. But anyway, the company had their side and the men's version differed, of course. Maybe each in a way was more or less right and equally in a way more or less wrong. Maybe, too, both sides lost their tempers and got their crown sheets burned out before the arbitration powwow had a chance to get the line clear and give anybody rights, schedule or otherwise. However, be that as it may, whoever was right or whoever was wrong, one or the other, or both, it is the strike, not the ethics of it, that has to do with. But just a moment, we're overrunning our holding orders. From the time the last rail was spiked home and bridging the Rockies was a reality, not a dream, from then to the present day there isn't very much better a way of describing the Hill Division than to call it rough and ready. Coming down right to cases, the history of that piece of track, the history of the men who gave the last that was in them to make it, and the history of those who have operated it since isn't far from being a pretty typical and comprehensive example of the pulsing, dominating, dogged, go-forward spirit of a continent whose strides and progress are the marvel of the world. And withal, it is an example so compact and concrete that through it one might see and view the larger picture in all its angles and in all its shades. Heroism and fame and death and failure, it has known them all, but ever and above all else it has known the indomitable patience, the indomitable perseverance, the indomitable determination against which no times, nor conditions, nor manners, nor customs, nor obstacles can stand. The spirit of the new race and the great new land, the essence and the germ of it. Building a road through the Rockies and tapping the Sierras to give zest to the finish wasn't an infant's performance, and operating it single track on crazy wild cuts and fills and tangents and curves and tunnels and trestles with nature to battle and fight against, isn't any infant's performance either. The Hill Division was rough and ready. It always was, and it is now, just naturally so. And Big Cloud, the divisional point, snuggling amongst the buttes in the eastern foothills, is even more so. It boasts about every nationality classified in certain erudite editions of small books with big names, and to top that has an extra anomaly or two left over and up its sleeve for good measure. But mostly it is, or rather was, it has changed some with the years, composed of Indians, bad Americans, a scattering of Chinese, and an indescribable medley of humans from the four quarters of Europe, the Cockney, the Polack, the Swede, the Russian, and the Italian, laborers on the construction gangs. Big Cloud was a little more than rough and ready. It wasn't exactly what you'd call a health resort for finicky nerves. So take it by and large, the Hill Division, from one end to the other, wasn't the quietest or most peaceful locality on the map even before the trouble came. After that, well, mention the big strike to any of the old timers and they'll talk fast enough and hard enough and say enough in a minute to set you wondering if the biographers hadn't got mixed on dates and if Dante hadn't got his material for that little hair stiffener of his no further away than the Rockies, and no longer back than a few years ago. But no matter. The story opens on the strike, not the ethics of it. There's some hard feeling yet, too much of it to take sides one way or the other. But then, apart from that, this is not the story of a strike. It is the story of men, a story that the boys tell at night in the darkened roundhouses in the shadow of the big 10-wheelers on the pits, while the steam purrs softly at the gauges and sometimes a pop valve lifts with a catchy sob. They tell it too across the tracks at headquarters, or on the road and in construction camps, but they tell it better, somehow, in the roundhouse, though it is not an engineer's tale. And Clarihue, the night turner, tells it best of all. Set forth as it is here, it takes no rank with him, but all are not so fortunate as to have listened while Clarihue talked. Just one word more to make sure that the red isn't against us anywhere, and we'll get to Keating and Spirlaw. Just a word to say that Carlton, Royal Carlton, was superintendent then, and Regan was master mechanic, Harvey was division engineer, Spence was chief dispatcher, and Riley was trainmaster. Pretty good men, that little group, pretty good railroaders. There have never been better. Some of them are bigger now in the world's eyes, heads of systems instead of departments, and some of them will never railroad any more. However, if you haven't forgotten Shanley, you will recall the Glacier Canyon, and most of all you will recall the Glacier River with its treacherous sandy bed that snuggled close to the right of way and forced the track hard against the rocky walls of the mountain's base. The havoc the Glacier played with the operating department on the night of Shanley's memorable heroism was not the first time it had misbehaved itself, nor was it the last. That was the trouble. It washed out the roadbed with such consistent persistency, on so little provocation, and did it so effectually as to stir at last to resentment even the torpid blood of the directors down east. So they voted the sum, though it hurt, and solaced themselves with the thought that after all it was economy, which was true. There was only one thing to do against that over-hospitable and affectionate little stream, and that was to get away from it. But before proceeding to do so, in order to get elbow room to work so that the flyers and the fast mails and the traffic generally wouldn't be hung up every time a Polack swung a pick, they pushed the track out over the chattering river on a long, temporary, hybrid trestle of wood and steel. That done, the rest was up to Spirlaw and Keating. The plans called for the shaving down of the mountainside, the barbering mostly to be done with dynamite, for the beard of the Rockies is not the down of a youth. So when the trestle was finished, Spirlaw, with a gang of some 30 Polacks, moved into construction camp, promptly tore up the old track, and set themselves to the task at hand. A little later, Keating joined them. Spirlaw was a road boss and the roughest of his kind. Physically, he was a giant, and which of the three was the hardest, his face, his fist, or his tongue, would afford the sporting element a most excellent opportunity to indulge in a little bookmaking with the odds about even all around. His hair was a coarse mop of tawny brown that straggled over his eyes, and his eyes were all black, every bit of them. There didn't seem to be any pupil at all, which gave them a glint that was harder than a cold chisel. Take him summed up, Spirlaw looked a pretty tough proposition. And in some ways, most ways perhaps, he was. He never denied it.
What the blue blazes do you think, huh?
He would remark, reaching into his hip pocket for his chewing, as he swept the other arm comprehensively over the particular crowd of sweating foreigners that happened to be under his particular jurisdiction at the time.
What do you think? You can't run cuts and fills with an outfit like this on soft soap and candy sticks, can you? Well then, huh?
That last "huh" was more or less conclusive. Very few cared to pursue the argument any further. At a safe distance, the big fellows on the division, as a salve to their consciences when humanitarian ideas were in the ascendancy, would bombard Spirlaw with telegrams which were forceful in tone and direful in threat. But that's all it ever amounted to. Spirlaw's work report for a day on anything from bridging a canyon to punching a hole in the bitter hard rock of the mountainside was a report that no one else on the division had ever approached, let alone duplicated. And figures count perhaps just a little bit more in the operating department of a railroad than they do anywhere else in the world. Spirlaw used the telegrams as spills to light a pipe as hard-looking as himself, whose bowl was down at the heels on one side from much scraping, and on such occasions it was more than ordinarily unfortunate for the sour-visaged Polack who should chance to arouse his ire. Some men possess the love of a fight, and their natures are tempestuous by virtue of their nationality, because some nationalities are addicted that way. This may have been the case with Spirlaw, or it may not. There's no saying, for Spirlaw's nationality was a question mark. He never delivered himself on the subject, and certainly there was no figuring out from the derivation of his name. That could have been most anything, and could have come from most anywhere. To say that opposites attract isn't any more original, any less gray-bearded than the words at the head of these pages. Generally, that sort of thing is figured in the worn-out, stale, familiarity breeds contempt realm of platitude, and at its unctuous repetition one comes to turn up his nose. But once in a while, life has a habit of getting in a kink or a twist that gives you a jolt and a different sidelight, and then somehow a thing like that rings as fresh and virile as though you had just heard it for the first time. As far as anyone ever knew, Keating was the only one that ever got inside of Spirlaw's shell, the only one that the road boss ever showed the slightest symptoms of caring a hang about, and yet on the surface between the two there was nothing in common. Where one was polished, the other was rough. Where one was weak, the other was strong. Keating was small, thin, pale-faced, and he had a cough that had sent him west in a hurry without waiting for the other year that would have given him his engineer's diploma from the college in the East. When the boy, he wasn't much more than a boy, dropped off at Big Cloud and Carlton read the letter he brought from one of the big Eastern operators, the super raised his eyebrows a little, looked him over, and sent him out to Spirlaw. Afterwards, he spoke to Regan about him. I didn't know what to do with him, Tommy, but I had to do something, what? Anyone with half an eye could tell that he had to be kept out of doors, though he might be able to help Spirlaw out a little as assistant, Guess he'll pick up the work quick enough. He don't look strong. Maybe it's just as well, grinned the master mechanic. He won't be able to batter the gang any. One man doing that is enough, when it's Spirlaw. Spirlaw heard about it before he saw Keating, and he swore fervently.
What the hell? He growled. Think I'm running a nursery or an outdoor sanatorium? I guess I've got enough to do without looking after sick kids. I guess I have. Fat lot of help he'll be. Help my eye. I don't need no help.
But for all that, somehow, from the first minute when Keating got off the local freight that stopped for him at the camp and shoved out his hand to Spirlaw, it was different. After that, it was all Keating as far as the road boss was concerned. Queer the way things go. Keating looked about the last man on earth you would expect to find rubbing elbows with an iron-fisted foreman whose tongue was rougher than a barbed wire fence. The last man to hold his own with a slave-driven gang of ugly Polacks. He seemed too quiet, too shy, too utterly unfit, physically, for that sort of thing. The blood was all out of the boy. He got rid of it faster than he could make it. But his training stood him in good stead, and within his limitations he took hold like an old hand. That was what caught Spirlaw. He did what he was told, and he did what he could, did a little more than he could at times, which would lay him up for a bad 2 or 3 days of it.
Good man,
Spirlaw scribbled across the bottom of a report one day, a day that was about equally divided between barking his knuckles on a Polac's head and feeding cracked ice to Keating in his bunk. Cracked ice? No, it wasn't on the regular camp bill of fare. But the company supplied it, for all that. Spirlaw, with supreme contempt for the dispatchers and their schedules and their train sheets, held up number 12 and the porter of the Pullman for a goodly share of the commodity possessed by that colored gentleman. That's what Spirlaw thought of Keating. For the next few weeks after he struck the camp, Keating didn't have very much to say about himself, or anything else for that matter. But after he got a little nearer to Spirlaw and the mutual liking grew stronger, he began to open up at nights when he and the road boss sat outside the door of the construction shanty and watched the sun lose itself behind the mighty peaks, creep again with a wondrous golden tinted glow between a rift in the range, and finally sink with ensuing twilight out of sight. Keating could talk then.
Don't say what you ever took up engineering for,
remarked Spirlaw one evening.
That's about the roughest kind of life I know. And you...
I know, Keating smiled. You think I'm not strong enough for it. Well, another year out here in the West and I'll be like a horse.
Sure you will, agreed Spirlaw hastily. I didn't mean just that.
Then he sucked his briar hard. Spirlaw wasn't much on therapeutics. He knew more about blasting rock, but down in his heart there wasn't much doubt about another year in the West for the boy, and another, all of them. Only they would be over the great divide that one only crosses once when it is crossed forever. 6 months, 4, 3, just months, not years, was what he read in Keating's face.
What I mean, he amended, was that you don't have to. From what you've said, I figured your folks back there would be willing to stake you in most any line you picked out, huh?
No, I don't have to, Keating answered, and his face lighted up as he leaned over and touched the road boss on the sleeve. But, Spirlaw, it's the greatest thing in the world, don't you see? A man does something. He builds. I'm going to be a builder of bridges and roads and things like that. I want to do something some day, something that will be worthwhile. That's why I'm going to be an engineer, because all over the world from the beginning the engineers have led the way, and they've left something behind them. I think that's the biggest thing that they can say of any man when he dies, that he was a builder, that he left something behind him. I'd like to have them say that about me. Well, after I put in another year out here, I'm a heap better even now than when I came. I'm going back to finish my course, and then, well, you understand what I want to do, don't you? There were lots of talks like that, evening after evening, and they all of them ended in the same way. Spirlaw would knock out his pipe against a stone or his boot heel, and figure he'd stroll up the camp a bit and make sure he was right for the night. A pretty hard man Spirlaw was. But under the rough and the brutal, the horny, thick-shelled exterior was another self, a strange kind of self that he had never known until he had known Keating. It got into him pretty deep and pretty hard, the boy and his ambitions, and the irony of it, grim and bitter, deepened his pity and roused, too, a sense of fierce, hot resentment against the fate that mocked in its pitiless might so defenseless and puny a victim. To himself he came to call Keating the Builder, and one day when Harvey came down on an inspection trip he told the division engineer about it. That's how it got around. Carlton, when he heard it, didn't say anything, just crammed the dottle in his pipe down with his forefinger and stared out at the switches in the yards. They were used to seeing the surface of things plowed up and the corners turned back in the mountains. There weren't many days went by when something that slowed the raw didn't happen in one way or another, but it never brought callousness or indifference, only, perhaps, a truer sense of values. They had been blasting in the canyon for a matter of 2 months when the first signs of trouble began to show themselves. And the beginning was when the shop hands at Big Cloud went out, the boilermakers and the blacksmiths, the painters, the carpenters, and the fitters. The construction camp, that is, Spirlaw, didn't worry very much about this for the very simple reason that there didn't appear to be any reason why it or he should. That was Regan's hunt. But when the train crews followed suit and stray rumors of a fight or two at Big Cloud began to come in, with the likelihood of more hard on the heels of the first, it put a different complexion on things, for the rioting, what there had been of it, lay not at the door of the railroad boys, but with the town's loafers and hangers-on, these and the foreign element, particularly the foreign element, the brothers and the cousins of the Polacks who were swinging the picks and the shovels under the iron hand of Spirlaw, their temporary lord and master, the Polacks, as pungently ungentle when amuck as starved pumas. Then the Brotherhood said quit, and the engine crews followed the trainmen. Things began to look black, and the headquarters began to find it pretty hard to move anything. The train schedule past the canyon was cut better than in half, and the faces of the men in the cabs and the cabooses were new faces to those in camp, the faces of the men the company were bringing in on hurry calls from wherever they could get them, from the plains east or the coast west. Every day brought reports of trouble from one end of the line to the other, more rioting, more disorder at Big Cloud, and in an effort to nip as much of it in the bud as possible, Carlton issued orders to stop all construction work, all except the work at Glacier Canyon, for there the temporary trestle lay uneasy on his mind. The day after the stop orders went out elsewhere, a letter went out to Spirlaw. Spirlaw read it, and his face set like a thundercloud. He handed it to Keating. Keating read it and looked serious. " I guess things aren't any too rosy down there," he commented. Then slowly, " I've noticed our men seem a bit sullen lately. They don't care anything much about the strike. It must be a sort of sympathetic movement with the rest of their crowd that's running wild at Big Cloud. Only I don't just figure how they can know very much about what's going on. We don't ourselves, for that matter." Spirlaw smiled grimly. " I'll tell you how," he said. " I caught a Polack in the camp last night that didn't belong here, and I broke his head for the second time, see? He used to work for me about a year ago. That's when I broke it the first time. He's one of their influential citizens. Name's Kurila. Sneaked in here to stir up trouble. Guess he's sorry for it. I guess he is." " That's the first I've heard of it," said Keating, his eyes opening a little wider in surprise. " You was asleep," explained Spirlaw tersely. Keating stared curiously at the road boss for a minute, then he glanced again at the super's letter, which he still held in his hand. " Carlton says he is depending on you to put this work through if it's a possible thing. You don't really think we'll have any serious trouble here, though, do you? " Spirlaw bit deeply into his plug before he answered. " Yes, son, I do," he said at last. " And there's a good many reasons why we will, too. Once start 'em going, there's no worse hellions on earth than the breed we're living next door to. Furthermore, they don't love me. They're just afraid of me, as by holy razoo I mean 'em to be. Let 'em once get a smell of the upper hand and it'd be all day and goodbye. Let 'em get going good at Big Cloud and they'll get going good here. They'll kind of figure then that there ain't any law to bother 'em. And unless I miss my guess, Big Cloud's in for the hottest celebration in its history.
which'll be going some, for it's had a few before that weren't tamed by a damn sight.
Well, inquired Keating, what do you intend to do? Drawled Spirlaw reflectively, and there was a speculative look in his eyes as they roved over his assistant.
That's what I've been chewing over since I caught that skunk Gurrilaw last night. As far as I can figure it, the chance of trouble here depends on how far those cusses go at Big Cloud. If I knew that, I'd know what to expect, huh? I thought I'd send you up to headquarters for a day. You could have a talk with the super, tell him just where we stand here, and size things up there generally. What do you say?
Why, of course. All right, if you want me to, agreed Keating readily.
That's the boy, said Spirlaw heartily. Number 12 will be along in half an hour. I'll flag her, and you can go and get ready now. I'll give you a letter to take along to Carlton.
As Keating, with a nod of assent, turned briskly away, Spirlaw watched him out of sight, and the hint of a smile played over the lips of the road boss. He pulled a report sheet from his pocket, and on the back of it scrawled laboriously a letter to the superintendent of the Hill Division. It wasn't a very long letter, even with the P.S. included. His smile hardened as he read it over.
Super, Big Cloud, it read. Dear Sir, replying to yours 8th inst, please send a couple of good 45s and plenty of stuffing.
Plenty of stuffing was heavily underlined.
Yours respect, H. Spirlaw. P.S. Keep the boy up there out of this.
The P.S. was even more heavily underscored than the other. Wise and learned in the ways of men and Polacks was Spirlaw. Spirlaw was not dealing with the possibility of trouble. It was simply a question of how long it would be before it started. He folded the letter, sealed it in one of the company's manilas, and as he watched Number 12 disappear around the bend, steaming east for Big Cloud with Keating aboard her and the epistle reposing in Keating's pocket, he stretched out his arms that were big as derrick booms and drew in a long breath like a man from whose shoulders had dropped a heavy load. That day Spirlaw talked from his heart to the men, and they listened in sullen, stupid silence, leaning on their picks and shovels.
" You know me,"
he snapped, and his eyes, starting at the right of the gang, rested for a bare second on each individual face as they swept down the line.
You know me. You've been acting like sulky dogs lately. Don't think I haven't spotted it. You saw what happened to that coyote friend of yours that sneaked in here last night. I meant it as a lesson for the bunch of you as well as him. The yarns he was filling you full of are mostly lies, and if they ain't, it's none of your business anyhow. It won't pay you to look for trouble, I promise you that. You can take it from me that I'll bash the first man to powder that tries it. Get that? Well, then wiggle them picks a bit and get busy. The man that hits first, said Spirlaw to himself as he walked away, is the man that usually comes out on top. I guess them there few kind words of mine'll give 'em a little something to chew on till Carlton sends that hardware down. I guess they will, huh?
The camp was pretty quiet that night, quieter than usual. The cookhouse and the 3 bunkhouses that lay a few hundred yards east of the trestle might have been occupied by dead men for all the sounds that came from them. Occasionally Spirlaw, sitting out as usual in front of his own shanty that was between the trestle and the gang's quarters, saw a Polack or two skulk from one of the bunkhouses to the other, and he scowled savagely as he divided his glances between them and the sky. It looked like a storm in the mountains, and a storm in the mountains is never by any possibility to be desired. Least of all was it to be desired just then. The men at work was one thing. The men cooped up for a day or 2 days of enforced idleness with the temper they were in was another. Spirlaw turned in that night with the low, ominous roll of distant thunder for a lullaby. Once in the night he woke suddenly at the sound of a splitting crash, and once, twice, and again, like a fierce, winkling stream of flame, the lightning filled the shack bright as day, while on the roof the rain beat steadily like the tattoo of a corps of snare drums. Spirlaw smiled grimly as the darkness shut down on him again. Got the little builder out just about the right time, huh? He remarked to himself, and turning over in his bunk went to sleep again, but even in his sleep the grim smile lingered on his lips. The morning broke with the steady downpour unabated. Everything ran water, and the rock cut was filled with it. Work was out of the question. Spirlaw ate his breakfast that the dripping camp cook brought him, and then putting on his rubber boots and coat started over for the track. Number 11 was due at the canyon at 7:30, and she would have the package of hardware he had asked Carlton for. But though 7:30 came, Number 11 did not. Neither did any other train, east or west. The hours passed from a long morning to drag through a longer afternoon. Something was wrong somewhere, and badly wrong at that. Spirlaw's face was blacker than the storm. Twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, he started down the track in the direction of Kiefer's Siding, which was just what its name proclaimed it to be, a siding, no more, no less, only there was an operator there. Each time, however, he changed his mind after getting no further than a few yards. The Polacks could be no less alive to the fact than himself that something out of the ordinary was in the air, and second considerations swung strongly to the advisability of sticking close to the camp, so that his presence might have the effect of dampening the ardor of any mischief that might be brewing. It was not until well on toward 8 o'clock in the evening, and the last of the twilight, that the hoarse screech of a whistle sounded down the canyon grade, a long blast and 3 short ones. It was belated Number 11 whistling for the camp. She wouldn't stop, just slow down to transact her business. Spirlaw, who was in his shanty at the time, snatched up his hat, dashed out of the door, and headed for the bend of the track. As he did so, out of the tail of his eye, he caught sight of the Polacks clustered with outpoked heads from the open doors of the bunkhouses. As he reached the line, Number 11 came around the curve, and the door of the express car swung back. The messenger dropped a package into his hand that the road boss received with a grim smile, and a word into his ear that caused Spirlaw's jaw to drop. Nor was that all that dropped, for from the rear end, as the train rolled by, dropped Keating. White-faced and shaky the boy looked, more so than usual. Spirlaw stared as though he had seen an apparition, stared for a minute in silence before he could lay tongue to words. Then they came like the outspout of a volcano. "What the hell's the meaning of this?" he roared. "Who in the double blank blazes let you out of Big Cloud, huh? Or have some—"
Let's get in out of the wet, broke in Keating, smiling through a spell of coughing that racked him at that moment. You can growl your head off then if you like. And he started on a run for the shack. Once inside, Spirlaw rounded on the boy again, and he stopped only when he was out of breath.
"Didn't Carlton tell you you was to stay where you was?" he finished bitterly.
"Oh, yes," said Keating. "That's about the first thing he did say after he'd read your letter, when I gave it to him yesterday. Then I tumbled to why you had sent me out of camp. You're about as square as they make them, Spirlaw. You needn't blame Carlton. He had about all he could do without paying any attention to me or anyone else. Had any wires or news here?"
Spirlaw shook his head. "No. But I knew something was up because Number 11 is the first train in or out today. The express messenger just said that they'd cut loose in Big Cloud and wrecked about everything in sight, but I guess he was putting on a bit."
"He didn't put on anything," said Keating slowly. "My God, Spirlaw, it was an awful night. The freight house and the shops and the roundhouse, what's left of them, are ashes. They cut all the wires and then they cut loose themselves. The Polacks in that crowd, you know. Yes, they wrecked everything in sight. And there's a dozen lives gone out to pay for it."
Keating stopped suddenly and again began to cough. Spirlaw looked at the boy uneasily and mechanically fumbled with the cords of the package he had laid upon the table. By the time he had removed the wrappers and disclosed 2 ugly, businesslike looking .45s and a half-dozen boxes of cartridges, Keating's paroxysm had passed.
"I guess it was exciting enough for me, anyhow."
Keating tried hard to make his laugh ring true.
"I'm a little weak from it yet."
"If you weren't sick," Spirlaw burst out, "I'd make you sick for coming back here. You know well enough we'll get it next. You knew so well you came back to help."
"I told Carlton he ought to send some help down here," Keating interrupted hastily. and he just looked at me like a crazy man. He was half mad anyhow with the ruin of things. Help, he flung out at me. Where's it coming from? Let Spirlaw yank up his stakes and pull out if things get looking bad.
Pull out! Shouted Spirlaw in a sudden roar. Pull out? Me? Not for all the cross-eyed, hamstrung Polacks on the system.
I think you'd better, said Keating quietly. After what I saw last night, I think you'd better. There's no holding them. They were like savages, and the further they went, the worse they got. They were backed up by whiskey and the worst element in town. I was in the station with Carlton, Regan, Harvey, Riley, and Spence, and some of the other dispatchers. It was a regular pitched battle, and in spite of their revolvers, the station would have gone with the rest if, along toward morning, the striking trainmen and the Brotherhood hadn't taken a hand and helped us out. I don't know that it's over yet, that it won't break out again tonight, though I heard Carlton say there'd be a detachment of the police in town by 4 o'clock. I wish you would pull out, Spirlaw. You said yourself that all these fellows here needed to start them sticking their claws into you as a little encouragement from the other end. They've been afraid of you, but they hate you like poison. Once started, they'll be worse than the crowded Big Crowd, for hate is a harder driver than whiskey. And then besides, I really think you'd be of more use in Big Cloud. You could do some good there, no matter what the end was, while here you're alone and you stand to lose everything and gain nothing. I wish you would pull out, Spirlaw, won't you?
Spirlaw reached out his hand and laid it on Keating's shoulder as he shook his head.
I've got a whole lot to lose,
he answered, his hard face softening a little.
A whole lot. I can't say things the way you do, but I guess you'll understand. You got something that means a whole lot to you that you'd risk anything for. What you want to do and what you want to leave behind you when it comes along time to cash in. Well, I guess most of us have it in one way or another. Well, maybe I don't rank anywheres up to that. I reckon, too, a whole lot of us don't never think to put it in words. And a whole lot of us couldn't if we tried to. But it's there with any man that's any good. I'd rather go out for keeps than pull out. I'd rather they'd plant me. Do you think I'd want to live and have to cross the street because I couldn't look even a Polack in the eyes? A man'd be better dead, what?
For a second Keating did not answer. He seemed to be weighing the possibility of still shaking the determination of the road boss before accepting it as irrevocable. Then, evidently coming to the conclusion that it was useless to argue further, he pointed to the revolvers. Then the sooner you load those, the better, he jerked out. Spirlaw looked at him curiously, questioningly. Because, went on Keating, answering the unspoken interrogation, when I dropped off the train I saw that fellow Kuryla. He was pointed out to me in Big Cloud yesterday, and 3 or 4 more drop off on the other side. I didn't know they were on the train until then, of course, or I would have had them put off. There isn't much doubt about what they are here for, is there?
So that's it, Spirlaw ripped out with an oath. No, there ain't much doubt.
He snatched up a cartridge box, slit the paper band with his thumbnail, and breaking the revolvers, began to cram the cartridges into the cylinders. His face was twitching, and the red that flushed it shaded to a deep purple. Not another word came from him, just a deadly quiet. He thrust the weapons into his pockets, strode to the door, opened it, stepped over the threshold, and stopped. An instant he hung there in indecision. Then he came back, shut the door behind him, sat down on the edge of his bunk, and looked at Keating grimly. There's been one train along, there'll be another, he snapped. And the first one that comes you'll get aboard of. I hate to keep these whining coyotes waiting, but... I'll take no train, Keating cut in coolly. But I'll take a revolver.
Spirlaw growled and shook his head. Why didn't you tell me about Kuryla at first? He demanded abruptly.
You know why as well as I do, smiled Keating. I wanted to get you away from here if I could. There wouldn't have been any use trying at all if I'd begun by telling you that. Wild horses wouldn't have budged you then. As for a train, what's the use of talking about it? There probably won't be another one along under an hour. In the meantime, give me one of the guns.
Not mu
Spirlaw's refusal died half uttered on his lips, as he sprang suddenly to his feet. Then he whipped out the revolvers and shoved one quickly into Keating's hand. Carried down with the sweep of the wind came the sound of many voices raised in shouts and discordant song. It grew louder, swelled, and broke into a high-pitched, defiant yell.
Whiskey,
gritted Spirlaw between his teeth.
That devil Currylaw and the coyotes that came with him knew the best and quickest way to start the ball rolling. Well, son, I reckon we're in for it. The only thing I'm sorry about is that you're here, but that can't be helped now. You were white clean through to come. Holy mother, listen to that.
Another yell broke louder, fiercer than before, over the roar of the storm. Spirlaw stepped to the door and peered out. It was getting dark. The rain still poured in sheets, and the wind howled down the gorge in wild, furious, spasmodic gusts. Thin streaks of light strayed out from the doors of the bunkhouses, and around the doors were gathered shadowy groups. A moment more, and the shadowy groups welded into a single, dark mass. Came a mad, exultant yell from a single throat. It was caught up, flung back, echoed and re-echoed by scores of voices, and the dark mass began to move.
Guess you'd better put out that light, son, said Spirlaw coolly. There's no use making targets of our...
Before he ended, before Keating had more than taken a step forward, a lump of rock shivered the little window and crashed into the lamp. It was out for keeps. A howl followed this exhibition of marksmanship, and following that a volley of stones smashed against the side of the shack thick and fast as hail. Then the onrush of feet. Spirlaw's revolver cut the black with a long, blinding flash, then another and another. Screams and shrieks answered him, but it did not halt the Polacks. In a mob they rushed the door. Spirlaw sprang back, trying to close it after him. Instead, a dozen hands grasped and half wrenched it from its hinges. "Lie down on the floor, Spirlaw, quick!" It was Keating's voice, punctuated with a cough. The next instant his gun barked, playing through the doorway like a Gatling. From the door the road boss joined in. The mob wavered, pitched, swaying this way and that, then broke and ran, struggling with each other to get out of the line of fire. "Hurrah!" cried Keating. "I guess that will hold them."
"'Tain't begun," was Spirlaw's grim response. "Where's them cartridges?"
"On the table. Got them?"
"Yes," said
Spirlaw after a minute's groping.
"Here, put a box in your pocket."
"What are they up to now?" asked Keating, as in the silence that had fallen they reloaded and listened.
"God knows," growled Spirlaw, "but I guess we'll find out quick enough."
As he spoke, from a little distance away came the splintering crash of woodwork, then silence again.
"That's the storehouse," Spirlaw snarled. "They're after the bars and anything else they can lay hands on. Guess they weren't counting on our having anything more than our fists to fight with. Guess they weren't."
Keating's only reply was a cough. The minutes passed, 2, 3, 5 of them. Once outside sounded what might have been the stealthy scuffle of feet, or only a storm sound so construed by the imagination. Then, from the direction of the river bed, sudden, sharp, came a terrific roar.
"My God!" yelled Spirlaw. "That's the trestle gone. They've blown it up. They're sure to have laid a fuse here, too. Get out of here, quick! Fool that I was, I might have known it was the dynamite they was after."
Both men were scrambling for the door as he spoke. They reached it not an instant too soon. The ground behind them lifted, heaved, and the walls, the roof of the shack rose, cracked like eggshells, and scattered in flying pieces, and the mighty deafening detonation of the explosion echoed up and down the gorge, echoed again, and died away. The mob caught sight of them as they ran, and, foiled for the moment, set up a yell of rage, then started in pursuit.
"Make for the cut!" shouted Spirlaw. "We can hold them off there behind the rocks."
Keating had no breath for words. Panting, sick, his head swimming, a fleck of blood upon his lips, he struggled after the giant form of the road boss, while behind, coming ever closer, ringing in his ears, were the wild cries of the maddened Polacks. The splash of water revived him a little as they plunged along the old right-of-way where the river, flooded by the storm, had again claimed its own. The worst of it was up to his armpits. A grip on his shoulder and a pull from Spirlaw helped him over. They gained the other side with a bare 2 yards separating them from the mob behind, went on again, and then Spirlaw caught his foot, tripped and pitched headlong, causing Keating at his heels to stumble and fall over him. Like wild beasts, the Polacks surged upon them. Keating tried to regain his feet, but he got no further than his knees as a swinging blow from a pick handle caught him on the head. Half stunned, he sank back, and as consciousness left him, he heard Spirlaw's great voice roar out like the maddened bellow of a bull, saw the giant form rise, with it seemed a dozen Polacks clinging to neck and shoulders, legs and body, saw him shake them off and the massive arms rise and fall, and all was a blur, all darkness. The road boss lay stretched out a yard away from him when he opened his eyes. He was very weak. He raised himself on his elbow. From the camp down the line he could see the lights at the bunkhouses, hear drunken, chorused shouts. He crawled to Spirlaw, called him, shook him. The big road boss never moved. The Polacks had evidently left both of them for dead, and one, it seemed, was. He slid his hand inside the other's vest for the heartbeat. So faint it was at first he could not feel it. Then he got it, and realizing that Spirlaw was still alive, he straightened up and looked helplessly around. And in a flash, like the knell of doom, Spirlaw's words came back to him. "There's the trestle gone." Sick the boy was with his clotting lungs, deathly sick, weak from the blow on his head, dizzy, and his brain swam. "There's the trestle gone." He coughed it out between blue lips. "There's the trestle gone." Keefer's siding was a mile away. Somehow he must reach it, must get the word along the line that the trestle was out, get the word along before the stalled traffic moved, before the first train, east or west, crashed through to death, before more wreck and ruin was added to the tale that had gone before. He bent to Spirlaw's ear and 3 times called him frantically. "Spirlaw! Spirlaw! Spirlaw!" There was no response. He tried to lift him, tried to drag him. The great bulk was far beyond his strength, and the minutes were flying by, each marking the one perhaps when it would be too late to warn anyone that the trestle was out. Just up past the rock cut, a bare 20 yards away, where the leads to the temporary track swung into the straight of the main line, was the platform handcar that was used for carrying tools and the odds and ends of supplies between the storehouse and the work. If he could only get Spirlaw there! He called him again, shook him, breathing a prayer for help. The road boss stirred, raised himself a little, and sank down again with a moan. "Spirlaw! Spirlaw, for God's sake, man, try to get up. I'll help you. You must, do you hear? You must." He was dragging at the road boss's collar. Keating's voice seemed to reach the other's consciousness, for weakly, dazed, without sense, blindly, Spirlaw got upon his knees, then to his feet, and staggering, reeled like a drunken man, his arm around Keating's neck, his weight almost crushing to the ground the one sicker than himself. The two stumbled, pitched, and at the end crawled those 20 yards. "The handcar, Spirlaw, the handcar!" gasped Keating. "Get on it! You must! Try! Try!" Spirlaw straightened, lurched forward, and half fell across the car with outflung arms, unconscious again. The rest Keating managed somehow, enough so that the dangling legs freed the ground by a few inches. Then, with bursting lungs, far spent, he unblocked the wheel, pushed the car down the little spur, swung the switch, dragged himself aboard, and began to pump his way west toward Keefer's Siding. No man may tell the details of that mile, every inch of which was wrung from blood that oozed from parted, quivering lips. No man may question from whom came the strength to the frail body, where strength was not, the reprieve to the broken lungs that long since should have done their worst. Only Keating knew that the years were ended forever, that with every stroke of the pump handle the time was shorter. The few minutes to win through, that was the last stake. At the end he choked, fighting for his consciousness. As, like dancing points, switch lights swam before him, he checked with the brake, reeled from the car, fell, tried to rise, and fell back again. Then, on his hands and knees, he crept toward the station door. It had come at last. The hemorrhage that he had fought back with all his strength was upon him. He beat upon the door. It opened. A lantern was flashed upon him, and he fell inside. "The trestle's out at the Glacier. Hold trains both ways. Polacks, Spearlaw, hand car. That was all. Keating never spoke again. "I don't know as I'd call him a builder," says Clarihue, the night turner, when he tells the story in the darkened roundhouse in the shadow of the big 10-wheelers on the pits, while the steam purrs softly at the gauges and sometimes the pop valve lifts with a catchy sob. "I don't know as you would. It depends on the way you look at it. According to him, he was. He left something behind him. What?" End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Guardian of the Devil's Slide. There is one bad piece of track on the Hill Division, particularly bad, which is the same as saying that it is the worst piece of track, bar none, on the American continent. Not that the engineers were to blame, they weren't. It was Dame Nature in the shape of the Rockies, Dame Nature and the directors. Sir Ivers Claiborne, gray-haired and grizzled, a man schooled in the practical school of many lands and many years, who was chief consulting engineer when the road was building, advised a double-looped tunnel that, according to his sketch, looked something like the figure 8 canted over sideways. The directors poised their glasses and examined the sketch with interest until they caught sight of the penciled estimate in the corner. That settled it. They did not even take the trouble to vote. They asked for an alternative, and they got it. They got the Devil's Slide. First and last, it has euchred more money out of the treasury of the Transcontinental than it would have taken to build things Sir Ivers' way to begin with, and it has taken some years, a good many of them, for the directors to learn their lesson. The old board never did, for that matter, but thanks perhaps to younger blood, they've begun now to build as they should have built in the first place. It isn't finished yet, that double-loop tunnel, it won't be for years. But no matter, it's begun, and some day a good many more than a few men will sleep the easier because of it. From Carlton, the super, to the last section hand and track walker, the Devil's Slide was a nightmare. The dispatchers, under their green-shaded lamps, cursed it in the gray hours of dawn, the traffic department cursed it spasmodically, but at such times so wholeheartedly and with such genuine fervor and abandon that its occasional lapses into silence were overlooked. The motive power department, in the shape of Regan, the master mechanic, cursed it all the time, and did it breathlessly. It had only one friend, the passenger agent's department. The passenger agent's department swore by it, on account of the scenery. Scenery, gulped the dispatchers, and the white showed under their nail tips as their fingers tightened on their keys. Scenery, howled the traffic department and reached for the claim file. Scenery! Regan didn't say it, he choked, just choked and spat the exclamation point in a stream of blackstrap. Scenery, murmured Mr. General Passenger Agent aesthetically, waving a soft and diamond-bedecked hand from the platform of Carlton's private car. Wonderful, grand, magnificent. We've got them all beaten into a coma. No other road has anything like it anywhere in the world. They have not, agreed Carlton, and the bitterness of his soul was in his words. Everybody was right. The general passenger agent was right, the scenic grandeur was beyond compare, and he made the most of it in booklets, in leaflets, in pamphlets, and in a score of pages in a score of different magazines. The others were right. The Devil's Slide was everything that the ethics of engineering said it shouldn't be. It was neither level nor straight. In its marvelous 2 miles from the summit of the pass to the canyon below, its nearest approach to the ethical was 3% drop. There wasn't much of that. Most of it was a straight 5.
It twisted, it turned, it slid, it slithered, and it dove around projecting mountainsides at scandalous tangents and with indecent abruptness. Chick Coogan swore, with a grin, that he could see his own headlight coming at him about half the time every trip he made up or down. That, of course, is exaggerating a little, but not much. Coogan sized up the Devil's Slide pretty well when he said that, all things considered, pretty well, there wasn't much chance to mistake what he meant, or what the Devil's Slide was, or what he thought of it. Anyway, be that as it may, Coogan's description gave the division the only chance they ever had to crack a smile when the Devil's Slide was in question. They smiled then, those railroaders of the Rockies, but they'll look at you queerly now if you mention the two together, Coogan and the Devil's Slide. Fate is a pretty grim player sometimes. Anyone on the Hill Division can tell you the story. They've reason to know it, and they do, to the last man. If you'd rather get it first-hand in a roundhouse or between trains from the operator at some lone station that's no more than a siding, or in the caboose of a way freight, if you are a big enough man to ride there, and that means being bigger than most men, or anywhere your choice or circumstance leads you from the super's office to a track walker's shanty, if you'd rather get it that way, and you'll get it better, far better than you will here, don't try any jolly business to make the boys talk. Just say a good word for Coogan, Chick Coogan. That's the open sesame, and the only one. There's no use talking about the logical or the illogical, the rational or the irrational when it comes to Coogan's story. Coogan's story is just Coogan's story. That's all there is to it. What one man does, another doesn't. You can't cancel the human equation because there's nothing to cancel it with. It's there all the time, swaying, compelling, dominating every act in a man's life. The higher branches of mathematics go far, and to some men 3 dimensions are but elemental. But there is one problem even they have never solved and never will solve, the human equation. What Coogan did you might not do, or you might. Coogan didn't come to the Transcontinental a full-blown engineer from some other road, as a good many of the boys have, though that's nothing against them. Coogan was a product of the Hill Division, pure and simple. He began as a kid almost before the steel was spiked home, and certainly before the right-of-way was shaken down enough to begin to look like business. He started at the bottom and he went up. Call boy, sweeper, wiper, fireman, one after the other. Promotion came fast in the early days, for the Rockies once bridged business came fast too, and Coogan had his engine at 21, and at 24 he was pulling the Imperial Limited. " Good goods," said Regan. " That's what he is, the best ever." Nobody questioned that. Not only because there was no one in the division who could put anything over Coogan in a cab, but also because, and perhaps even more pertinent a reason, everyone liked Coogan. Some of them did more than that. Straight as a string, clean as a whistle, was Coogan, 6 feet in his stockings, with a body that played up to every inch of his height, black hair, jet black, black eyes that laughed with you, never at you, a smile and a cheery nod always, the kind of man who makes you feel every time you see them that the world isn't such an internal dismal grind after all. That was Chick Coogan, all except his heart. Coogan had a heart like a woman's, and a hard luck story from a beau stealing a ride, a railroad man, or anyone else for that matter, never failed to make him poorer by a generous percentage of what happened to be in his pocket at the time. Who wouldn't like him? Queer how things happen. It was the day Coogan got married that Regan gave him the 505 and the limited run as a sort of wedding present, and that night Big Cloud turned itself completely inside out, doing honor and justice to the occasion. Big Cloud has had other celebrations before and since, but none quite so unanimous as that one. Restraint never did run an overwhelmingly strong favorite with the town, but that night it was hung up higher than the arms on the telegraph poles. Men that the community used to hide behind and push forward as hostages of righteousness when it was on its good behavior and wanted to put on a front, cut loose and outshone the best, or the worst, if you like that better, of the crowd that never made any bones about being on the other side of the fence. They burned red flares, very many of them, that Carlton neglected to imagine had any connection with the storekeeper and the supply account. They committed indiscretions, mostly of a liquid nature, that anyone but the trainmaster, who was temporarily blind in both eyes, could have seen, and as a result the Hill Division the next day was an eminently paralytic and feeble affair. This is a very general description of the event, because sometimes it is not wise to particularize. This is a case in point. Coogan's send-off was a send-off no other man, be he king, prince, president, shogun, or high mucky-muck of whatever degree, could have got, except Coogan. Coogan got it because he was Coogan, just Coogan, and the night was a night to wonder at. Regan summarized it the next evening over the usual game of Pedro with Carlton upstairs over the station in the super's office. " Apart from Coogan and me," said the master mechanic in a voice that was still suspiciously husky, " apart from Coogan and me, and maybe the minister " the rest was a wave of his hand. Regan could wave his hand with a wealth of eloquence that was astounding. " Quite so," agreed Carlton with a grin. " Too bad to drag them into it, though. Both Peds to me, Tommy. It's a good thing for the discipline of the division that bigamy is against the law, what? "" They'll be talking of it," said Regan reminiscently, " when you and me are on the scrap heap, Carlton." " I guess that's right," admitted the super. " Play on, Tommy." But it wasn't. They only talked of Coogan's wedding for about a year. No, they don't talk about it now. We'll get to that presently. The Imperial Limited was the star run on the division. Regan gave Coogan the 33rd degree when he gave him that and the 505, which was the last word in machine design. And Coogan took them and the schedule rights that pertained thereto, which were a clear and a clean swept track, and day after day, up hill and down, number one or number two, as the case might be, pulled into division on the dot. Coogan's stock soared, if that were possible, but not Coogan. The youngest engineer on the road, and top of them all, would have been excuse enough for him to show his oats, and within decent limits no one would have thought the worse of him for it. Coogan never turned a hair. He was still the friend of the beau and the man in trouble, still the Coogan that had been a wiper in the roundhouse, and yet perhaps not quite the same, for two new loves had come into his life, his love for Annie Coogan, and his love, the love of the master craftsman, for 505. In the little house at home he talked to Annie of the big mountain racer, and Annie, being an engineer's daughter as well as an engineer's wife, listened with understanding and a smile. And in the smile was pride and love. In the cab Coogan talked of Annie, always Annie, and one day he told his fireman a secret that made Big Jim Dahleen grin sheepishly and stick out a grimy paw. Fate is a pretty grim player sometimes, and always, it seems, the cards are stacked. The days and the weeks and the months went by, and then there came a morning when a sober, serious-faced group of men stood gathered in the super's office as number two's whistle, in from the eastbound run, sounded down the gorge. They looked at Regan. Slowly the master mechanic turned, went out of the room and down the stairs to the platform, as 505 shot round the bend and rolled into the station. For a moment Regan looked irresolute, then he started for the front end. He went no further than the colonist coach that was coupled behind the mail car. Here he stopped, made a step forward, changed his mind, climbed over the colonist's platform, dropped down on the other side of the track, and began to walk toward the roundhouse. They changed engines at Big Cloud, and 505, already uncoupled, was scooting up for the spur to back down for the table. The soles of Regan's boots seemed like plates of lead as he went along, and he mopped his forehead nervously. There was a general air of desertion about the roundhouse. The table was set and ready for 505, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Regan nodded to himself in sympathetic understanding. He crossed the turntable, walked around the half circle, and entered the roundhouse through the engine doors by the far pit, the one next to that which belonged to 505. Here, just inside, he waited, as the big mogul came slowly down the track, took the table with a slight jolt, and stopped. He saw Coogan, big, brawny, swing out of the cab like an athlete, and then he heard the engineer speak to his fireman. " Looks like a graveyard around here, Jim. Wonder where the boys are. I won't wait to swing the table. They'll be around in a minute, I guess. I want to get up to the little woman." " All right," Dahleen answered. " Leave it to me. I'll run her in. Good luck to you, chick." Coogan was starting across the yards with a stride that was almost a run. Regan opened his mouth to shout, and swallowed a lump in his throat instead. Twice he made as though to follow the engineer, and twice something stronger than himself held him back. And then, as though he had been a thief, the master mechanic stole out from behind the doors, went back across the tracks, climbed the stairs to Carlton's room with lagging steps, and entered. The rest were still there. Carlton in his swivel chair, Harvey, the division engineer, Spence, the chief dispatcher, and Riley, the trainmaster. Regan shook his head and dropped into a seat. " I couldn't," he said in a husky voice. " My God, I couldn't," he repeated, and swept out his arms. A bitter oath sprang from Carlton's lips, lips that were not often profane, and his teeth snapped through the amber of his briar. The others just looked out of the window. McVicker, a spare man, took the Limited out that night, and it was 3 days before Coogan reported again. Maybe it was the fit of the black store clothes, and perhaps the coat didn't hang just right, but as he entered the roundhouse he didn't look as straight as he used to look, and there was a queer inward slope to his shoulders, and he walked like a man who didn't see anything. The springy swing through the gangway was gone. He climbed to the cab as an old man climbs, painfully. The boys hung back and didn't say anything, just swore under their breaths with full hearts as men do. There wasn't anything to say, nothing that would do any good. Coogan took 505 and the Limited out that night, took it out the night after and the nights that followed, only he didn't talk any more, and the slope of the shoulders got a little more pronounced, a little more noticeable, a little beyond the cut of any coat. And on the afternoons of the layovers at Big Cloud, Coogan walked out behind the town to where on the slope of the butte were 2 fresh mounds, one larger than the other. That was all. Regan, short, paunchy, big-hearted Regan, tackled Jim Dahleen, Coogan's fireman. " What's he say on the run, Jim? He ain't talkative," Dahleen answered shortly. " What the hell? " growled the master mechanic deep in his throat to conceal his emotion. " 'Tain't doing him any good going up there afternoons. God knows it's natural enough, but 'tain't doing him any good. Not a mite. Nor them either, as far as I can see. You got to make him talk, Jim. Wake him up." " Why don't you talk to him? " demanded the fireman. Yes, so I will. I sure will," Regan answered. And he meant to, honestly. But somehow Coogan's eyes and Coogan's face said no to him as they did to every other man, and as the days passed, almost a month of them, Regan shook his head perplexed and troubled, for he was fond of Coogan. Then one night it happened. Regan and Carlton were alone over their Pedro at headquarters, except for Spence, the dispatcher, in the next room. It was getting close on to 11:30. The Imperial Limited, westbound, with Coogan in the cab, had pulled out on time an hour and a half before. The game was lagging, and, as usual, the conversation had got round to the engineer, introduced, as it always was, by the master mechanic. " I sure don't know what to do for the boy," said he. " I'd like to do something. Talking don't amount to anything, does it? Even if you can talk. I can't talk to him. What? "" A man's got to work a thing like that out for himself, Tommy," Carlton answered. " And it takes time. That's the only thing that will ever help him, time. I know you're pretty fond of Coogan, even more than the rest of us, and that's saying a good deal, but you're thinking too much about it yourself." Regan shook his head. " I can't help it, Carlton. It's got me. Time and that sort of thing may be all right, but it ain't very promising when a man broods the way he does. I ain't superstitious or anything like that, but I've a feeling I can't just explain that somehow something's going to break. Kind of premonition. Ever have anything like that? It gets on your mind and you can't shake it off. It's on me tonight, worse than it's ever been." " Nonsense," Carlton laughed. Premonitions are out of date because they've been traced back to their origin. Out here, I should say it was a case of too much of Dutchy's Lutch counter pie. You ought to diet anyway, Tommy. You're getting too fat. Hand over that fine cut of yours. He stopped as a sharp cry came from the dispatcher's room, followed by an instant's silence. Then the crash of a chair sounded as hastily pushed back it fell to the floor. Quick steps echoed across the room, and the next moment Spence, with a white face and holding a sheet of tissue in his hand, burst in upon them. Carlton sprung to his feet. "What's the matter, Spence?" he demanded sharply. "Number one," the dispatcher jerked out, and extended the sheet on which he had scribbled the message as it came off the sounder. Carlton snatched the paper, and Regan, leaping from his chair, looked over his shoulder. Number 1, engine 505, jumped track east of switchback number 2 in Devil's Slide. Report 3 known to be killed, others missing. Engineer Coogan and fireman Dahleen both hurt, they read. Carlton was ever the man of action, and his voice rang hard as chilled steel. "Clear the line, Spence. Get your relief and wrecker out at once. Wire Dreamer Butte for their wrecker as well, so we can work from both ends. Now then, Tommy, my God, what's the matter with you? Are you crazy?" Regan was leaning over the back of his chair, his face strained, his arm outstretched, finger pointing to the wall. "I knew it," he muttered hoarsely. "I knew it. That's what it is." Carlton's eyes traveled from the master mechanic to the wall and back again in amazed bewilderment. Then he shook Regan by the shoulder. "That's what is?" he questioned brusquely. "Are you mad, man?" "The date," whispered Regan, still pointing to where a large single-day calendar with big figures on it hung behind the super's desk. "It's the 28th." "I don't know what you mean, Tommy." Carlton's voice was quiet, restrained. "Mean?" Regan burst out with a hard laugh. "I don't mean anything, do I? Tain't anything to do with it. It's just coincidence, maybe, and maybe it's not. It was a year ago tonight Coogan was married." For a moment Carlton did not speak. Like Regan, he stared at the wall. "You think that—" "No, I don't." Regan caught him up roughly. "I don't think anything at all. I only know it's queer. Ghastly queer." Carlton nodded his head slowly. Steps were coming up the stairs. The voice of Flannagan, the wrecking boss, reached them. Other voices, excited and loud, joined in. He slapped the master mechanic on the back. "I don't wonder it caught you, Tommy," he said. "It's almost creepy. But there's no time for that now. Come on." Regan laughed the same hard laugh as he followed the chief into the dispatcher's room. "East of number 2 switchback, he swore. "If there's any chance for hellishness anywhere on that cursed stretch of track, that's it. My God, it's come, and it's come good and hard. Good and hard." It had. It was a bad mess, a nasty mess, but like everything else it might have been worse. Instead of plunging to the right and dropping to the canyon 1,800 feet below, 505 chose the inward side and rammed her nose into the gray mass of rock that made the mountain wall. The wreckers from Dreamer Butte and the wreckers from Big Cloud tell of it to this day. For 24 hours they worked, and then they dropped, and fresh men took their places. There was no room to work, just the narrow ledge of the right-of-way on a circular sweep with the jutting cliff of old Piebald Mountain sticking in between, hiding one of the gangs from the other, and around which the big wrecking cranes groped dangling arms and chains like fishers angling for a bite. It was a mauled and tangled snarl, and the worst of it went over the canyon's edge in pieces, as axes, sledges, wedges, bars, and cranes ripped and tore their way to the heart of it. And as they worked, those hard-faced, grimy, sweating men of the wrecking crews, they wondered that anyone had come out of it alive. Back at headquarters in Big Cloud, they wondered at it too, and they wondered also at the cause. Everyone that by any possible chance could throw any light upon it went on the carpet in the super's office. Everybody testified, everybody except Dahleen, the fireman, and Coogan, the engineer, and they didn't testify because they couldn't. Coogan was in the hospital with queer, inconsequential words upon his tongue and a welt across his forehead that had laid bare the bone from eye to the hairline of his skull. And Dahleen was there also, not so bad, just generally jellied up, but still too bad to talk, and the testimony was of little use. The tender of switchback number 1 reported that the Limited had passed him at perhaps a little greater speed than usual, which was the speed of a man's walk, for the trains crawl down the Devil's Slide with fear and caution, but not fast enough to cause him to think anything about it. Hardy, the conductor, testified. Hardy said it was the air, that the train began to slide faster and faster after the first switchback was passed, and that her speed kept on increasing up to the moment that the crash came. He figured that it couldn't be anything else, just the air. It wouldn't work, and the control of the train was lost. That was all he knew. And while Regan swore and fumed, Carlton's face set grim and hard, and he waited for Dahleen. It was a week before the fireman faced Carlton across the super's desk, but when the time came, Carlton opened on him straight from the shoulder, not even a word of sympathy, not so much as glad to see you're out again, just straight to the point, hard and quick. " Dahleen," he snapped, " I want to know what happened in the cab that night, and I want a straight story. No other kind of talking will do you any good." Dahleen's face, white with the pallor of his illness, flushed suddenly red. " You're jumping a man pretty hard, aren't you, Mr. Carlton? " he said resentfully. " Maybe I've reason to," replied Carlton. " Well, I'm waiting for that story." " There is no story that I know of," said Dahleen evenly. " When we passed the switchback number 1, we lost control of the train. The air wouldn't work." " Do you expect me to believe that? "" You don't seem to," retorted Dahleen, with a set jaw. " What did you do to stop her? "" What I could," said Dahleen, with terse finality. Carlton sprang to his feet, and his fist crashed down upon the desk. " You are lying! " he thundered. " That wreck and the lives that are lost are at your door, and if I could prove it " he shook his fist at the fireman. " As it is, I can only fire you for violation of the rules. I thought at first it was Coogan and that he'd gone off his head a bit, and you are cur enough to let the blame go there if you could, to let me and every other man think so." Dahleen's fists clenched and he took a step forward. " That's enough! " he cried hoarsely. " Enough from you or any other man! " Carlton rounded on him more furiously than before. " I've given you a chance to tell a straight story and you wouldn't. God knows what you did that night. I believe you were fighting drunk. I believe that gash in Coogan's head wasn't from the wreck. If I knew, I'd fix you." He wrenched open a drawer of his desk, whipped out a metal whiskey flask, and shook it before Dahleen's eyes. " When you were picked up, this was in the pocket of your jumper." The color fled from Dahleen's face, leaving it whiter than when he had entered the room. He wet his lips with the tip of his tongue. All the bluster, all the fight was gone. He stared mutely, a startled, frightened look in his eyes at the damning evidence in the super's hand. " Forgotten about it, had you? " Carlton flung out. " Well, have you anything to say? " Dahleen shook his head. " Ain't anything to say, is there? " His voice was low, with just a hint of the former defiance. " It's mine, but you can't prove anything. You can't prove I drank it. You think I'd be fool enough to do anything but keep my mouth shut? "" No, I can prove it." Carlton's voice was deadly cold. " You're out. I'll give you 12 hours to get out of the mountains. The boys, for Coogan's sake alone if for no other, would tear you to pieces if they knew the story. No one knows it yet but the man who found this in your pocket and myself. I'm not going to tell you again what I think of you. Get out!" Dahleen, without a word, swung slowly on his heel and started for the door. " Wait," said Carlton suddenly. " Here's a pass East for you. I don't want your blood on my hands, as I would have if Coogan's friends, and that's every last soul out here, got hold of you. You've got 12 hours. After that, they'll know to set Coogan straight." Dahleen hesitated, came back, took the slip of paper with a mirthless, half-choked laugh, turned again, and the door closed behind him. Dahleen was out. Carlton kept his word, 12 hours, and then from the division rose a cry like the cry of savage beasts. But Regan was like a madman. " Curse him! " he swore bitterly, breaking into a seething torrent of oaths. " What did you let him go for, Carlton? You've no business to. You should have held him until Coogan could talk, and then we'd have him." " Tommy," Carlton laid his hand quietly on the master mechanic's shoulder, " we're too young out in this country for much law. I don't think Coogan knows or ever will know again what happened in the cab that night. The doctors don't seem quite able to call the turn on him themselves, so they've said to you and said to me. But whether he does or not, it doesn't make any difference as far as Darlene goes. It would have been murder to keep him here, and if Coogan ever can talk, he'll never put a mate in bad, no matter what the consequences to himself. There's nothing against Darlene except that he had liquor in his possession while on duty. That's what I fired him for. That's the only story that's gone out of this office. You and I and the rest are free to put the construction on it that suits us best, and there it ends. If I was wrong to let him go, I was wrong. I did what I thought was right. That's all I can ever do.
Maybe, growled Regan. Maybe. But damn him, he ought to be murdered. I'd like to have had him and done it. It's that smash on the head put Coogan to the bad. You're right about one thing, I guess. He'll never be the same Coogan again.
And, in a way, this was so. In another, it wasn't. It was not the wound that was to blame, the doctors were positive about that. But Coogan, it was pitifully evident, was not the same. Physically, at the end of a month, he left the hospital apparently as well as he had ever been in his life. But mentally, somewhere, a cog had slipped. His brain seemed warped and weakened, simple as a child's in its workings. His memory fogged and dazed, full of indefinite, intangible snatches, vague, indeterminate glimpses of his life before. One thing seemed to cling to him, to predominate, to sway him, the Devil's Slide. Regan and Carlton talked to him, trying to guide his thoughts and stimulate his memory. " You remember you used to drive an engine, don't you, Chick? " asked Carlton.
Engine?
Coogan nodded.
Yes, in the Devil's Slide. 505, said Regan quickly. You know old 505.
Coogan shook his head. Carlton tried another trick. " You were in a bad accident, Coogan, one night. You were in the cab of the engine when she went to smash. Do you remember that? ""
The smash was on Devil's Slide," said Coogan.
" That's it," cried Carlton. " I knew you'd remember."
" They're always there," said Coogan simply. " Always there. It is a bad track. I'm a railroad man, and I know it's not properly guarded. I'm going to work there, take care of it." " Work there? " said Regan, the tears almost in his eyes. " What kind of work? What do you want to do, Chick? "" Just work there," said Coogan. " Take care of the Devil's Slide." The super and the master mechanic looked at each other and averted their eyes. Then they took Coogan up to his boarding house, where he had moved after Annie and the little one died. " He'll never put a finger on a throttle again," said Regan with a choke in his voice as they came out. " The best man that ever pulled a latch, the best man that ever drew a paycheck on the Hill Division. It's hell, Carlton, that's what it is. I don't think he really knew you or me. He don't seem to remember much of anything, though he's natural enough and able enough to take care of himself in all other ways. Just kind of simple like. It's queer the way the Devil's Slide has got him, that? We can't let him go out there." " I wonder if he remembers Annie," said Carlton. " I was afraid to ask him. I don't know what effect it might have. No, we can't let him go out on Devil's Slide." But the doctors said yes. They went further and said it was about the only chance he had. The thing was on his mind. It was better to humor him, and that, with the outdoor mountain life, in time might bring him around again. And so, while Regan growled and swore and Carlton knitted his brows in perplexed protest, the doctors had their way, and Coogan, Chick Coogan, went to the Devil's Slide. Officially he was on the payroll as a section hand, but Milray, the section boss, had his own orders. Let Coogan alone, let him do what he likes, only see that he doesn't come to any harm, wired the super. And Coogan, when Milray asked him what he wanted to do, answered simply, " I'm going to take care of the Devil's Slide." " All right, Chick," the section boss agreed cheerily. " It's up to you. Fire ahead." At first no one understood, perhaps even at the end no one quite understood, possibly Coogan least of all. He may have done some good or he may not.
In time they came to call him the guardian of the Devil's Slide, not slightingly, but as strong men talk, defiant of ridicule, with a gruff ring of assertion in their tones that brooked no question. Up and down, down and up, 2 miles east, 2 miles west, Coogan patrolled the Devil's Slide, and never a weakened rail, a sunken tie, a loosened spike escaped him. He may have done some good, or he may not. He slept here and there in one of the switchback tender's shanties, moved and governed by no other consideration than fatigue. Day and night were as things apart. He ate with them, too, and scrupulously he paid his footing, 25 cents for a meal, 25 cents for a bunk, or a blanket on the floor. They took his money because he forced it upon them, furiously angry at a hint of refusal, but mostly the coin would be slipped back unnoticed into the pocket of Coogan's coat. Poor men and rough they were, nothing of veneer, nothing of polish, grimy, overalled, horny-fisted toilers. Their hearts were big if their purses weren't. At all hours, in the early dawn, at midday, or late afternoon, the train crews and the engine crews on passengers, specials and freights, passed Coogan up and down, always walking with his head bent forward, his eyes fastened on the right of way, passed with a cheery hail and the flirt of a hand from cab, caboose, or the ornate tail of a garish Pullman. And to the tourists he came to be more of an attraction than the scenic grandeur of the Rockies themselves. They stared from the observation car and listened with a running fire of wondering comment as the brass buttons swelled with importance colored porters told the story, until at last to have done the Rockies and have missed the guardian of the Devil's Slide was to have done them not at all. It was natural enough, anything out of the ordinary ministers to and arouses the public's curiosity. Not very nice, perhaps, no, but natural. The railroad men didn't like it, and that was natural, too, but their feelings or opinions in the very nature of things had little effect one way or the other. Coogan grew neither better nor worse. The months passed, and he grew neither better nor worse. Winter came, and with the trestle that went out in the big storm that year, Coogan went into division for the last time, went over the Great Divide, the same simple, broken-minded Coogan that had begun his self-appointed task in the spring. He may have done some good, or he may not. They found him after 2 or 3 days and sent him back to Big Cloud. He'd have chosen that himself if he could have chosen, said Carlton soberly. God knows what the end would have been. The years would have been all alike. He'd never have got his mind back. It's all for the best, what? Regan did not answer. Philosophy and the master mechanic's heart did not always measure things alike. The Brotherhood took charge of the arrangements, and Coogan's funeral was the biggest funeral Big Cloud ever had. Everybody wanted to march, so they held the service late in the afternoon and closed down the shops at 4:30, and the shop hands, from the boss fitter to the water boy, turned out to the last man, and so did everyone else in town. It was getting dark and already supper time when it was over, but Carlton, who had left some unfinished work on his desk, went back to his office instead of going home. He lighted the lamp put on the chimney, but the match was still burning between his fingers when the door opened and a man, with his hat pulled far down over his face, stepped in and closed it behind him. Carlton whirled around, the match dropped to the floor, and he leaned forward over his desk, a hard look settling on his face. The man had pushed back his hat. It was Dahleen, Coogan's fireman, Jim Dahleen. For a moment neither man spoke. Bitter words arose to Carlton's tongue, but something in the other's face checked and held them back. It was Dahleen who spoke first. " I heard about Chick, that he'd gone out," he said quietly. " I don't suppose it did him any good, but I kind of had to chip in on the goodbye. Chick and me used to be pretty thick. I saw you come down here, and I followed you. Don't stare at me like that. You'd have done the same. Have you got that flask yet? "" Yes," Carlton answered mechanically, and as mechanically produced it from the drawer of his desk. " Ever examine it particularly? "" Examine it?
I guess that answers my question. I was afraid you might, and I wanted to ask you for it that day, only I I thought you'd think it mighty funny, refuse, and well, get to looking it over on your own hook. Will you give it here for a minute?
Carlton handed it over silently. Dahleen took it, pulled off the lower half that served as drinking cup, laid his finger on the inside rim, and returned it to the super. Carlton moved nearer to the flask, then his face paled. It was Coogan's flask! The inscription, a little dulled in the fine engraving, was still plain enough: "To Chick from Jim on the occasion of his wedding." Carleton's hand was trembling as he set it down. " My God," he said hoarsely, " it was Coogan that was drunk that night, not you." " I figured that's the way you'd read it, you or any other railroad man," said Dahleen. " It was him or me, and one of us was drunk, in the eyes of any of the boys on the road, from the minute that flask showed up. There was only one thing that would have made you believe different, and I couldn't tell you then. I'd have taken the same stand you did. But you're wrong. Coogan wasn't drunk that night. He never touched a drop. I wouldn't be telling you this now if he had, would I? "" Sit down," said Carleton. Dahleen took the chair beside the desk, and resting his feet on the window sill, stared out at the lights twinkling below him. " Yes, I gave him the flask," he said slowly, as though picking up the thread of a story, " for a wedding present. The day he came back to his run after the little woman and the baby died, he had it in his pocket and he handed it to me. ' I'm afraid of it, Jimmy,' he said. That was all, just that. Only he looked at me. Then he got down out of the cab to oil round, me still holding it in my hand, for the words kind of hit me. They meant a whole lot. Well, before he came back, I lifted up my seat and chucked it down in the box underneath. I don't want to make a long story of this. You know how he took to brooding. Sometimes he wouldn't say a word from one end of the run to the other, and once in a while he seemed to act a little queer. I didn't think much of it, and I didn't say anything to anybody, figured it'd wear off. When we pulled out of Big Cloud the night of the wreck, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary about him. I'd kind of got used to him by then, and if there was any difference, I didn't notice it. He never said a word all the way out until we hit the summit of the Devil's Slide and started down. I had the firebox door open and was throwing coal when he says so suddenly as almost to make me jump my shovel, " Jimmy, do you know what night this is? "" Sure," says I, never thinking, " it's Thursday." He laughed kind of soft-like to himself. " It's my wedding night, Jimmy," he says. " My wedding night, and we're going to celebrate." The light from the firebox was full on his face, and he had the queerest look you ever saw in a man. He was white, and his eyes were staring, and he was pushing his hand through his hair and rocking in his seat. I was scared. I thought for a minute he was going to faint. Then I remembered that whiskey, and jumped from my side of the cab, opened the seat, and snatched it up. I went back to him with it in my hand. I don't think he ever saw it. I know he didn't. He was laughing that soft laugh again, kind of as though he was crooning, and he reached out his hand and pushed me away. " We're going to celebrate, Jimmy," says he again. " We're going to celebrate. It's my wedding night." I felt the speed quicken a bit. We were on the slide then, you know, and I saw his fingers tightening on the throttle. Then it got me, and my heart went into my mouth. Chick was clean off his head. I slipped the flask into my pocket and tried to coax his hands away from the throttle. " Let me take her a spell, Chick," says I, thinking my best chance was to humor him. He threw me off like I was a plaything. Then I tried to pull him away, and he smashed me one between the eyes and sent me to the floor. And all the time we was going faster and faster. I tackled him again, but I might as well have been a baby. And then, well, that wound in his head came from a long-handled Union wrench I grabbed out of the toolbox. He went down like a felled ox, but it was too late. Before I could reach a lever, we were in splinters. Dahleen stopped. Carleton never stirred. He was leaning forward, his elbows on his desk, his chin in his hands, his face strained, eyes intently fastened on the other. Dahleen fumbled a second with his watch chain, twisting it around his fingers. Then he went on. " While I laid in the hospital, I turned the thing over in my mind pretty often, long before the doctors thought I knew my own name again.
and I figured that if it was ever known old Coogan was down and out for fair, even if when he got better his head turned out all right again, because he wouldn't be ever trusted in a cab under any circumstances, you understand? If he didn't come out straight, why, that ended it, of course. And I had it in my mind that it was only what they call a temporary aberration. I couldn't queer him if that was all, could I? So I said to myself, Jimmy, all you know is that the air wouldn't work. That's what I told you that day, and then you sprang that flask on me. You were right, I had forgotten it. Whiskey in the cab on the night of an accident is pretty near an open and shut game. It was him or me, and I couldn't tell you the story then without doing Coogan cold. But Coogan's gone now, and it can't hurt him. That's all. The tick of the clock on the wall, the click of the sounder from the dispatcher's room next door, were the only sounds for a long minute. Then Carlton's chair scraped, and he stood up and put out his hand. " Darlene," he said huskily, " I'd give a good deal to be as white a man as you are." Dahleen shook his head. " Anyone would have done it for Coogan," he said. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 8 The Blood of Kings. There never was, and there isn't now, anything elusive about the Hill Division, unless you get to talking about the mileage. When you strike the mileage, you strike deep water, and the way of it is this. Most things that are big and vital and enduring develop with the years to their own maturity, and with maturity comes perfection, as nearly as anything is perfect. When the last rail that proclaimed man's mastery of the Rockies and the Sierras an accomplished fact was spiked to the ties with much ceremony and more eclat, to say nothing of the somewhat wobbly and uncertain blows with which the silk-hatted, very important national personage performed this crowning act, while the rough and readies whose toil and sweat and grime and blood had bought the miles the orators were eulogizing, being no longer of the elect, looked on from a respectful distance. When all this was done, the Hill Division, even then, was no more than the rough draft of a masterpiece. In the years that followed came the pruning and the changes, the smoothing and the toning down. Tunnels bored through the mountain sides lessened the grades and lopped off winding miles around projecting spurs. Trestles with long embankment approaches added their quota to this much to be desired result, while in the foothills, instead of circling around and around to the right and the left and the left and the right of an endless procession of buttes, the buttes themselves came to be bisected with mathematical precision. All told, many miles, very many miles, have been wiped out in this fashion. The elusive part of it is that, measured in the dollars and cents paid by the tourists for transportation and the shippers and consignees for freight hauls, the line is just as long as ever it was. And it would appear that a good deal of money had been spent with nothing to show for it. But then against this is the fact that the directors down east were never rated as imminent or near imminent subjects for a lunacy commission. The mileage is elusive. Let it go at that. For the rest, the right-of-way from Big Cloud, the divisional point, just east of the mighty, blue-blurred, snow-capped range that towers to the skyline north and south, from there to the rolling, undulating country that reaches west from the base of the Sierras, the Hill Division is without question the most marvelous piece of track ever conceived by man, and it stands a perpetual and enduring monument to the brains and the genius, aye, and the manhood, too, of those who built it. Such is the Hill Division. You who know the Rockies know it for the grandeur of its scenery, know it for the glory of its conquest over obstacles seemingly insurmountable. But there is another side that you may not know. A side that the maps and plans and blueprints and the railroad folders and the windows of the observation cars, big as they are, do not show. And that side is the human side. It is full of tears and laughter, full of sorrow and joy, of dangers and death and mistakes and triumph.
Its history would fill many pages, but it is a history that will never be written, for the generals and the rank and file of its army have fought their battles without the blare of trumpets, have done their work and their duty as they saw it, simply and with few words, without thought of personal profit, and much less of fame. They tell their own stories amongst themselves, and they hold in honor those entitled thereto, which is a meed beyond any recognition of governments or kings or principalities, because it is the tribute of man to man, without glamour and without pretense. If you are a man as they measure men, they will tell you the stories too. And if you care to smoke, they will offer you their black plugs, with the heart-shaped tin tags that their favorite manufacturer embeds therein, and, further, they will hand you their clasp knives with which to slice it. If you are wise, you will understand that you are honored above most men, and you will be becomingly humble, and will listen. But if this, through circumstance and misfortune, has never been your lot, then, here and there, inadequately and meagerly, you may run across in print a stray breath from the Hill Division. This is a case in print, the story of King Gilleen. Gilleen was a man you would never pass in a crowd without turning your head to look at him a second time, not even in a big crowd, for nature had dealt with Gilleen generously, or otherwise, whichever way it pleases you best to consider it. He had red hair of a shade that might be classified as brilliant, but which Regan, the master mechanic, described in metaphor. Said Regan, "You could see that head a mile away, on the other side of a curve in a blizzard at night when he points it out of the cab window. You'll never get Gilleen on the carpet because his headlight's out, what?" Certainly, at any rate, Gilleen's hair was undeniably red. He had blue eyes and a very small nose, which, for all that, was next to his hair the most prominent feature he possessed. Small noses with a slight upcount to the tip are pronounced, mere size to the contrary. His face was freckled, and so were his hands. Also, he was no small chunk of a man, not so very tall, but the shoulders on him were something to envy if you were friendly with him, or to respect if you were not. That was Gilleen, all except the fact that he admitted with emphasis to the blood of some wild Irish race of kings coursing through his veins. This last point was never established. Everyone took Gilleen's word for it, that is, everyone but Regan, who was Irish himself, and, more pertinent still, Gilleen's direct superior. On this point, Regan, who was never adverse to doing it, could get a rise out of Gilleen quicker than the bite of a hungry trout.
"By Christmas!" Gilleen would sputter on such occasions. "I'll have you know I'm no liar, and if it were not for the missus and the 6 kids—"
Here Gilleen would always stop to count, owing to a possible arrival since the last clash, realizing that any slip would be instantly and mercilessly turned against him by the grinning master mechanic.
"If 'twere not for them, Regan, you listen to me. I'd bash your face and then ram the measly job you gave me down your throat. I would that."
"Well," Regan would return, "when you get to sitting on a dinky gilded throne, sunk to the crown sheet in the bogs though it will be, I'll ask no more nor as much from your hands as you get from mine, which is more than your deserts. Who but me would do as much for you? You ought to be back wiping. I've thought some seriously of it, 6 is it now? Well, it's a grand race." Whereupon Gilleen would say hot words and say them fervently while he shook his fist at the master mechanic.
"I'll show you some day, Regan," was his final word. "I'll show you what kind of a race it is, and don't you forget it."
All of which is neither very interesting nor in any degree witty. It simply shows where Gilleen's nickname came from. Everybody on the division called him King, not to his face. They do now, but they didn't then. Queer the way a little thing like that acts on a man sometimes. Gilleen was well enough liked in a way, but no one ever really took him seriously in anything. Associate a man with a joke, and henceforth and forever after, usually, the two are inseparable. He may have had aspirations, ambitions, what you will, but he is given no credit for having them. With Gilleen it was just that way. Just Gilleen, King Gilleen, with a grin. The Lord only knows what possessed Gilleen to adhere with such stout-hearted loyalty to his ancestors. You may put an interrogation mark after that last word, if you like. It began with perhaps no more than a boyish boast when his official connection with the system was no further advanced than to the degree of holding down the job of assistant boiler washer in the roundhouse. The more they guyed him, the more stubbornly he stuck. It was a matter worth fighting for, and Gilleen fought. He threw pounds, reach, and other advantages to the winds and took on anybody and everybody. By the time he had moved up to firing, he had fought all who cared to fight, who were not a few, and then, following that in the due course of promotion, he got his engine. He had by blows, not argument, established his assertion outwardly, at least. At a safe distance, the division, remembering broken noses and missing teeth and no longer denying him his royal blood, gave him his way, smiled tolerantly in self-solace, and called him Nutty. Regan, of course, still guyed, but Regan was master mechanic. Not that he did it by virtue of the immunity his official position afforded him, he never gave that a thought. He did it because he was Regan, and Regan was built that way. He could no more forego the chance of a laugh or an inward chuckle than he could forego the act of breathing and live. A joke is a joke, just fun with him, that was all. But with Gilleen it was different. Being unable to use his fists as was his wont, and being possessed of no other safety valve, the pressure mounted steadily until it registered a point on his mental gauge that spoke eloquently of trouble to come. And so matters stood when, following a rather dull summer, the fall business opened with a rush and a roar. Things moved with a jump, and the rails hummed under a constant stream of traffic, east and west. Here, at least, was no joke. A rush on the Hill Division, single track, through the mountains, never was. A month of it, and everyone from car tink to superintendent began to show the effects of the strain. It was double up everywhere, extra duty, extra tricks. The dispatchers caught their share of it, and their eyes grew red and heavy under the lamps at night, and the heads of the day men ached as they figured a series of meeting points that had no beginning and no end. But, bad as it was for the men on the keys, it was worse for some of those in the cabs. Schedules went to smash. Perishables and flyers were given the best of it, the rights of the rest were the sidings. It was a case of crawl along, sneak from one to the other, with layout after layout, until the ordinary length of a day's duty tapped over into 15-hour stretches and sometimes to 24. Sleep, what they could get of it, the engine crews snatched bolt upright in their seats while they waited for number one's headlight to shoot streaming out of the east, or nodded until roused by the roar and thunder of a flying freight, cars and cars of it crammed with first-class ratings, streaking east as it hurtled by with insolent disregard for every mortal thing on earth. Maybe Gilleen got a little more of it than anyone else on the throttles, maybe he did, or maybe he didn't. Gilleen thought he did, anyhow, and naturally he put it down to Regan's account. Regan was head of the motive power department of the Hill Division. There was no one else to put it down to. It was Regan or imagination. Gilleen, not being strong on imagination, did not debate the question. He let it go at Regan. In from one run, shot out on another, that was Gilleen's schedule. The little woman in the house uptown off Main Street got to be mostly a memory to Gilleen. And as for the 6 brick-headed scions of his kingly race, he came to wonder if they really existed at all. Things boomed and hummed on the Hill Division, and while everybody on it snarled and swore and nagged at each other, as weary, worn-out, dropping with fatigue men will do, the smiles broadened on the lips and spread over the faces of the directors down east, as they rubbed their palms beneficently, expectantly, scenting extra dividends and soaring stock. It was noon one day when Gilleen, with a trailing string of slewing freights behind him, pulled into the Big Cloud yards, uncoupled, backed down the spur, crossed the table, and ran into the roundhouse. As he swung from the gangway, Regan came hurrying in through the engine doors of Gilleen's pit from the direction of headquarters, and walked up to the engineer. " Gilleen," said he briskly, " you'll have to take out Special 83. 1603's ready with a full head on pit 2. "What's that?" snapped Gilleen. "Take out a special now. You know damn well I'm just in from a run. I'm tired. You'll rub it in once too often, Regan." " We're all tired, aren't we? " returned the master mechanic tartly. " D'ye think you're the only one? As for rubbing it in, you'd better draw your fire, my bucko. There's no rubbing in being done except in your eye. Anyhow, that's enough talk. Special 83's carded on rush orders from down east, and she's been in here for an hour now." " Well, why don't you let the crew that brought her in keep going then? " snarled Gilleen. It was a fool question, and he knew it. But as he had said, he was tired, and his temper, never angelic, was now pretty well on edge. Regan glared at him a moment angrily. Regan, too, was tired and irritable, harassed beyond the limit that most men are harassed. The demand upon the motive power department for men and engines had kept him up more than one night trying to figure out a problem that was well nigh impossible. " Let him go on," he snorted. " You know well enough I haven't anything on the Prairie Division men. You know that. What do you say it for, then, You're the first man in, and you go out first." " It strikes me I'm generally the first man in these days," retorted Gilleen angrily, " and I'm sick of getting the short end of it. I guess I won't go out this time." It took a breathing spell before the master mechanic could explode adequately. " You call yourself a railroad man," he flung out furiously. " What are you whining about? Every man's got his shoulder to the wheel and pushing without talk. We haven't got any room here for quitters. I guess that blood of yours that you're so pinhead brained about " Regan did not finish. With a bellow of rage, the red-haired engineer went at the other like a charging bull, and the master mechanic promptly measured his length on the roundhouse floor for a wallop on the head that made him see stars. Regan scrambled to his feet. His heart was the heart of a fighter, even if his build was not. Straight at Gilleen he flew, and the passes and lunges and jabs he made, while the engineer played on the master mechanic's paunch like a kettle drum, and delivered a second wallop on the head as a plaster for the first, are historic only for their infinitesimal coefficient of effectiveness. It is unquestionably certain that the master mechanic then and there would have proceeded to make up for some of his lost sleep, at least, if Gilleen's fireman and a wiper or two hadn't got in between the two men just when they did. Gilleen was boiling mad. " Well," he bawled, " got anything more to say about quitting or the other thing? I guess I won't go out this time, what? " Regan was equally mad, and as he felt tenderly of his forehead, where a lump was rapidly approximating the formation of a goose egg, he grew madder still. " You won't go out, won't you? " he roared. " Well, I guess you will, and what's more, you'll go out now and get your time. I'd fire you, understand? "" You bet," said King Gilleen, and that's all he said. He looked at the master mechanic for a minute, but didn't say anything more. Just laughed and walked out of the roundhouse. Naturally enough, the story got up and down the division, and everybody talked about it. With their rough and impartial justice, they put both men in the wrong, but mostly Gilleen for insubordination. The affront Gilleen had suffered was not so big and momentous, a long way from being the vital thing in their eyes that it was in his. Gilleen was just nutty on that point, that was all there was to it. Regan's judgment had been bad, and the moment he had seized for his thrust and fling was by no manner a means of psychological one. But, for all that, Gilleen had no business to strike the master mechanic. He had got what was coming to him. That was the verdict. He was out, and out for good. It was pretty generally conceded that it would be a long while before he pulled the throttle on the Hill Division again. What sympathy the engineer got, for he got some, wasn't on his own account. It was on account of his family, not the ancestral end of it, however. 6 kids and a wife do not leave much change out of a paycheck, even when it's padded by overtime. 6 kids and a wife with no paycheck is pretty stiff running. Gilleen was too hot under the collar to give a thought to that when he marched out of the roundhouse that noon. But it wasn't many hours, after he had put in a few to make up for the sleep he hadn't had during the preceding weeks, that the problem was up to him for consideration, with a vote for adjournment for once ruled out as not in order. Mrs. Gilleen may or may not have shared her spouse's opinions on the subject of his illustrious descent. If she did, she never put on any airs about it. Washing and dressing and cooking was about all one woman could manage for a household as big as hers. That's what she said anyway, whenever anyone asked her about it. At one glance at the red-headed brood that filled the front yard and swung on the front gate, whose hinges creaked in loud and bitter protest, was enough to preclude any dispute on that score. Just a little bit of a woman she was physically, but bigger practically than the whole corps of leading lights in social and domestic economy, which, come to think of it, is damning Mrs. Gilleen with faint praise, whereas too much couldn't be said for her. However, let that go. Mrs. Gilleen was practical, and she had the matter up to the engineer almost before he had the sleep washed out of his eyes. No nagging, no reproach, nothing of that kind. Mrs. Gilleen wasn't that sort of a woman. King or not, Gilleen might have been. Kate Gilleen was a queen. Not in looks, perhaps, but a queen, that's flat. A fine woman is the finest thing in the world, and if that were said a little more often than it is, maybe things generally wouldn't be any the worse for it, which is not a plank in the platform of the suffragettes, though it may sound like it.
Michael,
Said she.
You rowed with Mr. Regan, and he fired you. Will he take you back?
Gilleen lowered the towel to his chin to catch the dripping water from his hair. He had just buried his head in the washbowl the minute before, and looked at his wife. I wouldn't ask him, Kate, he said shortly. Mrs. Gilleen was proud, too, but for all that she sighed.
What will you do then, Michael?
She asked. I don't know yet, little woman. Some of the others will give me a job, I guess. Maybe I'll try the train crews. I'll hit 'em up for something, anyway.
But there's ever so much less money in that.
Mrs. Gilleen's tones were judicial, not plaintive. I know it, returned Gilleen, but it'll tide us over and keep the steam up till we get a chance to pull out for somewheres where a man can get an engine without a grinning fool of a master mechanic to double-cross him with the worst of it every chance he gets.
I hope it will all come out right,
said Mrs. Gilleen a little wistfully. It will, Gilleen assured her. Don't you worry, I'll get a job right away as soon as I've had a bite. It came easier even than Gilleen had figured it would, such as it was, and it was about the last job Gilleen had thought of as a possibility. Things have a peculiar way of working themselves out sometimes, and curiously enough, by means which on the surface are, more often than not, apparently trivial and inconsequent. Certainly, if Gilleen, on his way to the station that morning, had not run into Gleason, the yardmaster, why then... But he did. Call boys kind of scarce around your diggings since yesterday, ain't they, Gilleen? Was Gleason's greeting. Yes, said Gilleen. I'm out. See you're headed for the station, remarked Gleason tentatively. Going down to patch it up? No, answered Gilleen with a hard ring in his voice. The no was emphatic. Gleason stared at the engineer for a minute, then took a bite from his plug, and the motion of his head might have been a nod of understanding, or merely a wrench or two to free his teeth from the blackstrap in which they were embedded. No, said Gilleen again, I'm not. I'm going down for another job. What kind of a job? Inquired Gleason. Any kind from anyone that will put me on, except Regan. Gleason thought of his choked yards. The rush had in no way overlooked him. Men that knew a drawbar and a switch handle from a hunk of cheese, were as scarce in his department as they were in any of the others. Yards? He queried and blinked. Do you mean it? Demanded Gilleen, taking him up short. Oh, sure I mean it. You're on, said Gilleen. Night switchman, amplified the yardmaster. You can begin tonight. All right, I'll be on deck, agreed Gilleen. And thanks, Gleason. I'm much obliged to you. Grunted Gleason. Ain't much of a stake compared with an engine, but it's yours and welcome. It was true. Comparatively, it wasn't much of a stake, and even the first night of it was enough to throw the comparison into strong and bitter relief. If anything would have put a finishing touch on Gilleen's feelings anent the master mechanic, it was that first night on yard switching. That, and of course, the nights that followed. It wasn't so much the work, though that was hard enough, and being green, the engineer made about twice as much for himself as there was any need of. It was not to be denied tendency of his eyes to stray toward the roundhouse every time a gleaming headlight showed on the turntable. If Gilleen had never known before how much he loved an engine, he knew it in those dark hours while he swung a lantern from the roofs of a freight string or hopped the footboard of the switcher. Up and down the yards from dusk till dawn, to the accompaniment of the wheezing, grunting, coughing, foreshortened apology for a shunter, the clash of brake beams, the hump and rattle, staccato, diminuendo, as a line of box cars grumbled into motion, didn't take on any roseate hues from the angle Gilleen looked at it, nor did an occasional 10-wheeler, out or in, sailing grandly past him with impudent airs, help any either. Gilleen's language became as freckled as his face and hands and as fiery as his head. Even that grand old Irish race from which he sprang, that wild and untamed breed of kingly sires, paled into significance. Gilleen was more occupied with Regan. What he thought he said, and said it aloud without making any bones about it, said it through his teeth with his fists clenched. Perhaps it was just as well Gilleen was on nights, for ordinarily the master mechanic had nothing to bring him around the yards, shops, or roundhouse after sundown. Regan's evenings being spent with Carlton, the super, a pipe and a game of pedro upstairs over the station of the superintendent's office next door to the dispatcher's room. Just as well for both their sakes, for Regan's physically, for Gilleen's because, little fond of his job as he was, there were certain necessities that even little Mrs. Gilleen, with all her practicability and economy, could not supply without money. Anyway, the days went by and the two men did not meet, though Gilleen's orations got around to Regan's ears fast enough. The master mechanic only laughed when he heard them. " Gilleen," said he, " is like the parrot that said ' sick 'em,' and said it once too often. He talks too much. If he'd kept his mouth shut, I'd have given him his run back after I lay off to teach him manners. As it is, if he likes switching, let him keep at it. Maybe by the time he's tired, the throne of his ancestors will be ready for him, what?" All this was enough to spell ructions in the air, and ordinarily the division to a man would have hung mildly expectant on the result of the final showdown. But the Hill Division just then wasn't hankering for anything more to liven it up. It was getting all of that sort of thing it wanted and a little besides. Attending strictly to business was about all it could do, a trifle beyond what it could do, and everything else was apart. The boom showed more signs of increasing than it did of being on the wane. There wasn't any let up anywhere. Things sizzled. It never rains, but it pours, they say, and that's one adage at least that the railroad men of Big Cloud, and the town itself for that matter, will swear by to this day. There are a few things that Big Cloud remembers vividly and with astonishing minuteness for detail, but the night the shops went up tops them all. When it was all over, they decided that a slumbering forge fire in the blacksmith shop was at the bottom of it. Not that anyone really knew, or knows now, but they put it down to that because it sounded reasonable, and because there wasn't anything else to put it down to. However, whether that was the cause or whether it wasn't, on one point there was no possible opening for an argument, and that was the effect and the result. If you knew Big Cloud in the old days, you know where the shops were and what they looked like. If you didn't, it won't take a minute to tell you. You could see them from the station platform across the tracks far up at the west end of the yards, and they looked more like a succession of barns nailed on to each other than anything else, except for the roofs, which were low and flat, the buildings being all one-storied. What with the quarters of the boilermakers, the carpenters, the machinists, and the fitters, the old shops straggled out over a goodly length of ground, and a grimy, ramshackle, dirty, blackened, God-forsaken looking structure it was. Today, thanks to that fire and the big strike when it came along, there's a modern affair of structural steel, and the rest is but a memory. However, night in the mountains in the fall comes early, and by 9 o'clock on the night the fire broke out it had shut down pitch dark. Nothing showed in the yards but the twinkling switch lights, the waving lamps of the men, and an occasional gleam from the shunter's headlight when it shot away from the end of a boxcar. Across the tracks the station lights were like fireflies, and there was a glimmer or two showing from the roundhouse. Apart from the fact that a pretty strong west wind was brushing the yards, if you could count that as anything apart, there was nothing out of the ordinary, everything was going on as usual, when suddenly, without warning, a wicked fang of flame shot skyward, then another higher than the first. It was answered by a yell from the yard men, caught up in the roundhouse, and then the switcher's whistle shrieked the alarm. Another minute and everything with steam enough to lift a valve joined in. Dark forms began to run in the direction of the shops, and then the bell in the little English chapel uptown took a hand in the clamor. The alarm was unanimous enough and general enough when it came, there was never any doubt about that, but the fire must have got a pretty stiff start before it broke through the windows to fling its first challenge at the railroad men. Gilleen and the rest of the yard crew were on the run for the scene when Gleason's voice, bawling over the din, halted them. " Clean out there, 4 and 5, and get 'em down to the bottom of the yards, and look lively," he yelled. " Leave that string of gondolas on 6 till the last. Jump now, boys, eat 'em up." Oil spattered floors and oil smeared walls are a feeding ground for a fire than which there is no better. The flame tongues leaped higher and higher, throwing a lurid glare down the yards, and throwing, too, as the wind caught them up and whirled them in gusts, a driving rain of sparks that threatened the long, dark lines of rolling stock, for the most part choked to the doors with freight enough to total a sum in claim checks that would blanch the cheeks of the most florid director on the board of the Transcontinental. With Gleason in command, Gilleen and his mates went at their work heads down. There wasn't anything fancy or artistic about the way they banged those cars to safety. There wasn't time to be fussy. Behind them, the south end of the shops was already a blazing mass. The little switcher took hold of first one string, then another, shook it angrily for a minute as her exhaust roared into a quick crackle of reports, and the drivers spun around like pinwheels, making the steel fly fire. Then, with a cough and a grunt and a final push, he would snap the cars away from her, and the string would go sailing down the yard to bump and pound to a stop with an echoing crash into whatever might be at the other end. There was a car or two the next morning, with front ends and rear ends, and both ends at once, that looked as though they had been in a cyclone, and there was a claim voucher or two put through for a consignment of nursing bottles and a sewing machine. Not that the two necessarily go together, but no matter, they did then. Anyway, the record the yardmen made that night is the record today, and in no more than 10 minutes there wasn't a car within 300 yards of the shops. But while the yard crew worked, others were not idle. Regan and Carlton, both of them, had caught the first flash from the windows of the super's room, and they were down the stairs, across the yards, and into the game from the start. Joined by the nightmen and the ostlers and the wide-eyed call boys, they tackled the blaze. By the time they had dragged and coupled the 50-foot hose lengths, it took 5 lengths, along the tracks from the roundhouse, the needle on the stationary's gauge, luckily not yet quite dead from the day's work, and whose firebox Clarihue, the turner, now crammed with oil-soaked packing, began to climb, and they got an uncertain, weekly stream playing, uncertain, but a stream. After that, things went with a rush, both ways, the fire and the fight. From the gambling hells and the saloons, from the streets and their homes, came the population of Big Cloud, the Polacks, the Russians, the railroad men, the good and the bad whites, the half-breeds, and the local fire brigade. 2 more streams they ran from the roundhouse, and that was the limit. The rest of the hose was liquid rubber somewhere under the blaze. Regan, with a bitter, hard look on his face, for the shops were Regan's, was everywhere at once, and what man could do he did. But inch by inch the flames were getting the better of him. The yards were as bright as day now, and the heat was driving the circle of fighters back stubbornly as they fought to hold their ground. It looked like a grand slam for the fire with the 4 aces in one hand. Twice Regan had been on the point of ordering the men to the roof, and twice he held back. Once he had even ordered a ladder planted, only to order it away again. The building was only wood, and old, and the roof was none too strong at best, but now under and supported by the roof of the fitting shop, put in a month before in lieu of the old system of jacking and blocking by hand, making the risk 100-fold greater, were the heavy steel girders and hydraulic traveling cranes that whipped the big moguls like jackstraws from their wheels, preparatory to stripping them to their bare boiler shells. Regan shook his head. It was asking a man to take his life in his hands. For a moment he stood a little apart in front of the crowd and just behind the nozzle end of one of the streams. Again he measured the chances, and again he shook his head. " I can't ask a man to do it," he muttered. " But we ought to have a stream up there. It's "" Why don't you take it there yourself, then? " The words came sharp and quick from his elbow, stinging hot like the cut of a whiplash. It was King Gilleen, red-haired, blue-blooded, freckle-skinned Gilleen. The master mechanic whirled like a shot, and for a minute the two men stared into each other's eyes, stared as the leaping flames sent flickering shadows across the grim set features of them both, stared at each other face to face for the first time since that noon in the roundhouse days before. " Why don't you take it yourself, then? " said Gilleen again, and his laugh rang hard and cold. " Ha ha! You ain't a quitter, are you? There's nothing wrong with your blood, is there? If you're not afraid, come on! " As he spoke, he stepped forward, pushed the men from the nozzle, and looked back at the master mechanic. Regan's lips were like a thin, white line. Gilleen laughed out again, and it carried over the roar and the crackle of the flames, snapping timbers, the hiss and spit of the water, the voices of the crowd. " Put up the ladder! " It was Regan's voice, deadly cold. " Lash a short end around the nozzle, and stand by to pass it up." He was at the foot of the ladder almost before they got it in position, and the next instant began to climb. Like a flash, Gilleen, surrendering the fire hose temporarily, sprang after him, and up. It wasn't far, the shops were low, just 1 story high, and both men were on the roof in a minute. Gilleen caught the coiled rope they slung him from below, and together he and the master mechanic hauled up the writhing, spluttering hose. A shower of sparks and a swirling cloud of smoke enveloped them as they stood upright and began to advance. It cleared away, leaving them silhouetted against the leaping wall of flame a few yards in front of them, and a cheer went up from the throats of the crowd below. Not a word passed between the two men. Foot by foot they moved forward, laying the hose in a line behind them to lessen the weight and the side pull that at first had called forth all their strength to direct the play of the stream. Foot by foot they went forward, closer and closer, perilously close to the blistering, scorching, seizing mass, for neither of them would be the first to hold back. High into the heavens streamed the great yellow-red forks of angry flame, and over all, like a gigantic canopy, rolled dense volumes of gray-black smoke. Came at the two men spurting fiery tongues, stabbing at them, robbing them of their breath, mocking at their puny might. Another step forward and Regan reeled back, one hand went to his face, and the nozzle almost wrenched itself from the engineer's grasp. " It's a grand race! " laughed Gilleen, but the laugh was more of a gasping cough, and the cough came from cracked and swollen lips. " It's a grand race, Regan, and the blood " With a choking sob, Regan steadied himself and seized hold of the nozzle again. They held where they were now. It was the fire, not they, that was creeping forward, pitilessly, inevitably, licking greedily at the tarred roof until it grew soft beneath their feet and the bubbles puffed up and formed and broke. A cry of warning came from below, and with it came the ominous rending groan of yielding timbers. It came again, the cry, and rang in Gilleen's ears almost without sense. He could scarcely see. His eyes were scorched and blinded. His lungs were full of the stinging smoke, choking full. Beside him Regan hung, dropping weak. " Get back! For God's sake, get back! " It was Carlton's voice. " Do you hear? " shouted the super frantically. " Get back! The roof is sagging! Run for " Like the roar of a giant blast, as a park of artillery belches forth in deafening thunder, there came a terrific crash, and, fearful in its echo, a cry of horror rose from those below. Where there had been roof a foot in front of the men was now nothingness. Gilleen, with a shout, as he felt the edge crumble under him, flung himself backward, and as he leaped he snatched at Regan. His fingers brushed the master mechanic's sleeve, hooked, slipped, and he struck on his back a full yard away. He reeled to his feet like a drunken man and dug at his eyes with his fists. Over the broken edge of the shattered roof, hanging into the black below, was the dangling hose, but Regan was gone. Weak, spent, exhausted, the master mechanic, unequal to the exertion of Gilleen's leap, had pitched downward, clutching desperately, feebly, vainly as he went. Regan was gone, and 20 feet somewhere below he lay. Gilleen staggered forward. It was the far end of the beams that had given way, and the 6 or 7 yards of the roof that had fallen still separated him from the heart of the blaze. The advancing flames lighted up a scene of wreck and ruin below in the fitting shop. Girders and steel T's and cranes and tackles, splotches of roofing, shattered timbers lay over the black, looming shapes of the monster engine shells blocked on the pit. " Regan! " he called, and again, " Regan! Regan! " Above the roaring crackle of the fire, above the surging, pounding noises that beat mercilessly at his eardrums, faint, so faint it seemed like fancy, a low moan answered him. Once more it came, and upon Gilleen surged new-born strength and life. He began to drag at the hose with all his might, dropping it foot by foot over the jagged edge of the roof until it reached well down to the snarled and tangled wreckage below. And then a mighty yell went up from 100 throats, and again, and again, "Gilleen! King Gilleen! King! King!" There was no jibe now, just a bursting cheer from the full hearts of men. "King!" they roared, and the shout swelled, but Gilleen never heard them as they crowned him. King he was at last in the eyes of all men, a king that knows no blood, nor race, nor throne, nor retinue. Gilleen was lowering himself down the hose. It was a question of minutes. The fire was sweeping in a mad wave across the intervening space. The engineer's feet touched something solid and he let go his hold of the hose, and stumbled, lost his balance, and pitched forward, striking on his head with a blow that dazed and stunned him. Mechanically, he understood that what he had taken for flooring was a workbench. He got to his feet again, the blood streaming from his forehead, and shouted. This time there was no answer. Staggering, falling, tripping, stumbling, he began to search frantically amid the debris. The air was thick with the smothering smoke, hot, stifling, drying up his lungs. He began to moan, crying the name of the master mechanic over and over again, crying it as a man cries out in delirium. Bits of oil-soaked waste and wads of packing, catching from the glowing cinders, were blazing around his feet. The onrush of the flames swept a blighting wave upon him that sent him reeling back, scorching, blistering the naked skin of his face and hands. Again he fell. A great sheet of flame leapt high behind him, held for an instant, and then the dull red glow settled around him again. But in that instant, just a little to the right, pinned under a scantling, half hidden by a snarled knot of roof and girders, was the master mechanic's form. On his knees, groping with his hands, Gilleen reached him, and began to tear furiously, savagely, madly at the timber that lay across Regan's chest. He moved it little by little, every inch tasking his weakening muscles to the utmost. Blackness was before him. He could no longer see, he could no longer breathe. Hot, nauseating fumes strangled him and sent the blood bursting from his nostrils. He tried to lift Regan's shoulders and sank down beside the master mechanic instead. Feebly he raised his head. There came the splittering crash of glass. A rushing stream tore through a window, hissed against the boiler shell above him, and glancing off, lashed a cold spray of water into his face. The window! 3 yards to the window. He was up again and pulling at the dead weight of the master mechanic. Just 3 yards. He cried like a child as he struggled, and the tears ran down his cheeks in streams. A foot, 2 feet, 3. 2 more yards to go. Axes were swinging now in front of him, shouts reached him, half the distance was covered, but he had gone to his knees. Everything around was hot, it was all fire and hell and madness. 1.5 yards, only 1.5 yards. Alone he could make it easily enough, and maybe Regan was dead anyhow. Alone, and there was safety and life. Alone. Then he laughed. "It's a grand race, Regan, a grand race!" He sobbed hysterically, and his grip tightened on the master mechanic. And he won another foot, and another, and another. A black form wavered before him. He felt an arm reach out and grasp him. Then he tottered, swayed, and dropped inert, unconscious. They got him out, and they got Regan out, and they got the fire out by the time there wasn't much left to burn. And after a week or two, both men got out of the hospital. That's about all there is to it, except that Gilleen's red head now decorates the swellest cab on the division, and that he never fought for his title after that night. He never had to. Though if you feel like questioning it, you can still get plenty of fight for all that. Any of the boys will accommodate you any time. Regan isn't an artist as a pugilist. But even so, it is unwise to take risks. Unscientific men, by lucky flukes, have handed knockouts to their betters. "If Gilleen says so, that's enough, whether it's so or not, what?" Regan will fling at you. "It's pretty good blood, ain't it? No matter what kind it is. Well then, End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 9. Marley. There are some men they remember on the Hill Division. Marley is one of them, and his story goes back to the days before the fire wiped out what the strike had left of the old rambling shops at the western end of the Big Cloud yards, back to the time when Royal Carlton was young in the superintendency of the division, when Tommy Regan, squat, fat, and paunchy, was master mechanic, and Harvey was division engineer, and Spence was chief dispatcher, when the big fellows, as they were called, wrestled with the rough of it, shaking the steel down into a permanent right-of-way, shackling the Rockies, welding the West and the East. Marley was not a big fellow in either sense of the word. Officially, when he started, he wasn't anything, that is, anything in particular. Sort of general assistant, assistant section hand, assistant boiler washer, assistant anything you like to everybody. Marley's duties, if nothing else, were multifarious. Physically, he was a queer card. He was built on plans that gave you the impression Dame Nature had been doing a little something herself along the lines of original research and experimentation, and wasn't well enough satisfied with the result to duplicate it. Anyway, as far as anyone ever knew, there wasn't but one Marley produced. Maybe Nature, even, isn't infallible. Maybe she made a mistake, maybe she didn't. You couldn't call him deformed, and yet you could. That's Marley, exactly. When you get to describing him, you get contradictory. It must have been his neck. That lopped off 2 or 3 inches from his stature because he hadn't any. But if that shortened him down to, say, 5'5", which isn't so short after all, there's the contradiction again, you see. The length of his arms, at least, was something to marvel at. They made up for the neck. Regan used to say Marley could stand on the floor of the roundhouse and clean out an engine pit without leaning over. The master mechanic was more or less gifted with imagination, but he wasn't so far out, not more than a couple of feet or so at that. Marley's hair, more than anything else that comes handy by way of comparison, was like the stuff, in color and texture, the fellows on the stage light and put in their mouths so as to blow out smoke like a belching stack under forced draft. Tow, they call it. Eyes, no woman ever had any like them, big and round and wide, with a peculiar violet tinge to them, and lids that had a trick of closing down with a little hesitating flutter like a girl trying to flirt with you. But what's the use? Marley, piecemeal, would never look like the short-stepping, springy walk, foreshortened, arms-flopping Marley with the greasy black peaked cap pulled over his forehead, the greasy jumper tucked into greasier overalls, who sold his hybrid services to the Transcontinental for the munificent sum of $1.10 a day. Marley's arrival and introduction to Big Cloud was, like Marley himself, decidedly out of the ordinary, and by no manner of means commonplace. Marley arrived beauing it, in a refrigerator car. They iced the cars at Big Cloud, and, luckily for Marley, the particular one he had in some unexplained way managed to appropriate required a little something more than icing. They pulled him out in about as flabby a condition as a sack of flour. He didn't say anything for himself, mainly because he was pretty nearly past ever saying anything for himself or anybody else. The boys who found him cursed fluently because he wasn't a pleasant sight, and then carried him up Main Street on the door of a boxcar with the hazy notion that McGuire's Blazing Star Saloon was the most fitting Mecca available. Marley continued to play in luck. Mrs. Coogan, the mother of Chick Coogan, that is, who went out in the fall blizzard on the Devil's Slide some years back, spotted the procession as it passed her little shack, halted it, made a hasty but none the less comprehensive examination, amplified it by a few scathing remarks on discovering the proposed destination, peremptorily ordered them into her bit of a cottage, and installed Marley therein. He was pretty far gone, pretty far. And he hung on the ragged edge for weeks. Nobody knows what Mrs. Coogan did for him except Marley himself, but it was generally conceded that she did more than she could afford for anybody, let alone doing it for a stray hobo. Marley got well in time, of course, for than old motherly Mrs. Coogan there was no better nurse, even if she had few comforts and dainties and less money to buy them with. And then Marley got a job, or rather Mrs. Coogan got one for him. There wasn't anything Mrs. Coogan could have asked for and not got that was within their power to give her. She was Chick's mother, and with Carlton or Regan or any of the rest of them that was enough. But Mrs. Coogan never asked anything for herself. She had the Coogan pride.
The good Lord be praised,
She would say. Mrs. Coogan was sincerely devout.
I am able to work, and so I am, and why should I?
Why should she? They smiled at her as men smile when something touches them under the vest and they want to say the proper thing and can't. They smiled and gave her their washing. Mrs. Coogan tackled Regan on Marley's behalf. The master mechanic scratched his head in perplexity, but his reply was prompt and hearty enough.
Sure thing, Mrs. Coogan, he said. Send him down to me. I'll find him something to do.
To Marley he talked a little differently.
I ain't quite sure I like the looks of you,
He flung out bluntly enough, taking in the new man from head to toe.
There's no job for you, but I'll give you a chance.
Marley's eyes came down in a flutter.
Thanks, sir,
he mumbled nervously. Tommy Regan wasn't used to being sirred. The Hill Division did its business with few handles, and it wasn't long on the amenities.
Huh!
He ejaculated with a snort, and a stream of blackstrap laid the dust on a good few inches of engine cinders.
You can hand any thanks you got coming over to Mother Coogan, and say.
The master mechanic wriggled his fat forefinger under Marley's nose.
Thanks are all right as far as they go, but I figure you owe her something over and above that, what?
A faint flush came into Marley's cheeks, and he darted a quick look at Regan. His eyes were on the ground, and his hands had suddenly disappeared in his pockets before he answered.
I'm going to board with her a spell,
he said in a slow way, as though he was measuring every word before it was uttered.
Are, huh?
Grunted Regan, but the grunt carried a grudging note of approval.
Well, maybe that'll help some. You can report at noon, Marley, and make yourself generally handy around. I reckon you'll find enough to do.
Thanks, sir, said Marley again as he turned away. Regan, leaning on the turntable push bar in front of the roundhouse, followed with his eyes as the other crossed the tracks in the direction of the town, then he spat profoundly again.
Queerest looking specimen that ever blew into the mountains, and we've had some before that were in a whole class by themselves at that,
he remarked, screwing up his eyebrows.
Makes you think of a blasted gorilla the way he's laid out, what? Well, we'll give him a try anyway.
And with a final glance in the direction of the retreating figure, the master mechanic went into the roundhouse for his morning inspection of the big moguls on the pits. It took the division and Big Cloud some time to size up the new man, and then just about when they thought they had, they found they hadn't. Marley, if he was nothing else, was a contradictory specimen. Mrs. Coogan said it was like the good Lord was kind of paying her special attention, kind of giving her another son.
So quiet and accommodating and handy to have around. A good boy was Marley, a fine lad.
One hand would rest on her hip, and the other would smooth the thin white hair over her ear with quick, nervous little pats as she talked, and the gray Irish eyes, a little dim now, would light up happily.
Yes, it's more than I deserve, but I always knew the Lord would provide. 'Tain't so easy to move the tubs around as it used to be. I guess I knew it, but I wasn't willing to admit it till I had somebody to do it for me. 71 I was last birthday. 'Tain't old for a man, but a woman. Ah, indeed, he's a fine lad, and 'tis myself that says it.
Down at headquarters, Mrs. Coogan's praise went a long way, and after Carlton and Regan and the others in the office got accustomed to seeing him around, they came to accept him in a passive, indifferent sort of a way. He was a curious case, if you like, but inoffensive. They let it go at that. The men had their viewpoint. Marley didn't talk much, didn't draw out the way a new hand was expected to in order to establish his footing with the fraternity. Least of all did he make any overtures tending to anything like an intimate relationship with any of his new associates. Marley was never one of the group behind the storekeeper's office that had stolen out from the shops for a drag at their pipes and a breath of air, never on the platform to exchange a word of banter with the crews of the incoming trains, never amongst the wipers and ostlers in the roundhouse who lounged in idle moments in the lee of a 10-wheeler with an eye out across the yards against the possible intrusion of Regan or some other embodiment of authority. He was civil enough and quick enough to answer when he was spoken to, but his words were few, no more than a simple negative or affirmative if he could help it. And when he himself was in question there was not even that. Marley became dumb. All this did not help him any. He wasn't what you'd call exactly popular. So if he had little to say for himself, the men had plenty, and the general opinion was that he was a surly brute that by no possible chance was any credit to the Hill Division and by no manner of means an acquisition to Big Cloud. A few, very few, took a more charitable view, basing it on the shy, slow flutter of Marley's eyelids. They charged it up to an acute sensitiveness of his grotesque and abnormal appearance. That isn't the way they put it, though. " Looks like hell, and he knows it," said they judicially. " Let the beggar alone." It was good advice, whether their analysis was or wasn't. Pete Boileau, the baggage master, can vouch for that. As the time-worn saying has it, it came like a bolt from the blue, and but just a minute, we're overrunning our targets, and that means trouble. Things had gone along, as far as Marley was concerned, without anything very startling or out of the way happening for quite a spell, and Regan, who had stood closer to Chick Coogan than any other man on the division before the young engineer died, had begun to look on Marley with a little more interest, as a sort of deus ex machina for Mrs. Coogan. It seemed to afford the big-hearted master mechanic a good deal of relief. He got to talking about it to Carlton one morning, about a month after Marley's advent on the Hill Division. " No, of course I don't know anything about him," he said. " Nobody does, I guess they don't. But he minds his own business and does what he has to do well enough, The old lady's been getting a little feeble lately, kind of wearing out, I guess she is. I was thinking Marley was worth a little more than $1.10 a day, what? " They were sitting in the super's office, and Carleton's glance, straying out through the window from where he sat at his desk, fastened on Marley's clumsy, ungainly figure hopping across the yard tracks from the roundhouse toward the station platform. He smiled a little and looked back at Regan. " I guess so, Tommy, if it'll do her any good. I wouldn't bank on it, though. He's a queer card. Impresses you with the feeling that there's something you ought to know about him and don't. I've a notion, somehow, I've seen him before." " Have you? " said Regan. " That's funny. I've thought I had myself once or twice, but I guess it's imagination more than anything else. Anyway, he seems to remember what Mrs. Coogan did for him. I don't know what she'd do even now without the board money, little as it is to help out. There's no use borrowing trouble, I suppose. But later on I don't know what on earth she'll do. She's prouder than a sceptered queen, and she won't be able to wash much longer, nor take a boarder either, what? Carleton sucked at his briar for a moment in silence. " We've all got to face the possibility of the scrap heap some day, Tommy," he said soberly. " But it's harder for a woman, I'll admit, bitter hard. Sometimes things don't seem just right. If you want to give Marley a small raise, go ahead." The master mechanic nodded his head. " I think I will," he announced. " He's queer if you like, but that's his own business. Never a word out of him nor a bit of trouble since " Regan's words stopped as though they had been chopped off with a knife. Both men, as though actuated by a single impulse, had leaped to their feet. Behind them their chairs toppled unheeded with a crash to the floor, and for an instant, as their eyes met each other's, the color faded in their cheeks. It had come and gone like a flash. A wild, hoarse scream of rage, a brute scream, horrid, blood-curdling like the jungle howl of some maddened beast plunged in a savage, blind, all-possessing paroxysm of fury. Themselves again in a second, the master mechanic and the superintendent sprang to the window. On the platform, up at the far end, the great form of Pete Boileau rocked and swayed like a drunken man, and clinging to him, his legs twined around the other's knees, his arms locked around the baggage master's body just above the elbows, was Marley. Regan and Carlton gazed spellbound. There was something uncanny, inhuman about the scene, like a rabid dog that had leaped, snarling, for the throat hold. Suddenly Marley's legs, with a quick wriggling slide, released their hold, his whole form appeared to shrink, grow smaller, he seemed to crouch on his knees at the other's feet, then his body jerked itself erect to its full stature with a movement swift as a loosed bowstring. His arms flew up, carrying a great burden, and over his shoulders, over his head, a sprawling form hurtled through the air. " Merciful God, he's killed him! " gasped Carlton, dashing for the door. " Come on, Tommy, quick! " Both men were down the stairs in a space of time that Regan, at least, chunky and fat, had never duplicated before or since. Carlton, hard-faced and tight-lipped, led the way, with the picture beating into his brain of Boileau's senseless form on the ground and the other above tearing like a beast at its prey. He wrenched the door of the station open, sprang out onto the platform, stopped involuntarily, and then ran forward again. The baggage master's form was on the ground, lying in a curled up, huddled heap, and he was senseless, all right, if he wasn't something more than that. But the rest of Carlton's mental picture was wrong, dead wrong. Right beside where the fight, if fight it could be called, had taken place was a baggage truck, and over this, his head down, his two great arms wound round his face, shoulders heaving in convulsive sobs, Marley was crying like a broken-hearted child. Take him any way you like, look at him any way you like, Marley, whatever else he was a contradictory specimen. Any other man with a skull a shade less tender than Boileau's, it must have been made of boilerplate, would never have drawn another paycheck. And even granting the boilerplate part of it, it was something to wonder at. He had gone through the air like a rocket, and his head had caught the full of it when he landed. How far? Carlton never said. He measured it twice, but he never gave out the figures of Boileau's aerial flight. Pete was a big man, 6 feet something, and heavy for his height. The strength of 4 ordinary men concentrated in one pair of arms might have done it, perhaps. Mathematically, it wouldn't figure out any other way. Carlton never said. But what's the use? The division did some tall thinking over it, and Marley cried. They picked up Pete Boileau and carried him into the station, and the contents of a fire bucket over his head opened his eyes. But it was a good 15 minutes before he could talk, and by that time, when they got over their scare and thought of Marley, the baggage truck was deserted. " What started it? " growled Boileau, repeating Carlton's inquiry. " I'm hanged if I know. I was jossing him a little. Nothing to make anybody sore. I was only funning anyhow and laughing when I said it." " Said what? " demanded Regan, cutting in. " Why, nothing much. He looked so queer hopping across the tracks like a monkey on a stick that I just asked him why he didn't cut out railroading and hit up a museum for a job. And then before I knew it, he let out a screech and was on me like a blasted catamount." " Serves you right," said the master mechanic gruffly. " I guess you won't nag him again. I guess you won't. And none of the other men won't neither if they've had any notion that way." " He's a wicked little devil," snarled Boileau. " And the strength of him." The baggage master shivered. " He ain't human. He'll kill somebody yet, that's what he'll do." Pete's summing up was a popular one. The men promptly ticketed and carded Marley as one per Boileau's bill of lading. There wasn't any more doubt about him, no discussions, no anything. They knew Marley at last, and they liked him less than ever. But also they imbibed a very wholesome respect for the welfare of their own skins. A man with arms whose strength is the strength of derrick booms is to be approached with some degree of caution. Marley himself said nothing. Carlton and Regan got him on the carpet and tried to get his version of the story, but for all they got out of him they might as well have saved their time. A pathetic enough looking figure in a way he was as he stood in the super's office the afternoon of the fight. The shoulders were drooping, giving the arms an even longer appearance than usual, no color in his face, the violet eyes almost black, with a dead, hunted look in them. Sorrow, remorse, dread, neither Regan nor Carlton knew. They couldn't understand him then. Marley offered no explanation, volunteered nothing. Boileau's story was right, that was all. " You might have killed the man," said Carlton sternly, at the end of an unsatisfactory 20 minutes. " You can thank your Maker you haven't his blood on your hands. It's a miracle you haven't. Don't you know your own strength? We can't have that sort of thing around here." Marley's face seemed to grow even whiter than before, and he shivered a little, though the afternoon was dripping wet with the heat and the thermometer was sizzling well up in the 90's. He shivered, but his lips were hard shut and he didn't say a word. Carlton, for once in his life when it came to handling men, didn't seem to be altogether sure of himself. An ordinary fight was one thing, and, generally speaking, strictly the men's own business. But everything about Marley, from his arrival at Big Cloud to the sudden beast-like ferocity he had displayed that morning, put a little different complexion on the matter. A puzzled look settled on the super's face as he glanced from Marley to the master mechanic while his fingers drummed a tattoo on the edge of his desk. " You had some provocation, Marley," he said slowly. " I don't want you to think I'm not taking that into consideration, but not enough to work up any such deviltry as you exhibited. You'll never get on with the men after this. They'll make things pretty hard for you. I think you'd better go, for your own sake." There was dead silence in the super's room for a half minute. Then Regan, who had been sitting with his chair tilted back and his feet up on the window sill, dropped the chair legs to the floor and swung around. " I put Logan up firing yesterday," said he. " There's a night job wiping in the roundhouse. What do you say about it, Carlton? " It was Marley who answered. " Yes! " he said fiercely. Carlton jabbed at the bowl of his pipe with his forefinger, and his eyebrows went up at Marley's sudden animation. Marley's eyes met his with a single quick glance, and then the eyelids fluttered down, covering them. There was something in the look that caught the super, something he couldn't define. There was a plea, but there was something more, like a pledge, almost, it seemed. " All right," he said shortly, then nodding at Marley in dismissal. " I hope you will remember what I've said. You may go." Marley hesitated as though about to speak, and changed his mind, evidently, for he turned, walked straight to the door and out, then his boots creaked down the stairs. " He'll be away from the men there, all except a few," said the master mechanic, as though picking up the thread of a discussion. " And as for them, I'll see there's no trouble. There's Mrs. Coogan, now that " Yes, Tommy," Carlton smiled a little. " I didn't put your interest all down to love for Marley." " What gets me," muttered Regan, screwing up his eyes, as his teeth met in the plug he had dragged with some labor from his hip pocket, " what gets me is the way he went to crying afterward, like a kid he was. It was the blamedest thing I ever saw, what? "" I don't think he's responsible for himself when he gets like that," replied Carlton. " That's exactly what I'm afraid of. It comes over him in a flash, making a very demon of him, and then the relaxation the other way is just as uncomfortable. I don't suppose he can help it, he's made that way. It wouldn't make so much difference in an ordinary man, but with strength like his " Carlton blew a ring of smoke ceilingward. " You saw what he did to Boileau." " I ain't likely to forget it," said Regan. " But if he's left alone I guess he'll be all right. Any man that's fool enough to do anything else now will do it with his eyes open, and it's his own funeral." Those of the night crew in the roundhouse were evidently of the same mind. They received him, it is true, with little evidence of cordiality, but their aloofness was decidedly pronounced, and they looked askance at the queer figure as it dodged in and out of the shadows cast by the big mountain racers, or at times stood silently by one of the engine doors under the dim light of an oil lamp staring out across the black of the turntable to the twinkling switch lights in the yard. They didn't like him, but they had learned their lesson well, and as the weeks slipped away they practiced it. He was to be left alone. One thing they grudgingly admitted, Marley could work, and did. Clarihue, the night turner, was man enough to give another his due any time, no matter what his own personal feelings might be, and there was some talk after a bit between him and the master mechanic about Marley getting the next spare run firing. Clarihue even went so far as to hint at it, as a possibility, to Marley, and for his pains got a surprise. He wasn't used to seeing the chance of promotion turned down. Marley had shaken his head and would have none of it. He was satisfied where he was. That was all there was to that. Clarihue drew back into his shell after that. Marley could wipe till his hair was gray for all he cared. So Marley wiped. But at Mrs. Coogan's cottage, as the summer waned, there wasn't as much washing done as there had been, and the company doctor got to dropping in too frequently to put his visits down to the old-time occasional friendly calls for an afternoon chat. And then, one day in the early fall, the washing stopped altogether, and the doctor's face was puckered and serious as he left the cottage and headed down Main Street to the station. He entered Carlton's office, and after a few words between them, the super sent for Regan. That evening, Carlton's private car was waiting on the siding when No. 2, the eastbound Limited, Chick Coogan's old train, pulled in. As the little yard switcher importantly coughed the super's car onto the rear Pullman, Regan, in his Sunday best, a store suit of black twill, with boiled shirt and stiff collar, came out of the station, with Mrs. Coogan on his arm. An incongruous pair they looked. The little old lady's walk was in painful contrast to the burly master mechanic's stride. Her short steps had a painful, hesitating, uncertain waver to them. One hand gripped tenaciously at Regan's coat sleeve, while the other held the faded, old-fashioned shawl close about her thin, bent shoulders. She carried her head drooped forward a little, hiding the face under the quaint poke bonnet. A moment later Carlton, too, emerged from the station and joined them. The station hands and the loungers eyed the trio with curiosity, and then stared in amazement as the two officials helped the old lady up the stairs of the private car. Mrs. Coogan was getting the best of it, whatever it meant. The three disappeared inside, but presently Regan and Carlton came out again, and the super dropped to the station platform. He held out his hand to the master mechanic as Frank Knowles, the conductor, lifted his finger to Burke in the cab. " Good-bye, Tommy, and good luck," he called as the train began to move out. " Don't hurry. Take all the time you need." " All right," Regan shouted back. " Good-bye." Carlton stood for a moment watching the tail lights grow dimmer until, finally, they shot suddenly out of sight around the curve of the track. Then he turned to walk back along the platform and stopped. Crouched back against the wall of the freight house, deep in the shadows, was Marley. " Here, you, Marley," Carlton called. Marley, evidently believing himself to have been unobserved, started violently and then came slowly forward. " What are you hiding there for? " demanded the super. " I wanted to see Mrs. Coogan off," Marley announced a little defiantly. The tone of the other's voice did not please Carlton. " You've a queer way of doing it, then," he snapped shortly. Marley was twisting his hands, staring down the track. " I said good-bye before I came down to work." He spoke as though talking to himself. " Oh," said Carlton, and looked at Marley sharply. " I suppose you know what you went East for? "" Yes," said Marley gruffly. That was all, just yes. And with that he turned abruptly and started across the tracks for the roundhouse. Carlton, taken aback, watched him in angry amazement. Then the scowl that had settled on his face broke in a smile, and he shrugged his shoulders. " Guess Tommy is right," he muttered as he went on toward the office. " Marley is all in a class by himself. We've never had anything like him in the mountains before." It was 4 days before Mrs. Coogan and the master mechanic came back. Days during which Marley slipped into Dutchy's lunch counter at deserted moments for his meals, and, if that were possible, drew into himself closer than ever. The boys were curious about Mrs. Coogan, naturally, curious enough even to question Marley. He had one answer, only one. " She's sick, I guess," he said. They got nothing more out of him than that. One thing Marley did, though, that Clarihue, while he thought nothing of it at the time, remembered well enough afterwards. He'd asked the turner to give him a sheet of railroad paper and a manila, and in his spare moments the night before Mrs. Coogan came back he labored, bent over the little desk where the engine crews signed on and off, scratching painstakingly with a pen. Clarihue caught a glimpse of the sheet in passing before Marley hastily covered it up. Just a glimpse, not enough to read a single word, just enough to marvel a little at the wiper's hand. Marley was a pretty good penman. Marley, of course, being on night duty, slept daytimes, but the afternoon Regan brought Mrs. Coogan back to the cottage he must have heard them coming, for he was standing in the little sitting room when they came in. Mrs. Coogan kind of hesitated on the threshold. Then she called out quickly in a faltering way.
Marley, Marley, is that you?
Marley was twisting his hands nervously. His eyes shot a rapid glance from the old lady to the master mechanic, and then the eyelids fluttered down. "Sure," he said. "It's me." She stumbled toward him and burst into tears, crying as though her heart would break.
Oh, Marley, Marley.
She sobbed.
Don't let him do it. Don't let him do it. There's a good boy, Marley.
Marley never moved. Just licked his lips with his tongue, and his face grew whiter. Queer the way he acted, well, perhaps. Never a move to catch the frail, tottering figure, never a word to soothe the pitiful grief. He stood like a man listening to a judge pronounces his doom. Oh, yes, queer, if you like. Marley, whatever else he was a contradictory specimen. It was Regan who caught the old lady in his arms and led her gently into her bedroom off the parlor. "You mustn't give way like that, Mrs. Coogan," he said kindly. "Just lay down for a spell and you'll feel better. I'll ask Mrs. Dahleen next door to come in." It took the master mechanic several minutes to quiet her and persuade her to do as he asked, but when he came out again Marley was still standing exactly as before in the center of the room. With a black scowl on his face, Regan motioned the other outside, and once on the street he laid the wiper low. Hard-tongued was Regan when his temper was aroused, and he did not choose his words. "What do you mean by treating her like that, you scrapings from the junk heap, you?" he exploded. "You know well enough what she went away for, and if you've any brains in that ugly head of yours, you know well enough what she's come back to, without any printed instructions to help you out. What are you playing at, huh? What do you mean? You're not fit to associate with a dog. And she the woman that spent about her all to save your miserable carcass, you'd better stop." The words came like the warning hiss of a serpent before it strikes. Marley's face was livid, and his great gnarled hands were creeping slowly upward above his waistline. With a startled oath, Regan leaped quickly back, and then, separated by a yard, the men stood eyeing each other in silence. It was gone in a flash as it had come, for Marley, with a shudder, dropped his hands limply to his sides, and the color crept slowly back into his cheeks. "There is no chance for her?" No trace of the passionate outburst of an instant before remained. The question came low, hesitating, more like an assertion combined with a wistful appeal for contradiction. It took Regan longer to recover himself, and it was a minute before he answered. Then he shook his head. "She'll be stone blind in a month," he said gruffly. Marley's eyes came up to the master mechanic's and drooped instantly with their habitual little fluttering. "Ain't no doubt, no chance of a mistake?" he ventured. Again Regan shook his head. "Not a chance. The best man we could find east made the examination. We're arranging to get her into an institute, a home for the blind somewhere." "I thought you would." Marley's voice was monotonous. "That's what she was talking about, wasn't it?" "Yes," said Regan. Marley wagged his head with a judicial air. "That'll kill her," he remarked, as though stating a self-evident but commonplace fact. "That'll kill her." "I'm afraid it will," the master mechanic admitted gravely. "But there's nothing else to do. It's impossible for her to stay here. She's got to have someone to look after her, and she has no money. God knows I wish we could, but we can't see any other way than put her in some place like that." I thought you would if it turned out bad," said Marley again in dead tones. "I figured it out that way when you were gone." His hands were traveling in an aimless fashion in and out of his pockets. Suddenly he half pulled out an envelope, started, hastily shoved it back, and looked at Regan. I got a letter to post," he muttered. Well, supposing you have, said Regan a little savagely. Regan wasn't interested in letters just then. Supposing you have. You needn't. But Marley was well across the street. The master mechanic gasped angrily, choked, and went into Mrs. Dalheen's cottage on his errand. It was wasted breath to talk to Marley anyhow. It didn't take long for the news to spread around Big Cloud, and for 3 days they talked about Mrs. Coogan pretty constantly. After that they talked about Marley. The westbound limited scheduled Big Cloud for 2:05 in the afternoon, and on the third day after Mrs. Coogan's return Marley came down the street about 1:30 and crossed the tracks to the shops. Regan was in the fitting shop when Marley walked in. " I'd like to speak to you," said Marley, going straight up to the master mechanic. " Well," grunted Regan, none too cordially. " I'd like you to come over to Mr. Carlton's office with me." There was something in Marley's voice, feverish, impelling, something in his face that stopped the impatient question that sprang to Regan's lips. He looked at the ungainly, grotesque figure of the wiper for an instant curiously, then, without a word, led the way out of the shops. They traversed the yard in silence, climbed the stairs in the station, and entered the super's room. Marley closed the door and stood with his back against it. Carlton, at his desk, looked from one to the other in surprise. " Hello," said he. " What's up? " The master mechanic jerked his thumb at Marley and appropriated a chair. " He wanted me to come over. I don't know what for." Carlton turned inquiringly to the wiper. " What is this? " he demanded. Marley walked slowly across the room until he reached the super's desk. His face was drawn and he wet his lips with the tip of his tongue. " It's about Mrs. Coogan," he said jerkily. "$5,000 would be enough, wouldn't it?" Carlton stared at the man as though he were mad, and Regan hitched his chair suddenly forward. " Will you swear to give it to her if I get it for you? " Marley's hand, clenched, was on the desk, and he leaned his body far forward toward the super. There was no flutter of the eyelids now, and his eyes stared into Carlton's without a flicker. " Swear it! " he cried fiercely. Carlton drew back involuntarily. " Marley," he said soothingly, " you're not yourself. You " "No, I'm not mad," Marley broke in passionately. " I know what I'm talking about. I know she'd die in one of them charity places. It's up to me. She treated me white, the only soul on God's earth that ever did. And maybe too, it'll help square accounts. You'll play fair and swear she gets the money, won't you? "" I don't understand," said Carlton slowly, " but I'll swear to give her anything you have to give." Marley nodded quickly. " That's all I want," he said. " There ain't much to understand." He fumbled in his pocket and brought out a newspaper clipping, a column long, which he laid on the desk. " I guess you'll get it all there." The heavy set of the heading leaped up at Carlton. $5,000 reward. Below, halfway down the column, was the reproduction of a photograph. Marley's. Regan was up from his chair, bending over the super's shoulder. " I thought I'd seen you somewhere before." Carlton's voice sounded strained and hollow in his own ears. " It must have been the picture. I remember now. You killed a man in Denver a year ago." " It's all there," said Marley, licking his lips again. " I never saw him before. I killed him like I almost killed Boileau this summer. I didn't know till afterward that he was rich, not until the family hung out that reward." Carlton did not speak. Regan reached viciously for his plug. Marley stirred uneasily and drew the back of his hand across his forehead. It came away soggy wet. In the silence the chime of the Limited's whistle floated in through the open window, then presently the roar of the train and the grinding shriek of the brake shoes. " My God !" said Carlton in a whisper. " You want me to give you up and get the reward for her? A queer smile flickered across Marley's face. Heavy steps came running up the stairs. There was a smart rap upon the door and a man stepped quickly inside. For a second his eyes swept the little group. Then he whirled like a flash and the blue-black muzzle of a revolver held a bead on Marley's heart. " Ah, Shorty," he cried grimly. " We've got you at last, huh? Put out your hands." Without protest, with the same queer smile on his face, Marley obeyed. There was a little click of steel, and he dropped his locked wrists before him.
You're Mr. Carlton, ain't you?
The newcomer was swung to the desk. Yes, said Carlton numbly.
I'm Hepburn of the Denver police, went on the officer. We appreciate this, Mr. Carlton. Shorty here has been badly wanted for a long time. We got your letter yesterday.
Hepburn paused to reach into his pocket, and in the pause Carlton's eyes met Marley's, and he understood. Marley had written the letter himself and signed his, Carlton's, name, and to it was clear enough now the telegram he had puzzled over the previous afternoon. It was lying before him on his desk. His eyes dropped to it. Will be on hand on arrival of limited, signed Denver.
Oh, we can't give you any receipt for him as you requested, continued Hepburn, drawing a paper out of his pocket. But here's an acknowledgment that his capture is due to information furnished by you. I guess that will answer the purpose. You won't have any trouble getting the reward.
He handed the paper to Carlton. The super took it mechanically and started as it crackled in his fingers.
Now, said Hepburn briskly, I don't want to appear abrupt, but there's a local east of 220. We'll move along, Shorty. Goodbye, Mr. Carlton. Next time you're in Denver, look us up.
He took Marley's arm and moved toward the door.
Don't tell her, Mr. Carlton.
There was a catch in Marley's voice, and the words came low. Carlton did not answer. He was staring at the paper in his hand. Marley's price. Regan had turned his back, with a hasty movement of his fist to his eyes.
Don't tell her.
The plea came again from the doorway. Carlton tried to speak, and his voice broke. Then he cleared his throat.
She will never know, Marley,
he said huskily. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 10 The Man Who Didn't Count. He was a little gray-haired hostler, wiper, sweeper, assistant night man in the roundhouse at Big Cloud, anything you like. And this is the story he told me one night, leaning against the blackened jamb of one of the big doors, wiping his hands occasionally upon a hunk of greasy waste.
They were a rough lot out in the mountains in the days when the Hill Division was shaking her steel into something like a permanent right-of-way. A pretty rough lot. The railroaders just because they had to be, the rest because they were just that way naturally. Miners and Indians made up the citizenship mostly, and there's no worse mixture. They've got the Redskins corralled on reserves now, but they hadn't then, and it didn't take more than one bad word and one drop of bad whiskey to set things in lively motion. There's a few highfalutin poems and some other things about the noble red man that works you up so when you read them that you get to wishing the Almighty had seen fit to let you be a red man too. Well, that's all right in its way, because after you've rubbed elbows with some of the real thing, you realize that the world owes the poets a living just as much as it does anybody else, and that what they say has to sound good. So you just come to keep the cautionary signals up by instinct and let it go at that. But to give the poets their due, there's one thing they never trip up on, and that's the Indian's compound efficiency for smell. The Indian can smell. When he sticks out his chest, faces southeast, and begins to draw in the God-given mountain air, you're free to bet that the distilleries down in Kentucky way are doing enough business to make regular dividend checks a sure thing. That's generally good whiskey. Bad whiskey, in smell and otherwise, carries farther, and it's only 15 miles from here to Coyote Bend. Coyote Bend wasn't even a pinprick on the engineers' blueprints when they mapped out the right-of-way, and there wasn't any such place when the steel was all spiked down until the day some wandering prospector staked out a bunch of claims and the news spread. Gold in the Rockies? No, there's never been much of it found, but there's an all-fired big superstition that the mother lode of the whole country is tucked away there somewhere. That's why in 2 days the wilderness and the gurgling stream that trickled peacefully down through a high-walled canyon became Coyote Bend, and that's why the local freight began to make regular stops to dump off supplies alongside the track. There was no station, of course, no agent, no nothing. The stuff was just dumped, that's all. The consignees picked out their goods if they could read, or guessed at it if they couldn't. Maybe I ought to have told you before this. Anyway, I'll stick it in now. There are 3 men that figure in this story, though one of them doesn't count for much. He was a young chap named Charlie Lee, a graduate of an Eastern college he was, and all he had to his name was his diploma and the clothes he stood in when he hit the West. He struck the super for a job, and he got it, braking on the local freight. Hell for a man like him, huh? Well, it was, in more ways than one. Anyway, from that day to this, it was the best job he ever held down long enough to draw a second month's paycheck. The other 2 were Matt Purley and Pharaoh Clancy. Breed Clancy, they called him, behind his back. Purley was a very good sort, pretty straight, pretty clean, measuring by the standards out there in those days. A little bit of a sawed-off, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, full of grit inside, and an out-and-out railroad man. Only a freight conductor on the local, but he knew his business. He'd have gone up, way up, in time. Clancy was a hellion. There's no other name for him, and even that doesn't express it. No one word could. Indian one way, Irish the other. He looked mostly Indian. The Irish came out in the brogue. Black, swarthy, small eyes like needle points, coarse, dry hair that straggled down over his eyebrows, a hulking, bony frame with the strength of a wrecking crane. That's Clancy. Breed Clancy. Oh, yes, he was slick. Slick as they're made, with his hands. Faro, stud poker, dice, anything. It was his business. That and running booze joints. Mining camps and brand new boom towns were Clancy's meat mostly, after Purley drove him out of Big Cloud. Don't ask me. I don't know what there was between them. That was before my time. A woman, probably. A woman's generally blamed, anyhow. Anyway, one night Purley got the drop on Breed and marched him down the street in front of his pistol and out of town. After that, Clancy kept away from Big Cloud. As I say, that part was before my time. I only know there was bad blood between them. Wicked bad blood on one side, as you'll see. Clancy disappeared from Big Cloud, and the 2 didn't foul each other again until Coyote Bend started. Breed Clancy hit the Bend with the first inrush of the miners, and before any of them had time to much more than get a pick into the ground, he was busy knocking together a bit of a shack he called a hotel, and was ordering the furnishings, liquid furnishings, you understand, from Big Cloud. There were 3 barrels of it, the hardest kind of firewater that ever went into the mountains, way-billed to Clancy at Coyote Bend by the local, on the first trip that Charlie Lee ever made with Matt Purley. I'm getting back to Lee now, you see. Well, it was about noon when they whistled for the Bend that day, and Lee, riding the brake wheels on the front end, could see about a dozen blankets squatting alongside the right-of-way, about where the train would stop. Grouped behind these was a number of stragglers from the camp, among whom was a big fella in a red shirt you couldn't see farther than a semaphore arm. Now, I don't say those Indians were attracted by the gold rush in Coyote Bend. Coyote Bend or any other place, old or new, stale or prosperous, would get its share of the redskins. Where they came from or where they went, nobody knew. They'd drop in from nowhere, and if they liked the place, they'd grunt and settle down for a spell. If they didn't like it, they'd grunt, in benediction or otherwise, and leave. I'm not saying they smelled the whiskey in that train. I'm not saying they knew Clancy was important firewater, and they were just there to feast their eyes on the barrels and meditate on what was inside. I'm not saying anything at all about that, or what followed. There's only one man that perhaps might have explained it. I say perhaps because he never did. And also because he knew Indian nature as well as any white man in the West. That was Perley. Whether Perley even knew that Clancy was at the Bend or not, I don't know. I only know that he could have known it if he'd bothered to read the waybills, and it was likewise on the cards that he might have learned the day before, down at Big Cloud, that the whiskey was going up the following morning. I don't know, and that's straight. Sometimes I think he did, sometimes I think he didn't. I don't know. Anyway, Lee slid to the ground as the train stopped and went back to the car that held the consignment for the Bend. As he fumbled with the door, he got a whiff of raw spirit that nearly knocked him over. And then, right behind him, rose a chorus of appreciative "Ughs." I told you an Indian could smell whiskey, but I didn't tell you why. It's his ruling passion. That's straight. I'm not judging the Indian. The taste was born in him. There are some white men just as bad. I'm not judging them either. Some drink for the same reason the Indian does, some for others, and some men drink because they have to. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Lee getting that whiff. Well, before he got the door unfastened, the man in the red shirt had pushed through the Indians and come up beside him. "My name's Clancy," said he. "Did you bring any stuff for me?" "There's 3 barrels for somebody," replied Lee, and slid open the door, and the next minute he had jumped back with a yell, colliding with Clancy. "Oh!" ejaculated the apparition that confronted him. "He's drunk, majestically drunk, and on my stuff," roared Clancy, and then turning fiercely on Lee, "What did you let him in there for? What did you let him in for, you mealy-faced little—" "Let him in nothing," retorted Lee, getting back his grip on himself. "Here, you, get out, and quick." The Indian blinked gravely, but never moved. He sat cross-legged on the floor, exactly in the middle of the car, between the doors, swaying slightly backward and forward. Beside him, upended and broached, was one of Clancy's kegs. The car reeked with the smell of it, for of the half keg fill that had gushed out, what hadn't gone into the Indian had gone on to the floor. The half-breed was raving mad. I have a notion sometimes the man wasn't human at all. He had his hand on Lee's throat when Perley came running up from the rear end. "What's the row?" he began, and then he stopped. He was a cool devil, was Perley, and he never turned a hair as he stepped between the 2 men. Clancy, it's you, is it, you copper-faced renegade?" No loud talk, no bluster, he didn't raise his voice. But his insult, the worst he could have laid his tongue to, cut like the sting of a lash. Clancy swung around like a flash and stared into the muzzle of the conductor's .45. His hands were clenching and unclenching as he recognized Perley, and the cords in his neck swelled with knotty lumps. "It's your work, this job, is it?" he snarled. "Some day, Perley, I'll show you." Queer, you say, he'd act like that, nothing to warrant it. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what was between them before, but I do know the awful deviltry of Breed Clancy, and I know that Lee, leaning back against the door, shivered at the look that passed between the 2 of them. Perley cut the half-breed short off. "Once," said he contemptuously, still quiet, not a tone raised, and his voice more fully deadly for it, "once, perhaps you'll remember, I warned you to keep out of my road. Lee, how'd that Indian get in the car?" "I don't know," said Lee. "Well, then, throw him out," said Perley shortly, snapping his watch with his free hand. "We can't stay here all day. This little ruction between Perley and the half-breed has taken me longer to tell it, I guess, than it did to happen. Anyway, it didn't cause the excitement you might think it would. The blankets were too busy drinking in the smell of that whiskey to let their hungry eyes wander very far from anywhere but the open door of that car. And as for the stragglers, by the time they'd caught on to the fact that there was something on the boards beside the drunken Indian, Perley, with the same cool contempt, had slipped his gun back in his pocket and was boosting Lee into the car. The Indian offered no opposition as Lee tackled him. He couldn't. He was beyond all that. He was so full of dead-eye it was oozing out of his pores. He just sat there, and Lee slid him to the door just as he was, still sitting, and dropped him out. He struck the ground with a thud, rebounded a foot, rolled over, grunted, and lay like a log. There was a guffaw from the camp stragglers and a deep and envious chorus of "ughs" from the blankets. No, I'm not joking. It's a long way from a joke, as you'll see. They were envious. It acted like a red rag on a bull, the possibility of attaining the condition, the state of heavenly bliss that had been reached by their red brother. Do you understand? Clancy wasn't laughing. He stood where Perley had left him, sullen and with twitching face. I don't know, I think it was Perley's sheer nerve that kept the half-breed from drawing and shooting the conductor when his back was turned. I don't know. Brute beast cowed by the human mind, perhaps. No one ever knew Breed Clancy. He had his yellow streak at times, and then again the blood that was in him made him worse than a frenzied madman. Yes, I guess it was a case of brute, all right, for there was no cowing him when the frenzy was on him. Perley wasn't laughing either. He was opening and shutting his watch impatiently. Come on, he cried at Lee. Get those barrels out. We got to cross number 2 at the crick. It'll be the carpet for ours if we hold her up. Lee grabbed the broached cask and edged it toward the doorway. The contents slopped and sloshed inside as he moved it, and occasionally a little of the stuff would spill out through the bunghole. Then somehow, just as he got it to the door, his hold slipped, out it went, bounded on the edge of the ties, and then went down the embankment right into the hands of those squatting blankets. They didn't squat long, I don't need to tell you that. They were on it in a mob, and they got the taste they'd had the smell, and the fill was to come presently. Clancy was cursing in streams, and no fouler-mouthed man than Clancy ever lived. He tried, once, to get the Indians off the barrel, and the stragglers backed him up half-heartedly. You might as well have tried to move that mogul on the pit there behind you. He didn't try but once. Then he fell back on cursing again, and Perley was the target for most of it. Perley? Ha! He never answered him, but his face grew harder and harder, and his gun was in his hand again. Throw out those other 2 barrels, he snapped at Lee. The redskins will get every last drop if I do, objected Lee, hesitating. Owner's risk. There's no station here. Throw 'em out, repeated Perley, grimmer than before, only this time loud enough for Clancy to hear him. You do, roared the half-breed. You do, and I'll worse than murder you one of these. Throw 'em out, said Perley quietly, waving the go-ahead signal to the engine crew. And out they went, down the embankment after the first. Lee jumped to the ground and banged the door shut just as the drawbars began to snap tight along the train and the local jolted into motion. He waited beside Perley to swing the caboose as it came up, and while he waited he watched and grinned. Funny? I don't know. It depends on the way you look at it. Depends on what you call fun. Lee thought it was funny, then. The air was full of curses, Indian yells, shouts, oaths, and there was one jumbled mess of arms and legs and barrels. The Indians were after their fill, and this time Clancy and the stragglers were in the game for keeps. Up ahead the engine crew hung grinning out of the gangway. Behind, the other brakeman was occupying a reserved seat on the top of the caboose. A quarter of a mile away from the camp, men, attracted by the shouting, were beginning to run toward the track. Inconsistent kind of a mix-up, huh? Indians, miners, whiskey barrels, and railroaders. I don't know. Call it funny if you like, though perhaps you can size it up better when I'm through. By this time, the caboose was up to where Perley and Lee were standing. Perley motioned Lee aboard and then swung on himself. Just as he did so, Clancy's red shirt loomed up out of the melee. His arm lifted, and over the clack of the car tracks pounding the steel came the tinkle of breaking glass from the shattering pane in the door. The bullet had passed between the heads of the 2 men on the platform, missing them by a hair's breadth. Another shot followed the first, another, and another, dangerously close, splintering the woodwork around them, and then Perley fired. The half-breed spun round like a top, clamped his hand to his face, and pitched over. Then the curve of the tracks shut out the scene, but for 5 minutes after they were out of sight they still got the whoops of the redskins, the shouts and curses of the miner, and the crackle of guns like the quick-fire of a Gatling. You see, it came to that before it was through, and there was some blood spilled. A lot of it. And not counting Clancy's. It wasn't all blanket blood, either. Clancy? Well, I'm coming to him. No, he wasn't killed. If he had been, I'd never be telling you this story. It was 2 or 3 days before Lee and Perley got the details of what happened. The redskins fought like fiends after the miners began to fire on them, and had killed 1 or 2, and though they were finally subdued, the casualties, as I've said, weren't all on their side by a hang sight. But I was talking about Clancy. Well, that bullet of Perley's caught him in the cheekbone, glanced in, plowed through his left eye, and landed up somewhere against the cartilage of his nose. A bullet'll make queer tracks sometimes, worse than surveyors by a heap. They got him down to Big Cloud to a doctor's, and before he was half cured he disappeared. They had a sort of makeshift hospital here in those days. And when I say disappeared, I mean they found his bed empty one morning, that was all. I told you I didn't know whether Perley had any hand in putting the Indian in the car, or the other redskins at the Bend. I don't. I told you I didn't know what was between him and the half-breed before all this happened. I don't. Perley never said. But day after day, as he and Lee pounded up and down on the local through the mountains, he began to grow silent and moody. Lee, young Lee then, was the only one that could get anywhere near the inside of his vest. He took to Lee, and Lee liked him, but even Lee had his limits when it came to confidences. There was lots Perley never opened his lips about. No, I don't know as it makes much difference now. Lee was the first of the two to hear that Pharaoh Clancy was loose. It looks to me like a bad business, he said after telling Perley the news. Perley's eyes just narrowed a little. It looks more like a bad shot, a rotten bad shot, he answered evenly. That, if you like, returned Lee, but there'll be more to follow. One would think you knew Clancy, said Perley, cool as ever. Lee was anxious. Call it presentiment or what you like. From that moment the thing was on his nerves. Perley had been pretty good to him, had made things a heap easier for the young fella, green and raw as he was, in 100 different ways. Things like that mean something. Look here, Perley, said he. I've heard some talk, and I know there's something behind all this between you and that devil. I'm not asking for confidences. Perley cut him short and caught him almost angrily by the shoulder. Don't meddle, he snapped. Let it drop. You don't count in this, whatever happens. Your being at the Bend that day was an accident. What's between me and Clancy concerns ourselves. You don't count. Unless you're looking for another run besides the local, just remember that, and don't meddle. That was all. Lee never mentioned it to Perley again. Perley was right, wasn't he? I told you there were 3 men in this story, but that one of them didn't count. No, Lee didn't count. Why should he? What did he have to do with it? Perley was right. I leave it to you. You've been over the division, and you know the Devil's Slide just west of the Gap from here. You know the grade, the worst in the mountains. The trains crawl up at a pace a man could walk because they can't go any faster, and they crawl down just as slowly because they don't dare do anything else. I've seen passengers get off the observation and walk. So have you. Done it yourself, probably. I thought so. Extra engine on the rear end to push or hold back, and one in the middle if the train's heavy to keep it from breaking apart, lessens the drawbar pull, you know. They're tunneling now to do away with that particular grade, but that's nothing to do with this story, nor for that matter with the night some 6 weeks after that business at the Bend, when the local, eastbound, was climbing Devil's Slide. It was a dirty night outside the caboose. A storm had been racketing through the mountains all afternoon, and by the time it got dark, it was a howling gale, raining hard enough to float the ties. Lee's place was on the front end, going up that bit of track, but he wasn't well that night, and the other brakeman was doing his snatch. Touch of mountain fever or something, nothing serious. Just enough to make him shiver and boil alternately over the little stove in the caboose, sitting with his back to the door. Up above him in the cupola, holding down the swivel chair where he could watch the train, that is, see his engine fling up the sparks, for that's about all he could see, I guess, was Perley. The car was swinging like a hammock with the heave and strain of the big pusher coupled right behind it. It acts queer, that does. Every time I've felt it, I've always thought of a cat and a mouse. It's like the engine had the caboose by the scruff and was trying to shake the life out of it. You felt it a little if you've ever been in the rear Pullman going up. The difference is that a caboose hasn't any springs to speak of, you understand? Racket enough to raise the dead. You couldn't hear yourself think. Not so much from the noise of the train or the storm, but from the booming roar of that trailer's exhaust, like she was trying to cough her boiler tubes out every time the valves slid. Now, there's just one more thing I want you to get. The engine crew of a pusher naturally can't see any track, roadbed, or anything of that kind, and it isn't their business to either. All they watch is the leader and the intermediate, if there is one. Their headlight plays along over a few cars, if it's high enough, or loses itself on the top of the door or the roof of the caboose, if it isn't. Understand? Lee didn't hear anything. He was sitting bent over with his head between his hands, and it was the current of air from the opening door that made him twist around and look up, thinking it had blown open. I don't know if you'd call him a coward. Maybe yes, maybe no. Anyway, he was a white-faced, terrified man that next instant as he started up from his chair. He never got to his feet. Instead, he shut up like a jackknife and went down on the floor with a blow over the head from a revolver butt that knocked him senseless. It all happened in a second, but in that second Lee got it with more vividness than 1,000 hours would have given him. The great hulking figure, the water trickling to the floor in little pools from the dripping clothes, the sickly pallor of the face, the thin new skin of the livid scar across the cheek, the sightless eye. Clancy. Lee couldn't have lain unconscious more than 20 minutes. Perhaps it was only 15, for it takes about 40 minutes to climb the 4 miles of the slide, you see. Call it 20, and that allows for what happened before and what happened after. When he came to his senses, the light in the bracket lamp was out, blown out by the draft, for the door was open. A stray beam or two from the pusher's headlight filled the caboose with an uncertain, wavering light from the jolt and swing, you know, though Lee thought at first it was his head. He tried to get up, but he couldn't move. He was bound, hand and foot laid out on the flat of his back, helpless. For a minute he was too dazed to understand. Then he remembered. Clancy. He stared up into the cupola above him. The swivel chair was empty. Perley had gone. The car trucks were beating a steady clack, clack, clack as they pounded the fish plates. From behind came the full, deep-chested thunder of the trailer's exhaust. Around, the 100 noises of the creaking, groaning, swaying car. Without, the patter of rain, the wail of wind. But over it all, low though it was, came a sound that sent a chill to Lee's heart. It was like a breathless moan. Do you understand? That was the inhuman part of it. It was breathless. There was no break, a sort of sobbing monotone. It came from behind him. Lee shivered as he listened, and then his heart began to pound as though it would burst. He was afraid. Afraid. Premonition, perhaps. I don't know. He rolled himself over on his side, and he saw... How can I tell it? A figure was crouched against the side of the car in half-sitting posture. The face was red with the blood that was flowing from the forehead. Lee shrieked aloud in terror, "Perley, Perley!" Then he grew sick with the horror that was on him. Worse than murder, the half-breed had threatened, and he had kept his word. Perley had been scalped. Lee's cry must have reached the poor wretch's consciousness, for he staggered to his feet, sweeping his eyes clear with both hands. Lee, sick to the depths of his soul, the sweat breaking out in great cold drops upon his forehead, fought like a maniac with his bonds. Perley never spoke, never paid any attention to Lee. He was past all that. But his brain, at least, was still capable of coherent impression. It must have been, to account for what he did. Right in front of him, as he hung there tottering and swaying, was a broken bit of mirror tacked up on the side of the car. He was staring into it. His moaning stopped. The shock of his own awful horror must have revolted, shaken his very being. His hand groped weakly, subconsciously perhaps, for his pocket, his revolver. The end. Again Lee shrieked as he struggled to free himself, and then, as Perley fired, he burst into a peal of wild, discordant laughter. His mind was giving way. He began to gibber like a madman. That's the way they found him, with Perley's body pitched full across his chest. Don't ask me. I told you Perley was a little undersized, sawed-off man. I don't know, do you? The half-breed physically could have handled him like a baby once he caught him unawares, that's all I know. They buried Perley down at Big Cloud, and they buried Clancy where the posse dropped him, drilled full of holes. That's the story. Lee? Charlie Lee? Why, he doesn't count, does he? He had nothing to do with it. Well, if you're interested in him, I'll tell you. His college diploma never did him any good. Once he got better and out of the hospital, he took to drinking periodically, hard. Between times, straight as a string, you understand, for 6 weeks, say, then off again. That was 15 years ago, and he's done it ever since. The doctors said that blow on the head unsettled him, skull splinter or something like that. But medicine's not an exact science. The doctors were wrong. The trouble was deeper than the skull, it was in his soul. Lee drank to save himself from the madhouse. I told you, didn't I, that some drink because they have to. Carlton, the super, and the men before Carlton understood what the doctors didn't. So Lee's working for the railroad yet, not breaking. He's not fit for that. But he keeps the job they gave him, and it's kept for him when he gets back after his spells. There's the foreman shouting at me. Sorry, but I gotta go. If you're going out on number 1, she's just coming down the gorge now. Good night, sir. I lost him in the shadows of the big mogul on the pit behind me. Then I turned and walked slowly out of the roundhouse, over the turntable, and across the tracks to the station platform. Number 1's mellow chime floated down from the gorge, then the flare of the electric headlight and the rumble of the train, and in quick, fierce tempo the beating, drumming trucks caught up the name I had heard the foreman shout, and rang it over and over again in my ears. Oh, you Lee, Charlie Lee, Lee, Charlie Lee. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of On the Iron at Big Cloud by Frank L. Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 11. Where's Haggerty? The Hill Division was proud enough over it, of course, for Carlton was its own chief. But none the less it read General Order No. 38 with dismay and misgiving. T.J. Hale, the G.O. ran, is hereby appointed Superintendent of the Hill Division, with headquarters at Big Cloud, Vice H.B. Carlton promoted to General Manager of the system. Now, who in the double blankety blank blazes is Hale?
Demanded the roundhouse and the engine crews.
Carlton was all to the good, huh? What?
Growled the dispatchers. The train crews swung their lanterns with a defiant air, and the passenger conductors juggled their punches around their little fingers, smiling a superior smile to themselves. Hale might be a good man, perhaps he was, but Carlton was Royal Carlton.
I guess he'll get along all right with us, but he don't want to get fresh, that's all. Where'd he come from, huh?
That question at first no one seemed able to answer. The general impression was that the Transcontinental had got him from some eastern road. Certainly he was a new man, brand new, to the system. And then the renown of one Haggerty, who was braking on a passenger local, became great, and in consequence the displeasure of the division increased. Said Haggerty,
"When I was on the pen 5 years back, this fellow Hale was assistant super. I knew him well. You want to look out for him. You can take my little word for that. He's a holy terror, and that's a fact. Got any chewing?"
Haggerty got his chewing, being an egregious liar, and Hale got a damaged reputation for the same reason. But Haggerty got more than his chewing, and he had not long to wait. On the day that the new super was expected, Haggerty, on passenger local No. 7, got into Big Cloud about noon, and taking advantage of the 10-minute wait for refreshments, straddled a stool at the lunch counter.
Between bites, he fired questions at Spence, the dispatcher, who was bolting his midday meal. " Hale come yet? " he demanded. " Haven't seen him," replied Spence. " When d'ye expect him? " persisted Haggerty. " I don't know," Spence answered. " Oh, don't be so blasted close," snapped Haggerty. " You ain't giving away any weighty secret if you let out what time the special will be along, I suppose." " I haven't heard of any special," said Spence. " Say, Haggerty, they tell me Hale's no friend of yours, huh? No wonder you're anxious. I forgot about that. As soon as I get word about him I'll wire up the line, so's you can jump your train, come back on a hand car, and be here on the platform to meet him." " You go to blazes !" retorted Haggerty, and scowled across the counter at an inoffensive looking little fellow who had taken the liberty of smiling at the dispatcher's words. At Haggerty's look the smile disappeared in a cup of coffee raised hastily to the lips. " Huh !" snorted Haggerty, by way of driving home to the other the audacity and temerity of his act, and likewise the inadvisability of repeating it. Haggerty was galled. Once before that morning he had been obliged to relegate this insignificant, squint, eye-glassed individual, who had persisted in riding on the platform, to a proper sense of submission, and the method employed had been no more delicate a one than that of jerking the man bodily into the car by the collar of his coat. " Huh !" he repeated with rising inflection. " No, Haggerty," went on Spence pleasantly, " don't you worry, I won't fail you. When the super steps off the train and the first words he says is, ' Where's Haggerty?' and you're not here to respond in kind, I can plainly see there'll be doings. Oh, no, don't you fret. I'll not throw you down on anything like that. 'Twouldn't be wise for us that's got to live with him to rile him up at the outset. No, it certainly wouldn't. What? "" You go bite on a brake shoe, you're too sharp to be munching doughnuts," snarled Haggerty, and swinging himself from his seat he went back to his train. An hour later, when he reached Elk River, the end of his run, he found a telegram waiting for him from Spence. He sucked in his under lip as he read it. " You sly joker," wired the dispatcher. " Why didn't you tell us that your friend came up with you on Number 7? " Haggerty pushed his cap to the back of his head and swore softly under his breath. He began to go over in his mind the passengers that had been aboard the train when they ran into Big Cloud. No one individual seemed to stand out carded and way-billed as the new super. Then an idea struck Haggerty, and he climbed into the rear coach where Berkeley, his conductor, was making up his report sheets. " Say, Jim," said Haggerty, " was there any passes into Big Cloud this morning? " Berkeley looked up suspiciously. " You mind your own business and you'll get along better," he snapped. " Oh, punk," returned Haggerty. " My count's the same as yours, ain't it? What's the matter with you, then? Honest, Jim, I want to know. Was there any passes? "" No, there wasn't," grunted Berkeley, cooling down a little. " Well, then, you might have said so at first instead of jumping a fellow for nothing," said Haggerty, and went out of the car to hang meditatively over the handrail and spit reflectively at the ties. " Now, wouldn't that sting you? " he demanded of the universe in general. " Wouldn't that sting you? Who ever heard of a new super coming on the job riding a local on a ticket, and me asking when he was going to turn up? Oh, yeah, it sure would sting you. That funny boy Spence will pass this along and oh, punk. I ain't sure it wouldn't have been better if I'd kept my mouth shut about knowing Hale, but who'd ever thought he'd come up on my train? How was I to know, huh? And during all that afternoon's lay up at Elk River, Haggerty pondered the matter. He continued to ponder it as he pulled out for the return trip in the evening, and he was still pondering it when they whistled for Big Cloud. There was no moon up that night, and it was pretty dark as they ran in. Haggerty, with his lantern, was standing on the rear end. As the train slowed itself to a halt, a man came tearing down the station platform at a run. " Where's Haggerty? " he called breathlessly. " Where's " Here," said Haggerty promptly, leaning out over the steps and showing his light. " What do you want? "" Oh, all right," said the man. " I'll be back," and he disappeared in the shadow of the station.
He acts like he was nutty,"
muttered Haggerty, and swung himself off the steps. But though Haggerty waited, the man did not come back, and he had not come back when the train began to roll out of the station, and Haggerty was again on the rear platform of the car. Then, just as his hand reached out to open the door, he stopped and started suddenly as though he had been stung. A voice came out of the darkness from the other side of the tracks over by the roundhouse.
"Where's Haggerty?"
it demanded anxiously. Then Haggerty tumbled, and his face went red with rage. He leaned far out over the rail, and, forgetful that the pantomime was lost in the darkness, shook his clenched fist in the direction from whence the voice had come.
"You go to hell!"
he bawled, the exclamation shaken into syllables by reason of the car wheels jolting over the siding switches at that precise moment. And then, his senses being very acute, from where the light shone in the dispatcher's window, he thought he heard, above the momentarily increasing rattle of the train, a laugh that produced anything but a quieting effect on his already outraged sensibilities. Now, Haggerty was not the nature of those who can pass lightly over a joke at their own expense, especially if that joke is too prolonged and carries with it a hint of underlying venom. Therefore, as the "one on Haggerty" spread over the division, and scarcely an hour of the day passed that the cry, "Where's Haggerty?" did not reach his ears, he began to sulk and treasure up his injury. The division was rubbing it in pretty hard. But the curious part of it all was that his bitterness was not directed against himself, who was the direct cause of his discomfiture, nor against Spence, who was the indirect cause, but against Hale, who was no cause at all. Just once had Haggerty seen the superintendent. Hale was pointed out to him on the platform at Big Cloud, and Haggerty had ducked hastily back inside his train. Hale was the inoffensive little fellow he had treated with such scant courtesy at the lunch counter, the insignificant, squint-eyed, glassed individual he had hauled from the car platform by the coat collar. When Haggerty's mingled feelings of perturbation and amazement permitted him any speech at all, it was rather incoherent.
"The runt!"
he gasped, and subsided into an empty seat. And in this inelegant but pithy summing up of the capacity and dimensions of the new official, the division was with him to the last section hand. Him, a railroad man! The Hill Division remembered Royal Carlton and was ashamed, and it rankled for the shame that it considered had been put upon it. Out of it all, Haggerty was the only thing of saving grace. So upon Haggerty they loosened, behind the humor, some of their bitterness. Haggerty became the safety valve of the division. A month had gone by, and Hale had lived well up to what his appearance had led them to expect. He might have been an automaton for all the signs of life that emanated from his office. Just routine, the routine business, routine, that was all. The disquiet and unrest that brooded over the division became contempt, the kind of contempt that made the car tinks put on airs, and in their heart of hearts figure themselves better railroad men than he who sat over them in supreme authority. Even Haggerty no longer ducked out of sight when circumstances required that he should breathe the same air as his superior. Haggerty had acquired a swagger. Also, he now voiced his opinion, his cordially poor opinion, of Mr. Hale without restraint and with no check upon his tongue. And then Haggerty got a shock. It was imparted by Spence. "Got it from Hale's clerk last night," said the dispatcher. "He's going to run an inspection special over the division, and has picked out the fag end of all things for the crew. He picked you first, Haggerty."
"Ah, forget it,"
growled Haggerty with a scowl. "I think there's something behind it, though," Spence went on, his voice modulated confidentially. "Between you and me, Haggerty, the inspection trip is a bluff." Haggerty pricked up his ears. "How's that?" he demanded. "Well," said Spence serenely, backing to a safe distance, "I think he's hurt at the way you cut him since he's been here. He's pining for your company, and Haggerty sprang to his feet from the baggage truck on which he had been seated, and shook his fist frantically at the fast retreating figure. He was still gesticulating fiercely and muttering savagely to himself when the window in the dispatcher's room overhead opened softly and Spence stuck out his head. " Hey there, Haggerty," he called. " Quit practicing that deaf and dumb alphabet. You haven't got any time to waste. You want to run along and get to the missus to press you out a pair of panties and iron a boiled shirt for you. You'll get your orders in the morning." "
Come down here for 1 minute,"
choked Haggerty, his rage fanned to a white heat by the knowledge of his own impotence, for Spence, as he well knew, was safely entrenched behind locked doors.
" Just 1 minute and I'll make your face look like it had never been born. I will that."
" Haggerty," said Spence in an injured tone, as the window closed, " you are disgruntled." But Haggerty was to be still more disgruntled, for the next morning, true to Spence's words, he found himself assigned to Inspection Special Number 89. Haggerty was not happy, but he boarded the forward car as they pulled out for the mountains with the mental resolution that he would keep out of the super's way. Resolutions, however, like many other things, are sometimes rudely upset in the face of conditions that are not taken into account in the reckoning. They had been running at a 40-mile clip, and were about into the yard at Coyote Bend, when Haggerty nearly went to the floor as the air came on with a sudden rush, and the train came jerking to a halt like a bucking bronco. The whistle was going like mad for the block ahead. Haggerty grabbed his red flag, dropped to the ground, and ran back past the super's car to take his distance. Up ahead, he could see the tail end of a freight disappearing around the bend, crawling into safety on the siding. Nothing very interesting about that. Somebody would get Tokyo for laying out the special, he supposed. Maybe the freight had had a breakdown and was off schedule making the bend. Personally, Haggerty did not care. It made very little difference to him. He picked up a handful of stones and began to plug them at the nearest telegraph pole. Suddenly he changed the direction of his shots and let fly with all his might at a gopher he had spotted squatting in front of his hole. " Holy Mac! " he ejaculated in unbounded astonishment. " I believe I hit the cuss," and he went back to see. Just as he got down the embankment, the special began to whistle for her flag, 1, 2, 3, 4, and Haggerty, scrambling to the track again, began to run. But fast as he ran, he had only covered about half the distance when the train began to move. It was therefore a very breathless and panting Haggerty who just managed to grab the rail of the rear car, the super's car. There was nothing for it but to pass through, and Haggerty, with his acquired swagger, started. The super was alone in the rear compartment, seated at a table, a mass of papers before him. Haggerty was industriously rolling up his flag as he passed along. " Haggerty." Haggerty stopped and swung around at the sound of his name. Hale reached his hand into a box of cigars that lay open on the table, selected one carefully, lighted it, and leaned back in his chair. " I would like to offer you one, Haggerty," he said quietly, " but I am afraid you would misunderstand." Haggerty shifted a little before the super's look. Somehow there wasn't any squint at all. Instead, behind the glasses, the gray eyes were remarkably bright and clear, and their steadiness was discomposing to Haggerty. " It seems," said Hale, a little smile playing around the corners of his mouth, " that they don't measure men by the same standard out West here that they did when we were back in the pen together, Haggerty reddened. His only belief would have been in bluster. But, curiously enough, there was something about this little man, he couldn't tell just what, that made bluster impossible. Therefore Haggerty held his peace, and his fingers played nervously with the flag, twirling it around and around, awkwardly. " Don't make any mistake, Haggerty," the super continued pleasantly. " I'm not trying to rub it in. I want you to know that I've heard the story. I want you to know that I didn't nose it out. I heard it at the lunch counter that day after you went out, and before the men there knew who I was. I want to start straight with you, Haggerty." Haggerty was puzzled and flustered at this opening. " Well, sir," he blurted out, " of course you know it was all a lie. I only did it for a josh." " Yes, I understand," Hale answered.
In itself it didn't amount to anything, but the consequences are a little more than you reckoned on, aren't they? It's acted like a boomerang, and you're pretty sore, Haggerty, aren't you?" The openness and friendly tones of the super took hold of Haggerty, and he warmed toward the other.
Well, yes, sir, I suppose I am," he admitted.
Hale nodded. "Now I want you to see the other side of it, Haggerty, my side. No division of any railroad, or anything else for that matter, can do itself justice unless everyone concerned with it is pulling together for it. I want every man out here with me, and first of all I want you. There is nothing destroys respect so much as ridicule. The division, much after the fashion that an epidemic of measles springs up amongst children, took it into their heads to dislike the successor of Mr. Carlton, no matter who he might be. Now, unfortunately, instead of having checked the spread, the germs are being fostered because, back of their fun with you, a description of contempt of me is constantly kept alive. So, I want you to cooperate with me, Haggerty, and show them that, after all, whether I'm a holy terror or not, whether I'm a runt or a giant, no matter what, I'm entitled to a fair deal out here in the West. There, Haggerty. That's a pretty long sermon for me. I'm not much at preaching. Just turn what I've said over in your mind, that's all. I think I can safely offer you a cigar now. Will you have one?"
Haggerty accepted the cigar with a flustered mumble of thanks, and as he went forward to the other coach he chewed the end pensively.
"Well, how's the little fella? Hope the ride ain't making him car sick,"
sneered Slakely, the conductor. Haggerty strode up to the other and shoved his fist savagely within an inch of Slakely's nose.
"I'll have you know the super's all right. You wall-eyed coyote, you, I'm telling you he's a man. Do I hear any remarks to the contrary?"
"Say,"
gasped Slakely blankly, retreating down the side,
"what's the matter with you anyway?"
"That's what's the matter."
Haggerty's exclamation was more forcible than explicit, though the meaning of his clenched fist which he shook at the other was pointed enough in its inference.
"That's what's the matter, my bucko,"
he repeated fiercely.
"And don't you forget it. I'm giving it to you straight, and I'll take none of your lip about it neither, see?"
Haggerty had raised the standard, not perhaps as the super had expected, but according to his own ideas, or rather to his fiery temper, which led him to act blindly on the spur of the moment as his impulse directed. But it was not this method of Haggerty's, if such a term could by any stretch of the imagination be applied to Haggerty, that was to bring about the desired result, and at the same time rid him of his tormentors who continued to sound the cry, "Where's Haggerty?" with the undiminished frequency, tormentors who were much too wary to allow themselves to be caught anywhere within striking distance, for Haggerty's forearm was a thing to wonder at. Instead, the end came from another source as totally different as it was unexpected. It came on the third day of the inspection trip, up in the Rockies at the new bridge across the Stony River, and it was the new bridge that did it. They were to lay out there for the morning, and Haggerty started in to employ the 2 or 3 hours of leisure this gave him by looking over the work. It wasn't much of a bridge as bridges go, for the Stony wasn't much of a river, but the approaches were enough to pull the heart out of the stoutest bridge crew that ever toiled and sweated and slaved. Just rock, solid, gray, massive, and so it was blast, 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 hour after hour all through the day, day after day. One span, resting on the shore abutments, was to bridge the canyon that yawned 600 feet below, where the Stony swirled and eddied, a foaming, angry, chattering little stream. On the eastern side, where Haggerty stood, the anchorage was pretty well under way, but over across on the western shore they were still pitting their blasting powder against the stubborn rock of the mountain side. Haggerty crossed over on the old bridge to take a look at this. Just as he reached the other side, a stationary engine blew shrilly for a blast, and the men began to run for cover. Haggerty pulled his watch and marked the time, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Then the blast thundered, echoed, re-echoed, and died away through the mountains. He joined the men as they went back to their work.
Holy Mac!
he exclaimed to the foreman, as he peered over the edge of the excavation and looked down some 15 or 20 feet to the ledge where the men were already busy again.
Holy Mac! You gotta look sharp, huh?
Oh, I don't know, replied the foreman.
We give 'em plenty of time. When the whistle blows, the men hump it. We don't touch the button till the last one is crawling over the top of the bank. Then with the time fuse there's a minute, lots of time.
Haggerty looked on for a while. Then he turned away, sat down by one of the shanties, and loaded his pipe. The pipe once alight, he settled himself in a more comfortable position by sprawling on his back, his hands under his head. From where he lay, he commanded a view of the other side of the river, as well as the work before him. He could see Hale across there talking to one of the bridge engineers. He watched the two men lazily in drowsy contentment until he lost sight of them as they started to come over to his side. Then his attention became riveted again on his immediate surroundings. They were getting ready for another blast. Haggerty sat up. It was rather exciting to see the men come scrambling out of the hole. The whistle had just gone 3 toots. They were coming now, one head after another, popping up over the edge. Then the shoulders, and finally the men on their feet, running like deers for shelter. Not far, only a few yards, for the excavation itself afforded protection once clear of it. Haggerty himself was not 15 yards away. He counted the men as they came out. It was the 18th who, just as his head and shoulders appeared, waved an arm and shouted, "All out! Let her go!" He saw the foreman bend over the battery and make the connection that would spark the time fuse at the other end, and then a groan of horror went up around him. Number 18, with a cry and a desperate effort to pull himself over the top, had slipped back and disappeared from sight. Haggerty's pipe dropped to the ground from between his teeth, his heart seemed to stop its beats, a cold sweat broke out upon his face. He was on his feet now, and the foreman's words were ringing in his ears. Then there's a minute, lots of time. Then there's a minute, lots of time. He began to run, and the seconds as he ran lengthened into years and cycles.
My God!
He muttered in a catchy way. But fast as he ran, someone was faster than he. 5 yards from the edge of the excavation, a figure, small, short, speeding like the wind, passed him. It was Hale, the super. Behind, the foreman's voice bellowed hoarsely,
"Come back! Come back! You can't get to the fuse! Do you hear?"
Maybe, Haggerty mumbled between his teeth, maybe we can get the man. Mary, mother, help us.
Hale, flat on the ground, was making to swing himself over as Haggerty, for the second time, caught him by the collar of his coat.
You ain't strong enough, he grunted, yanking the super back. You help me from the top.
And over the edge he went himself. Then there's a minute, lots of time. The words again came unbidden. How much, in God's name, how much of that minute had gone, how much was left? His teeth were set, his heart pounds so fierce and rapid that his breath came hard and choked as he lowered himself to a little ledge, projecting out some 7 or 8 feet below the surface that had caught and held the body of number 18. The man lay there groaning. It was easy to see what had happened. A misplaced step in the climb, then a loosened rock, his balance gone, and the stone had crushed down upon his legs and ankles. There was a look of helpless terror in the eyes of the wounded man as Haggerty reached and bent over him.
"Get out!"
The white lips quivered.
"You ain't got time. I give the signal. The blast'll be going now."
"There's a minute, lots of time,"
said Haggerty in a sing-song, crazy way. He was trying to fit the words to an air he had heard somewhere. Queer, he couldn't remember it. The words were straight enough. Then he laughed, foolishly, as he worked like a madman. He had raised the man in his arms, and now, heaving with all his strength and gradually pushing him up, the strain became terrific. Haggerty's muscles cracked. One of his arms was almost useless to him, owing to the narrowness of the ledge that to maintain even a precarious footing on, little by little he rose to an upright position, forced him tight against the wall of rock and earth. Haggerty panted with cruel, gasping sobs.
"Then there's a minute, lots of time."
The repetition of the words came surging upon him with a shock of horror, lending him a frenzied strength, a desperate twist. And he had made the half turn that brought his back to the cutting. His other arm was free now. A heave, and he had swung number 18 above his shoulders within reach of the super's outstretched hands. A second more, and with Hale pulling above and Haggerty lifting below, the man, with a cry of agony as his wounded leg banged limply against the ground, was forced up over the bank. " Quick, Haggerty! For God's sake, be quick yourself! " cried Hale. " Hurry, man, hurry! "" There's a minute." Haggerty sprang for the top of the bank, clutched it. " Lots of " The last word was blotted out as he dragged himself over the edge and heard Hale's sharp command: " Lie flat! " From behind and below him came the roar of the detonation. He felt the ground shake and quiver beneath him. The echoes were rolling and reverberating like a park of artillery. Then Hale's low, fervent, " Thank God!" It was Hale who got it first as the mob of men rushed forward, cheering, laughing, gabbling hysterically. And it was at Hale's uplifted hand that the clamor died suddenly away, and in its stead came the super's voice in quiet tones. " Where's Haggerty? "" Oh, go on !" sputtered Haggerty sheepishly, trying to fight his way out of the crowd that pressed upon him to haul and maul him, to thump his back, to shake his hand. " Aw, go on. I want to get me pipe that I left over there by the shanty." Chapter 12